remained standing in Samaria. Nothing had been left of the army of Jehoahaz except 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 foot soldiers. For the king of Aram had destroyed the rest and made them like the dust at the threshing time. As for other events of reign of Jehoahaz, all he did and his achievement, are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Israel? Jehoahaz rested with his father and was buried in Samaria, and Joash his son succeeded him as king. In the 37th year of Joash king of Judah, Joash son of Jehoahaz became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 16 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He continued in them. As for other events of reign of Jehoash, all he did and his achievement, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Israel? Jehoash rested with his father, and Jeroboam succeeded him on the throne. Joash was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. Now Elisha was suffering from the illness from which he died. Joash, king of Israel, went down to see him and went over him. My father, he cried, the chariots and the horsemen of Israel. Elisha said, get a bow and some arrows. And he did so. Take the bow in your hands, he said to the king of Israel. When he had taken it, Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Open the east window, he said, and he opened it. Shoot, Elisha said, and he shoot. The Lord's arrow of victory, the arrow of victory over Aram. Elisha declared, you will completely destroy Arameans at Aphek. Then he said, take the arrows, and the king took them. Elisha told him, strike the ground. He struck it 3 times and stopped. The man of God was angry with him and said, you should have struck the ground 5 or 6 times. Then you would have defeated Aram and completely destroyed it. But now you will defeat it only 3 times. Elisha died and was buried. Now Moabite raiders used to enter the country every spring. Once, while some Israelites were burying a man, suddenly they saw a band of raiders. So they threw the man's body in Elisha's tomb. When the body touched Elisha's bones, the man came to life and stood up on his feet. Ahaziel, king of Aram, oppressed Israel throughout the reign of Jehoahaz. But the Lord was gracious to them and had compassion and showed concern for them because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. To this day, he has been unwilling to destroy them or banish them from his presence. Ahaziel, king of Aram, died, and Ben-Hadad, his son, succeeded him as king. Then Joash, son of Jehoahaz, recaptured from Ben-Hadad, son of Ahaziah, the town he had taken in battle from his father, Jehoahaz. 3 times Jehoash defeated him, and so he recovered the Israelites' towns.
Second Kings chapter 14. In the 2nd year of King Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel, Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, began the reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoadin. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father David had done. In everything he followed the example of his father Joash. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. After the king was firmly in his grasp, he executed the officials who had murdered his father, the king. He did not put the sons of assassins to death. His accordance with what is written in the book of law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, fathers shall not be put to death for their children, nor children put to death for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sins. He was the one who defeated 10,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt and captured Selah in the battle called Jokthel, the name it has to this day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu, king of Israel, with challenge. Come, meet me face to face. But King Joash, king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah. A thistle in Lebanon sent a message to cedar in Lebanon. Give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle underfoot. You have indeed defeated Edom, and now you are arrogant. Glory in your victory, but stay at home. Why ask for trouble and cause your own downfall, that of Judah also? Amaziah, however, would not listen to Jehoash, king of Israel. Attacked. He and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced each other at the Beth Shemesh in Judah. Judah was routed by Israel, and every man fled to his home. Joash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Joash went to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the Ephraim gate of Corner Gate, a section about 600 feet long. He took all gold and silver and all articles found in the temple of the Lord in treasures of royal palace. He also took hostage and returned to Samaria. As for the other events of the reign of Joash, what he did and his achievement, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of annals of kings of Israel? Joash rested with his fathers and was buried in Samaria with the king of Israel, and Jeroboam his son succeeded him as king. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Joash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, are they not written in the book of annals of the kings of Judah? They conspired against him in Jerusalem and fled in Lachish, but they sent men after him and Lachish and killed him there. He was brought back by horse and was buried in Jerusalem with his fathers in the city of David. Then all people of Judah took Amaziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place of his father Amaziah. He was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after Amaziah rested with his fathers. In the 15th year of King Amaziah, the son of Joash, king of Judah, Jeroboam, son of Joash, king of Israel, became king in Samaria. And he reigned 40 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord and did not turn away from any of the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. He was the one who restored the boundaries of Israel from Lebo Hamath to the Sea of Arabah, in accordance with the word of the Lord, the God of Israel, spoken through his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet from Gath Hepher. The Lord had seen how bitterly everyone in Israel, whether slave or free, was suffering, and there was no one to help them. And since the Lord had not said he would blot out the name of Israel from under the heaven, he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam son of Jehoash. As for the other events of Jeroboam's reign, all he did and his military achievement, including how he recovered for Israel both Damascus and Hamath, which had belonged to Yehudi, are they not written in the book of Annals of Kings of Israel? Jeroboam rested with his father, the kings of Israel, and Zechariah, his son, succeeded him as king. 2 Kings chapter 15. In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 16 years old when he became the king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jecoliah. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. The Lord afflicted the king with leprosy until the day he died, and he lived in a separate house. Jotham, the king's son, had charge of the palace and governed the people of the land. As for the other events of Uzziah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the Kings of Judah? Azariah rested with his fathers and was buried near the city of David, and Jotham, his son, succeeded him as king. In the 38th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 6 months. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, and his fathers had done. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Shallum, son of Jabesh, conspired against Zechariah. He attacked him in front of the people, assassinated him, and succeeded him as king. The other events of Zechariah's reign are written in the book of Annals of Kings of Israel. So the word of the Lord spoken to Jehu was fulfilled. Your descendants will sit on the throne of Israel to the 4th generation. Shallum, son of Jabesh, became king in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, and he reigned in Samaria 1 month. Then Menahem, son of Gadi, went from Tirzah up to Samaria. He attacked Shallum, son of Jabesh, in Samaria, assassinated him, and succeeded him as king. The other events of Shallum's reign and the conspiracy he led are written in the book of Annals of Kings of Israel. At the time, Menahem, starting out from Tirzah, attacked Tiphash and everyone in the city and its vicinity because they refused to open their gates. He sacked Tiphash and ripped open all the pregnant women. In the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah, Menahem, son of Gadi, became the king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 10 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. During his reign, he did not turn away from the sin of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which he had caused Israel to commit. Then Pul, king of Assyria, invaded the land, and Menahem gave him 1,000 talents of silver to gain his support and strengthen his own hold on the kingdom. Menahem exacted this money from Israel. Every wealthy man had to contribute 50 shekels of silver to be given to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria withdrew and stayed in the land no longer. As for the other events of Menahem's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the Kings of Israel? Manahem rested with his fathers, and Pekahiah, son, succeeded him as king. In the 50th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekahiah, son of Manahem, became the king of Israel in Samaria. He reigned 2 years. Pekahiah did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which had caused Israel to commit. One of his chief officials, Pekah, son of Ramaliah, conspired against him. Taking 50 men of Gilead with him, he assassinated Pekahiah, along with Argob and Ariah, in the citadel of the royal palace of Samaria. So Pekah killed Pekahiah and succeeded him as king. The other events of Pekahiah's reign and all he did are written in the book of Annals of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Uzziah, king of Judah, Pekah, son of Ramaliah, became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 20 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. He did not turn away from the sin of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, which had caused Israel to commit. In the time of Pekah, king of Israel, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came and took Ijon, Abel, Beth, Makkah, Jonah, Kedesh, Hazor. He took Gilead and Galilee, including all land of Naphtali, and deported the people to Assyria. Then Hoshea, son of Elah, conspired against Pekah, son of Remaliah. He attacked and assassinated him, and then succeeded him as king in the 20th year of Jotham, son of Uzziah. As for the other events of Pekah's reign, all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of Kings of Israel? In the 2nd year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. The high places, however, were not removed. The people continued to offer sacrifices and burn incense there. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the temple of the Lord. As for the other events of Jotham's reign, what he did, are they not written in the book of Annals, the kings of Judah? In those days, the Lord began to send Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Ramaliah, against Judah. Jotham rested with his fathers and was buried with them in the city of David, the city of his father, and Asa his son succeeded him as king.
Second Kings chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, Ahaz, son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. And like David, his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord, his God. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel and even sacrificed his son in the fire, following the detestable ways of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He offered sacrifices and burned incense at the high places, on the hilltops, and under every spreading tree. Then Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, marched up to fight against Jerusalem and besieged Ahaz, but they could not overpower him. At that time, Rezin, king of Aram, recovered Elath for Aram by driving out the women, the men of Judah. Edomites then moved into Elath and have lived there to this day. Ahaz sent messengers to say to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, I am your servant and vassal. Come up and save me out of the hand of the king of Aram and of the king of Israel, who are attacking me. And Ahaz took the silver and gold found in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace, and sent it as a gift to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria complied by attacking Damascus and capturing it. He deported its inhabitants to Kir and put Rezin to death. Then King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. He saw an altar in Damascus and sent to Uriah the priest a sketch of the altar with detailed plans for its construction. So Uriah the priest built an altar in accordance with all the plans that King Ahaz had sent from Damascus, and finished it before King Ahaz returned. When the king came back from Damascus and saw the altar, he approached it and presented offerings on it. He offered up his burnt offering and grain offering, poured out his drink offering, and sprinkled the blood of his fellowship offerings on the altar. The bronze altar that stood before the Lord he brought from the front of the temple, from between the new altar and the temple of the Lord, and put it on the north side of the new altar. King Ahaz then gave these orders to Uriah the priest: on the large new altar, offer the morning burnt offering and the evening grain offering. The king's burnt offering and his grain offering, and the burnt offering of all the people of the land, and their grain offering and their drink offering. Sprinkle on the altar all the blood of the burnt offerings and sacrifices. But I will use the bronze altar for seeking guidance. And Uriah the priest did just as King Ahaz had ordered. King Ahaz took away the side panels and removed the basins from the movable stands. He removed the sea from the bronze, bulls that were supported it, and set it on a stone base. He took away the Sabbath canopy that had been built at the temple and removed the royal entryway outside the temple of the Lord in deference to the king of Assyria. As for the other events of the reign of Ahaz and what he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? Ahaz rested he with his fathers and was buried with them in the city of David, and Hezekiah his son succeeded him as king. Chapter 17. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, Hoshea son of Elah became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 9 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, but not like the kings of Israel who preceded him. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up to attack Hoshea, who had been Shalmaneser's vassal and had paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria discovered that Hoshea was a traitor, for he had sent envoys to So, king of Egypt, and he no longer paid tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore Shalmaneser seized him and put him in prison. The king of Assyria invaded the entire land, marched against Samaria, and laid siege to it for 3 years. In the 9 years of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria and deported the Israelites to Assyria. He settled them in Hala, in Gozan, on the Harbor River, and in the towns of the Medes. All this took place because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them up out of Egypt from under the power of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. They worshipped other gods and followed the practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before them, as well as the practices that the kings of Israel had introduced. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God that were not right. From watchtower to fortified city, they built themselves high places in all their towns. They set up sacred stones and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every spreading tree. At every high place they burnt incense, as the nations whom the Lord had driven out before them had done. They did wicked things that provoked the Lord to anger. They worshipped idols, though the Lord had said, "You shall not do this." The Lord warned Israel and Judah through all his prophets and seers. Turn from your evil ways, observe my commands and decrees in accordance with the entire law that I commanded your fathers to obey, and that I delivered to you through my servants the prophets. But they will not listen, and were as stiff-necked as their fathers, who did not trust in the Lord their God. They rejected his decrees and the covenant he had made with their fathers. he had made with their fathers and the warnings he had given them. They followed worthless idols and themselves became worthless. They imitated the nations around them, although the Lord had ordered them, do not do as they do. And they did the things the Lord had forbidden them to do. They forsook all the commands of the Lord their God and made for themselves 2 idols cast in the shape of cults. And on Asherah pole they bowed down to all the starry host, and they worshipped Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in the fire. They practiced divination and sorcery and sold themselves to do evil in the eyes of the Lord, provoking him to anger. So the Lord was very angry with Israel and removed them from his presence. Only the tribe of Judah was left, and even Judah did not keep the commands of the Lord their God. They followed the practices Israel had introduced. Therefore the Lord rejected all the people of Israel. He afflicted them and gave them into the hands of plunderers until he thrust them from his presence. When he tore Israel away from the house of David, they made Jeroboam, son of Nebat, their king. Jeroboam enticed Israel away from following the Lord and caused them to commit a great sin. The Israelites persisted in all the sins of Jeroboam and did not turn away from them until the Lord removed them from his presence, as he had warned them through all his servants, the prophets. So the people of Israel were taken from their homeland into exile in Assyria, and they are still there. The king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelites. They took over Samaria and lived in its towns. When they first lived there, they did not worship the Lord, so he sent lions among them, and they killed some of the people. It was reported to the king of Assyria, the people you deported and resettled in the towns of Samaria do not know what the God of that country requires. He has sent lions among them, which are killing them off, because the people do not know what he requires. Then the king of Assyria gave you this order: have one of the priests you took captive from Samaria go back to live there and teach the people what the God of the land requires. So one of the priests who had been exiled from Samaria came to live in Bethel and taught them how to worship the Lord. Nevertheless, each national group made its own gods in the several towns where they settled, and set them up in the shrines the people of Samaria had made at the high places. The men from Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, the men from Cutha made Negal, and the men from Hamath made Ashima. The Avites made Nibhaz and Tatak, and the Sepharvites burned their children in the fire as sacrifices to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of the Sepharvaim. They worshipped the Lord, but they also appointed all sorts of their own people to officiate for them as priests in the shrines at the high places. They worshipped the Lord, but they also served their own gods in accordance with the customs of the nations from which they had been brought. To this day, they persist in their former practices. They neither worship the Lord nor adhere to the decrees and ordinances, the laws and commands that the Lord gave the descendants of Jacob, whom he named Israel. When the Lord made a covenant with Israelites, he commanded them, do not worship any other gods or bow to them, serve them or sacrifice to them. But the Lord who brought you out of Egypt with mighty power and outstretched arm is the one you must worship. To him you shall bow down, to him offer sacrifices. You must always be careful to keep the decrees and ordinances, the laws and commands he wrote for you. Do not worship other gods. Do not forget the covenant I made with you, and do not worship other gods. Rather worship the Lord your God. It is he who will deliver you from the hand of all your enemies. They would not listen, however, but persisted in their former practices. Even while these people were worshiping the Lord, they were serving their idols. To this day, their children and grandchildren continue to do as their fathers did. Chapter 18. In the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah, daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David had done. He removed the high places, smashed the scarred stones, and cut down the Asherah poles. He broke into pieces the bronze snake Moses had made, for up to that time the Israelites had been burning incense to it. It was called Nehushtan. Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. There was no one like him among all the kings of Judah, either before him or after him. He held fast to the Lord and did not cease to follow him. He kept the commands the Lord had given Moses, and the Lord was with him. He was successful in whatever he undertook. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and did not serve him. From watchtower to fortified city, he defeated the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory. In King Hezekiah's 4th year, which was the 7th year of Hoshea son of Elah, king of Israel, Shalmaneser king of Assyria marched against Samaria and laid siege to it. At the end of 3 years, the Assyrians took it. So Samaria was captured in Hezekiah's 6th year, which was the 9th year of Hoshea king of Israel. The king of Assyria deported Israel to Assyria and settled them in Halah, in Gozan, on the Habor River, and in towns of the Medes. This happened because they had not obeyed the Lord their God, but had violated his covenant, all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded. They neither listened to the commands nor carried them out. In the 14th year of King Hezekiah's reign, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, attacked all the fortified cities of Judah and captured them. So Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent his message to the king of Assyria at Lachish. I have done wrong. Withdraw from me, and I will pay whatever you demand of me. The king of Assyria exacted from Hezekiah king of Judah 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. So Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the temple of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace. At this time, Hezekiah king of Judah stripped off the gold with which he had covered the doors and doorposts of the temple of the Lord and gave it to the king of Assyria. The king of Assyria sent his supreme commander, his chief officer, and his field commander with a large army from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. They came up to Jerusalem and stopped at the aqueduct of the upper pool on the road to the watchman's field. They called for the king. And Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary, and Joah, son of Asaph, the recorder, went out to them. The field commander said to them, Tell Hezekiah, this is what the great king of Assyria says. On what are you basing this confidence of yours? You say you have strategy and military strength, but you speak only empty words. On whom are you depending that you rebel against me? Look now, you are depending on Egypt, that splintered reed of a staff, which pierces a man's hand and wounds if he leans on it. Such is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who depend on him. And if you say to me, we are depending on the Lord our God, isn't he the one whose high places and altars Hezekiah removed? Saying to Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship before this altar in Jerusalem. Come now, make a bargain with my master, the king of Assyria. I will give you 2,000 horses if you can put riders on them. How can you repulse one officer of the list of my master's officials, even though you are depending on Egypt for chariots and horsemen? Furthermore, have I come to attack and destroy this place without word from the Lord? The Lord himself told me to march against this country and destroy it. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joah said to the field commander, Please speak to your servants in Aramaic, since we understand it. Don't speak to us in Hebrew, in the hearing of the people on the wall. But the commander replied, Was it only to your master and you that my master sent me to say these things, and not to the men sitting on the wall, who like you will have to eat their own filth and drink their own urine? Then the commander stood and called out in Hebrew, Hear the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. This is what the king says. Do not let Hezekiah deceive you. He cannot deliver you from my hand. Do not let Hezekiah persuade you to trust in the Lord. When he says, the Lord will surely deliver us, this city will not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Do not listen to Hezekiah. This is what the king of Assyria says. Make peace with me. Come out to me. Then every one of you will eat from his own vine and fig tree and drink water from his own cistern, until I come and take you to a land like your own, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey. Choose life and not death. Do not listen to Hezekiah, for he is misleading you when he says, the Lord will deliver us. Has the God of any nation ever delivered his land from the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Apad? Where are the gods of Sevaravaim, Hena and Eva? Have they rescued Samaria from my hand? Who of all the gods of these countries has been able to save his land from me? How then can the Lord deliver Jerusalem from my hand? But the people remained silent and said nothing in reply, because the king had commanded, do not answer him. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna the secretary, and Joah, son of Asaph, the recorder, went to Hezekiah with their clothes torn and told him what the field commander had said.
2 King chapter 19. When King Hezekiah heard this, he tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and went into the temple of the Lord. He sent Eliakim, the palace administrator, Shebna, the secretary, and the leading priest, all wearing sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos. They told him, this is what Hezekiah says. This is the day of the distress and rebuke and disgrace, as when children come to the point of birth and there is no strength to deliver them. It may be that the Lord your God will hear all the words of the field commander, who his master, the king of Assyria, has sent to ridicule the living God, and that he will rebuke him for the words the Lord your God has heard. Therefore pray for the remnant that still survives. When the king Hezekiah's official came to Isaiah, Isaiah said to them, tell your master, this is what the Lord says. Do not be afraid of what you have heard. Those words with which the underlings of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Listen, I am going to put such a spirit in him that when he hears a certain report, he will return to his own country, and there I will have him cut down with sword. When the field commander heard the king of Assyria had left Lachish, he withdrew and found the king fighting against Libnah. Now Sennacherib received a report that Tirhakah, the Cushite king of Egypt, was marching out to fight against him. So he again sent messengers to King Hezekiah with this word, say to Hezekiah, king of Judah, do not let the God you depend on deceive you when he says Jerusalem will not be handed over to the king of Assyria. Surely you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the countries, destroying them completely. And will you be delivered? Did the gods of the nation that were destroyed by the forefathers deliver them? The gods of Goshen, Haran, Resaph, and the people of Eden, who were in Tel Assar. Where is the king of Hamath, the king of Arpad, the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Hena and Ivah? Hezekiah received the letter from the messengers and read it. Then he went up to the temple of the Lord and spread it out before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed to the Lord, O Lord God of Israel, enthroned between the cherubim, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You have made heaven and earth. Give ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, O Lord, and see. Listen to the words of Sennacherib has sent to insult the living God. It is true, O Lord, that the Assyrian kings have laid waste this nation and their lands. They have thrown their gods into the fire and destroyed them, for they were not gods, but only wood and stone, fashioned by man's hand. Now, O Lord our God, deliver us from his hand, so that all Kingdoms on earth may know that you alone, O Lord our God. Then Isaiah, son of Amos, sent a message to Hezekiah. This is what the Lord God of Israel says: I have heard your prayer concerning Sennacherib, king of Assyria. This is the word that the Lord has spoken against him. The virgin daughter of Zion despises you and mocks you. The daughter of Jerusalem tosses her head as you flee. Who is it you have insulted and blasphemed? Against whom have you raised your voice and lifted your eyes in pride? Against the Holy One of Israel. By your messengers you have leaped insults on the Lord, and you have said, with my many chariots I have ascended the heights, the mountains, the utmost heights of Lebanon. I have cut down its tallest cedars and the choicest of its pines. I have reached the remotest parts, the finest of its forest, and I have dug wells in foreign lands and drunk the water there. With the soles of my feet I have dried up all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard? Long ago I ordained it. In the days of old I planned, and I have brought it to pass, that you have turned for fortified city into piles of stone. Their people drained of power are dismayed and put to shame. They are like plants in the field, like tender green shoots, like grass sprouting on the roof, scorched before it grows. But I know where you stay and where you come and go, and you rage against me, because you rage against me, and your insolence has reached my ear. I will put a hook in your nose and my bit in your mouth, and I'll make you return by the way you came. This will be the sign for you, O Hezekiah. This is, you will eat what you grows by itself, and the second year what spring from that. But in the third year sow and reap, plant vineyards and eat their fruit. Once more a remnant of the house of Judah will take a root below and bear fruit above. For out of Jerusalem will come a remnant, and out of Zion a band of survivors. The seal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. Therefore, this is what the Lord says concerning the king of Assyria. He will not enter this city or shoot an arrow here. He will not come before it with a shield or build a siege ramp against it. By the way that he came, he will return. He will not enter this city, declares the Lord. I will defend this city and save it for my sake, for the sake of David, my son. That night the angel of the Lord went out and put to death 185,000 men in the Assyrian camp. When the people got up the next morning, there were all the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, broke camp and withdrew. He returned to Nineveh and stayed there. One day, while he was worshiping in the temple of his god, Nisroch, his sons Adramelech and Sharezer cut him down with sword, and they escaped to the land of Ararat. The Esarhaddon, his son, succeeded him as king. 2 Kings chapter 20. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, went to him and said, "This is what the Lord says, put your house in order, because you are going to die. You will not recover." Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord, "Remember, O Lord, how I have walked before you faithfully and with a wholehearted devotion, and have done what is good in your eyes." And Hezekiah wept bitterly. Before Isaiah had left the middle of court, the word of the Lord came to him. "Go back and tell Hezekiah, the leader of my people, this is what the Lord, the God of your father David, says. I have heard of your prayer and seen of your tears. I will heal you. On the third day from now you will go up to the temple of the Lord. I will add 15 years to your life, and I will deliver you to this city from the hand of the king of Assyria. I will defend this city for my sake and for the sake of my servant David." Then Isaiah said, prepare a poultice of figs. They did so and applied it to the boil, and he recovered. Hezekiah had asked Isaiah, what will be the sign that the Lord will heal me and that I will go up to the temple of the Lord on the third day from now? Isaiah said, this is the Lord's sign to you that the Lord will do what he has promised. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps or shall it go back 10 steps? It is a simple matter for the shadow to go forward 10 steps, said Hezekiah. Rather have it go back 10 steps. Then the prophet Isaiah called upon the Lord, and the Lord made the shadow go back 10 steps. It had gone down on the stairway of Ahaz. At that time, Merodach-Baladan, son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent Hezekiah letters and a gift because he had heard of Hezekiah's illness. Hezekiah received the messengers and showed them all that was in his storehouses, the silver, the gold, the spices, and the fine oil. His armory was everything found among his treasure. There was nothing in his palace or in all his kingdom that Hezekiah did not show to them. Then Isaiah the prophet went to King Hezekiah and asked, what did those men say? And where did they come from? From a distant land, Hezekiah replied, and they came from Babylon. The prophet asked, what did they see in your palace? They saw everything in my palace, Hezekiah said. There is nothing among my treasures that I did not show them. Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, hear the word of the Lord. The time will surely come when everything in your palace and all your fathers have stored up until this day will be carried off to Babylon. Nothing will be left, says the Lord. And some of your descendants, your own flesh and blood that will be born to you, will be taken away, and they will become eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. Then the word of the Lord you have spoken is good. Hezekiah replied, for he thought, will there be peace and security in my lifetime? For the other events of Hezekiah's reigns, all his achievements, and how he made the pool and the tunnel by which he brought water into the city, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? Hezekiah rested with his fathers, and Manasseh his son succeeded him as king. 2 Kings chapter 21. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. His mother's name was Hezekiah, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nation the Lord had driven out before Israelites. He rebuilt the high places his father Hezekiah had destroyed. He also erected altars to Baal and made Asherah pole, as Ahab, king of Israel, had done. He bowed down to all the starry host and worshipped them. He built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord has said, in Jerusalem I will put my name. In both courts of the temple of the Lord, he built altars to all starry host. He sacrificed his own son in the fire, practiced sorcery and divination, and consulted medium and spiritist. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, provoking him to anger. He took the carved Asherah pole he had made and put it in the temple of which Lord has said to David and to his son Solomon, in this temple and in Jerusalem, I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. I'll put my name forever. I will not again make the feet of Israelites wander from the land I gave their forefathers, if only they will be careful to do everything I commanded them and will keep the whole law that my servant Moses gave them. But the people did not listen. Manasseh led them astray, so they did more evil than the nations the Lord has destroyed before the Israelites. The Lord said through his servants, the prophets, Manasseh, king of Judah, has committed these detestable sins. He has done more evil than the Amorites who preceded him, and has led Judah into sin with his idols. Therefore, this is what the Lord the God of Israel says, I am going to bring such disaster on Jerusalem and Judah that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I will stretch out over Jerusalem the measuring line used against Samaria and the plumb line used against the house of Ahab. I will wipe out Jerusalem as one wipes a dish, wiping it and turning it upside down. I will forsake the remnant of my inheritance and hand them over to their enemies. They will be looted and plundered by all their foes, because they have done evil in my eyes and had provoked me to anger from the day their forefathers came out of Egypt until this day. Moreover, Manasseh also shed so much innocent blood that he filled Jerusalem from end to end, beside the sin that he had caused Judah to commit. So they did evil in the eyes of the Lord. And for the other events of Manasseh's reign, all he did, including the sin he committed, are they not written in the book of annals of the kings of Judah? And Manasseh rested with his fathers and was buried in his palace garden, the garden of Uzzah, and Amon, his son, succeeded him as king. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. His mother's name was Meshullemeth, daughter of Haruz. She was from Jotbah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord as his father Manasseh had done. He walked in all the ways of his father. He worshipped his idols and worshipped and bowed down to them. He forsook the Lord, the God of his fathers, and did not walk in the way of the Lord. Amon's officials conspired against him and assassinated the king in his palace. Then the people of the land killed all who plotted against King Amon, and they made Josiah, his son, king in his palace. As for the other events of Amon's reign and what he did, are they not written in the book of the annals of the kings of Judah? He was buried in his grave in the garden of Uzzah, and Josiah, his son, succeeded him as king.
2 Kings chapter 22. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. His mother's name was Jedidah, daughter of Adaiah. She was from Bozkah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and he walked in the ways of his father David, not turning aside to the right or to the left. In the 18th year of his reign, King Josiah sent the secretary, Shaphan, son of Azariah, the son of Meshullam, to the temple of the Lord. He said, "Go up to Hilkiah, the high priest, and get him ready, and go up the high priest, and have him get ready the money that has been brought into the temple of the Lord, which the doorkeeper have collected from the people. Have them entrust it to the men appointed to supervise the work on the temple, and have these men pay the workers who repair the temple of the Lord, the carpenters, the builders, and the masons. Also have them purchase timber and dressed stone to repair the temple. But they need not account for the money entrusted to them, because they are acting faithfully." Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the secretary, "I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord." He gave it to Shaphan, who read it. Then Shaphan the secretary went to the king and reported to him, "Your officials have paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord and have entrusted it to the workers and supervisors at the temple." Then Shaphan the secretary informed the king, "Hilkiah the priest has given me a book." And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. Then the king heard the words of the book of the law. He tore his robes. He gave these orders to Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Akbol, son of Micaiah, Shaphan the secretary, and Azariah the king's attendant. Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the people and for all Judah about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger and that burns against us, because our fathers have not obeyed the words of this book. They have not acted in accordance with all that is written there concerning us. Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, Akbor, Shaphan, and Azariah went to speak to the prophetess Huldah, who was the wife of Shulam, son of Tikva, the son of Hassad, keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the 2nd district. She said to them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Tell the man who sent you to me, this is what the Lord says. I am going to bring disaster on this place and its people, according to everything written in the book of the king of Judah the king of Judah has read, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods and provoked me to anger by all the idols they have made. My anger will burn against this place and will not be quenched. Tell the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says concerning the word you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before the Lord, when you heard what I have spoken against this place and its people, that they would become accursed and laid waste, and because you tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. Therefore, I will gather you to your fathers, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disasters I am going to bring to this place." So they took her answer back to the king. Chapter 23. Then the king called together all the elders of Judea and Jerusalem. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the men of Judah, the people of Jerusalem, the priests and the prophets, all the people from the least to the greatest. He read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant, which had been found in the temple of the Lord. The king stood by the pillar and removed covenant in the presence of the Lord to follow the Lord and keep his commands, regulations, and decrees with all his heart and all his soul, thus confirming the words of the covenant written in this book. Then all the people pledged themselves to the covenant. The king ordered Hilkiah the high priest, the priest next in rank, and the doorkeepers to remove from the temple of the Lord all the articles made for Baal and Asherah and all the fiery hosts. He burnt them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron Valley and took the ashes to Bethel. He did away with the pagan priests appointed by the kings of Judah to burn incense on the high places of the towns of Judah and on those around Jerusalem, those who burned incense to Baal, to the sun and moon, to the constellations, and to all the starry hosts. He took the Asherah pole from the temple of the Lord to the Kidron Valley outside Jerusalem and burnt it there. He ground it to powder and scattered the dust over the graves of the common people. He also tore down the quarters of the male shrine prostitutes, which were in the temple of the Lord and where women did weaving for Asherah. Josiah brought all the priests from the towns of Judah and desecrated the high places from Geba to Beersheba, where the priests had burnt incense. He broke down the shrines at the gates, at the entrance of the gate of Joshua, the city governor, which is on the left of the city gate. Although the priests of the high places did not serve at the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, they ate unleavened bread with their fellow priests. He desecrated Tobeth, which was in the valley of Ben Hinnom, so no one could see it to sacrifice his son or daughter in. The fire to Molech, he removed from the entrance to the temple of the Lord the horses that the king of Judah had dedicated to the sun. They were in the court near the room of an official named Nathan Melech. Josiah was then burnt the chariots dedicated to the sun. He pulled down the altars the king of Judah had erected on the roof near the upper room of Ahaz, and the altars Manasseh had built in the two courts of the temple of the Lord. He removed them from there, smashed them to pieces, and threw the rubble into the Kidron Valley. The king also desecrated the high places that were east of Jerusalem on the south of the hill of corruption, the one Solomon, king of Israel, had built for Ashtoreth, the vile goddess of the Sidonians, for Chemosh, the vile god of Moab, and for Molech, the detestable god of the people of Ammon. Josiah smashed the sacred stone and cut down the Asherah pole and covered the site with human bones. Even the altar at Bethel, the high place made by Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who had caused Israel to sin, even that altar had high place he demolished. He burnt the high place and ground it to powder and burnt the Asherah pole also. Then Josiah looked around, and when he saw the tombs that were there on the hillside, he had the bones removed from them and burnt on the altar to defile it, in accordance with the word of the Lord proclaimed by the man of God who foretold these things. The king asked, "What is that tombstool I see?" The men of the city said, "It marked the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and pronounced against the altar of Bethel the very thing you have done to it. Leave it alone," he said. "Don't let anyone disturb his bones." So they spared his bones and those of the prophet who had come from Samaria. Just as he had done at Bethel, Josiah removed and defiled all the shrines at the high places that the king of Israel had built in the town of Samaria that had provoked the Lord to anger. Josiah slaughtered all the priests of those high places on the altars and burnt human bones on them. Then he went back to Jerusalem. The king gave him this order to all the people: "Celebrate the Passover to the Lord your God, as it is written in this book of the covenant, not since the days of the judges who led Israel, nor throughout the days of kings of Israel and the kings of Judah had any such Passover been observed. But in the 18th year of King Josiah, this Passover was celebrated to the Lord in Jerusalem." Furthermore, Josiah got rid of the mediums and spiritists, the household gods, the idols, and all the other detestable things seen in Judah and Jerusalem. This he did to fulfill the requirements of the law written in the book that Hilkiah the priest had discovered in the temple of the Lord. Neither before nor after Josiah was there a king like him who turned to the Lord as he did, with all his heart and with all his soul and with all his strength, in accordance with all the laws of Moses. Nevertheless, the Lord did not turn away from the heart of his fierce anger, which burnt against Judah because of all that Manasseh had done to provoke him to anger. So the Lord said, "I will remove Judah also from my presence, as I removed Israel, and I will reject Jerusalem, the city I choose, and this temple about which I said, there shall my name be. As for the other events of Josiah's reign and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Judah? While Josiah was king, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up to the Euphrates River to help the king of Assyria. King Josiah marched out to meet him in battle, but Necho faced him and killed him at Megiddo. Josiah's servant brought his body in a chariot from Megiddo to Jerusalem and buried him in his own tomb. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, and anointed him and made him king in place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father had done. Pharaoh Necho put him in chains at Liblah in the land of Hamath, so that he might not reign in Jerusalem. And he imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, son of Josiah, king in place of his father Josiah, and changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim. But he took Jehoiahaz and carried him off to Egypt, and there he died. Jehoiakim paid Pharaoh Necho the silver and gold he demanded in order to do so. He taxed the land and exacted the silver, gold from the people of the land according to their assessments. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Zebidah, daughter of Pedaiah. She was from Rumah, and he did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father had done. Chapter 24. During Jehoiakim's reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, invaded the land, and Jehoiakim became his vassal for 3 years. But then he changed his mind and rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. The Lord sent Babylonian, Aramean, Moabites, and Ammonite raiders against him. He sent them to destroy Judah in accordance with the word of the Lord, in accordance to the word of the Lord proclaimed by his servant the prophets. Surely these things happened to Judah according to the Lord's command, in order to remove them from his presence because of the sins of Manasseh and all he had done, including the shedding of innocent blood. For he had filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord was not willing to forgive. As for the other servant of Jehoiakim's reign, and all he did, are they not written in the book of Annals of the king of Judah? Jehoiakim rested with his fathers, and Jehoiakim, his son, succeeded him as king. The king of Egypt did not march out from his own country again, because the king of Babylon had taken all his territory from the Wadi of Egypt of the Euphrates River. Jehoiachim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Nehushta, daughter of Elnathan. She was from Jerusalem. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father had done. At that time, the officials of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, advanced on Jerusalem and laid siege to it. And Nebuchadnezzar himself came up to the city while his officers were besieging it. Jehoiachim, king of Judah, his mother, his attendants, his nobles, and his officials all surrendered to him. In the 8th year of the reign of the king of Babylon, he took Jehoiachim prisoner, as the Lord had declared. Nebuchadnezzar removed all the treasures from the temple of the Lord and from the royal palace, and took away all the gold articles that Solomon, king of Israel, had made for the temple of the Lord. He carried into exile all Jerusalem, all the officers and fighting men, and all the craftsmen and artisans, a total of 10,000. Only the poorest people of the land were left. Nebuchadnezzar took Jehoiachim captive to Babylon. He also took from Jerusalem to Babylon the king's mother, his wives, his officials, and the leading men of the land. The king of Babylon also deported to Babylon the entire force of 7,000 fighting men, strong and fit for war, and 1,000 craftsmen and artisans. He made Mattaniah, Jehoiakim, uncle, king in his place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, just as Jehoiakim had done. It was because of the Lord's anger that all this happened to Jerusalem and Judah. And in the end, he thrust them from his presence.
So in the year Second Kings 25, the Bible says, so in the 9th year, Zedekiah's reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, marched against Jerusalem with his whole army. He encamped outside the city and built siege works all around it. The city was kept under siege until the 11th year of the king Zedekiah. By the 9th day of the 4th month of famine in the city had become so severe that there was no food for people to eat. Then the city wall was broken through, and the whole army fled at night through the gate between two walls near the king's garden. Through the Babylonians were surrounding the city. They fled toward Araba, but the Babylonian army pursued the king, overtook him, and the plains of Jericho. All of his soldiers were separated from him and scattered, and he was a corrupt, and he was taken to the king of Babylon, and at Riblah, where sentence was pronounced on him, they killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. Then they put out his eyes, bound him with bronze shackles, and took him to Babylon. On the 7th day, on the 5th month, on the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, commander of the imperial guard official of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem. He set a fire to the temple of the Lord, the royal place, and all the house in Jerusalem, every important building. He burned the whole Babylonian army under the commander of the imperial guard, broke down the walls around Jerusalem. Nebuzaradan ride into the exile the people who are remained in the city along with the rest of the populace, and those who had gone over the king of Babylon, but the commander behind some of the poorest people of the land to work in vineyard and fields. The Babylonians broke up the bronze pillars and movable stands and the bronze seals that were at the temple of the Lord, and they carried the bronze of Babylon. They also took away the post, shovels, wick, trimmers, dishes, and all bronze articles used in the temple service. The commander of imperial guard took away the ceners and sprinkling bowls, all that were made of pure gold and silver. The bronze of the two pillars at the sea and the movable stands which Solomon had made for the temple of the Lord was more than could be weighed. Each pillar was 27 feet high. The bronze capital on the top of one pillar was 4.5 feet high, was decorated with a network of pomegranates of bronze all around. The pillars with network was similar. The commander of the guard took as the prisoners Seraiah, the chief priest, Zephaniah, the priest next in the rank, and the three doorkeepers of those still in the city. He took the officers in the charge of the fighting men and the royal advisors. He also took the secretary, who was chief officer and in charge of conscripting the people of the land, and 60 of his men who are found in the city. Nebzaradan of the commander took them and brought them in to the kingdom, to the king of Babylon, Riblah. There at Riblah, the land of Hamath, the king had them executed. So Judah went to the captivity away from her land. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, appointed Jedilah son of Ahikam, the son of Shaham, to be over the people he had left behind in Judah when all the army officers and the men had that the king of Babylon had appointed Jedilah as governor. They came to Gedilah and Mizpah, Ishmael, son of Nathaniel, Johanan, son of Kareah, Syria, son of Tanhumeth, the Netophathite, Jaziniah, the son of Makithite, and their men. Gedaliah took an oath to reassure them and the men, "Do not be afraid of the Babylonian officers," he said. "Settle down in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it will go well with you." In the 7th month, however, Ishmael, the son of Nathaniah, the son of Ishama, who was of the royal blood, came with 10 men and assassinated Gedilah, and also the men of Judah and the Babylonians who were with him at the Mizpah. At this, all the people, from the least to the greatest, together with the army officers, fled to Egypt for fear of the Babylonians. In the 37th year of the exile of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in the year Evil-Merodach became king of Babylon, he relaxed Jehoiachin from prison. And the 27th day of the 12th month, he spoke kindly to him and gave him a seat of honor higher than those of the other kings who are with him. In the Babylon, Jehoiachin put aside his prison clothes, and for the rest of his life at it regularly at the king's table. Day by day, the king gave Jehoiachin the regular allowance as long as he lived.
Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah, the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras, the sons of Gomer, Ashenaz, Ripath, and Togorma, the sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittim and the Rodanim, the sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put and Canaan, the sons of Cush, Sebag, Havilah, Sapta, Rama, and Sapteka, the sons of Rama, Sheba and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who grew up to be a mighty warrior on earth. Mizraim was the father of the Luditites, Anamites, Lehabites, now Putites, Patrusites, Casluhites, from whom the Philistines came, and Captorites. Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites, Hakkites, Sinites, Arvadites, Zemarites, and Hamathites. The sons of Shem, Elam, Asher, Aphazad, Lad, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Az, Hal, Gether, Meshech. Aphazad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah the father of Eber. Two sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shelap, Hazramaveth, Jerah, Odaram, Uzal, Diklat, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan: Shem, Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Ro, Serug, Nahor, Terah, and Abram. That is Abraham. The sons of Abraham: Isaac and Ishmael. These were their descendants: Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Dama, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetu, Naphish, Kedma. These were the sons of Ishmael, the sons born to Keturah, Abram's concubine, Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shoah, the sons of Jokshan, Sheba, and Dedan. The sons of Midian: Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldah. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abram was the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac: Esau and Israel. The sons of Esau: Eliphaz, Rol, Josh, Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz: Teman, Ona, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. By Timnah, Amalek. The sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. The sons of Seh, Lotan, Shobal, Zibon, Anna, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. The sons of Lotan, Hori, and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal, Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shebho, and Elnan. The sons of Zibeon, Aya, Anna. The sons of Anna, Dishon. The sons of Dishon, Hemdan, Eshban, Ithran, and Keran. The sons of Izzah, Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishan, Uz, and Dan, Aran. These were the kings who reigned in Edom before any Israel king reigned. Bela son of Boa, whose city was named Dinhabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, succeeded him as king. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites succeeded him as king. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, succeeded him as king. His city was named Avith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah succeeded him as king. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the river succeeded him as king. When Shaul died, Balhan, son of Akbor, succeeded him as king. When Balhan died, Hadad succeeded him as king. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Zahab. Hadad also died. The chiefs of Edom were Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholibam, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mibzah, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom.
First Chronicles, chapter 2. These were the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. Judah, to Hezron's sons. The sons of Judah are Onan and Shelah. These were born to him by a Canaanite woman, the daughter of Shua. Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord put him to death. Tamar, Judah's daughter-in-law, bore him Perez and Zerah. Judah had 5 sons in all. The sons of Perez, Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Zerah, Zimri, Ethan, Heman, Calcol, and Darda, 5 in all. The son of Carmi, Achar, who brought trouble on Israel by violating the ban on taking devoted things. The son of Ethan, Azariah. The sons born to Hezron were Jerahmeel, Ram, and Caleb. From Ram's son of Hezron, Ram was the father of Aminadab, and Aminadab, the father of Nahshon, the leader of the people of Judah. Nahshon was the father of Salmon, Salmon the father of Boaz, Boaz the father of Obed, and Obed the father of Jesse. Jesse was the father of Eliab, his firstborn, the second son of Abidanab, the third Shimeah, the fourth Nethanel, the fifth Radai, the sixth Ozem, and the seventh David. Their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. Zeruiah's 3 sons were Abishai, Joab, and Asahel. Abigail was the mother of Amasa, whose mother was Jether the Ishmaelite. Caleb, son of Hezron, had children by his wife Azubah and by Jerioth. These were her sons, Jesha, Shobab, and Ardon. When Azubah died, Caleb married Ephrath, who bore him Har. Har was the father of Uri. Uri was the father of Bezalel. Later, Hezron lay with the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilead. He had married her when he was 60 years old, and she bore him Segub. Segub was the father of Jair, who controlled 23 towns in Gilead. But Geshur and Aram captured Havoth Jair, as well as Kenath with its surrounding settlements, 60 towns. All these were descendants of Machir, the father of Gilead. After Hezron died in Caleb Ephrathah, Abijah, the wife of Hezron, bore him Ashur, the father of Tekoa. The sons of Jerahmeel, the firstborn of Hezron, Ram his firstborn, Bunah, Oren, Ozem, and Ahijah. Jerahmeel and another wife whose name was Atara. She was the mother of Onam. The sons of Ram, the firstborn of Jerahmeel, Maz, Jamin, and Ekar. The sons of Onam, Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai, Nadab and Abishur. Abishur's wife was named Abihail, who bore him Ahban and Molid. The sons of Nadab, Seled and Apaim. Seled died without children. The son of Apaim, Ishi, who was the father of Sheshan. Sheshan was the father of Halai. The sons of Jeda, Shammai's brother, Jetha and Jonathan. Jetha died without children. The sons of Jonathan, Peleth and Zaza. These were the descendants of Jerahmeel. Sheshan had no sons, only daughters. He had an Egyptian servant named Jarha. Sheshan gave his daughter in marriage to his servant Jarha, and she bore him Attai. Attai was the father of Nathan, Nathan the father of Zabad, Zabad the father of Ephlal, Ephlal the father of Obed, Obed the father of Jehu, Jehu the father of Azariah, Azariah the father of Helez, Helez the father of Elisa, Elisa the father of Sismai, Sismai the father of Shalom, Shalom the father of Jechamiah, and Jechamiah the father of Elishma. The sons of Caleb, brother of Jerahmeel, Mesha his firstborn, who was the father of Ziph, and his son Merasha, who was the father of Hebron. The sons of Hebron, Korah, Tapua, Rechem, and Shema. Shema was the father of Raham, and Raham the father of Joachim. Rehem was the father of Shammai. The son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Beth Zur. Caleb's concubine Ephah was the mother of Haran, Moza, and Gazez. Haran was the father of Jazez. The sons of Jahdai, Regem, Jotham, Geshan, Pelet, Ephah, and Shaph. Caleb's concubine Makkah was the mother of Sheber and Tirhana. She also gave birth to Shaph, the father of Madmanah, and to Sheva, the father of Machbenah and Gibeah. Caleb's daughter was Aksa. These were descendants of Caleb. The sons of Har, the firstborn of Ephratah, Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, Salma, the father of Bethlehem, and Hareph, the father of Beth Gadar. The descendants of Shobal, the father of Kiriath Jearim, were Haroe, the half Mahanites, and the clans of Kiriath Jearim. The Ithrites, Puthites, Shumathites, and Mishrites. From this descended the Zoratites and the Eshatoalites, the descendants of Salma, Bethlehem, the Netophites, Atroth Beth Joab, half the Mahanahites and Zorites, and the clans of scribes who lived at Jabez, the Tiratites, the Shimeatites, and the Sukathites. These are the Kenites who came from Hamath, the father of the house of Rechab, the sons of David. These were the sons of David born to him in Hebron. The first was Amnon, the son of Ahinoam and Jeril. The second, Daniel, the son of Abigail and Carmel. The third, Absalom, the son of Maacah, daughter of Talmai, king of Geshur. The fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith. The fifth, Shephatiah the son of Abital, and the sixth Ithream by his wife Eglah. These six were born to David in Hebron when he reigned 7 years and 6 months. David reigned in Jerusalem 33 years, and these were the children born to him there: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, and Solomon. These four were Bathsheba, daughter of Amiel. There were also Ibhar, Elishua, Eliphelet, Noga, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphelet, 9 in all. All these were the sons of David, besides his son by his concubines, and Tamar was their sister. The kings of Judah. Solomon's son was Rehoboam, Abijah his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son, Jehoram his son, Ahaziah his son, Joash his son, Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son, Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son, Ammon his son, Josiah his son. The sons of Josiah: Johanan the firstborn, Jehoiakim the secondborn, Zedekiah the third, Shalom the fourth. The successors of Jehoiakim: Jehoiakim his son Zedekiah. The royal line after the exile. The descendants of Jehoiakim the captive: Shealtiel his son, Malkiram, Pedaiah, Shenazar, Jechimiah, Hoshama, and Nedabiah. The sons of Pedaiah: Zerubbabel and Shimei. The sons of Zerubbabel: Meshullam and Hananiah. Shelothim was their sister. There were also 5 others: Hashubah, Ohil, Berechiah, Hasadiah, and Jushabihesed. The descendants of Hananiah: Pelatiah and Jeshahiah. And the sons of Rephaiah, of Arnan, of Obadiah, and of Shechaniah. The descendants of Shechaniah: Shemaiah and his sons, Hattush, Igal, Bariah, Neariah, and Shaphat, 6 in all. The sons of Neariah: Eloniah, Elonai, Hizkiah, and Azirkam, 3 in all. The sons of Elonai: Hadoviah, Eliashib, Pelaiah, Akub, Johanan, Delilah, and Anani, 7 in all. 7 in all.
Chronicles, 1 Chronicles chapter 4. The descendants of Judah: Perez, Hezron, Kami, Hur, and Shobal. Reah, son of Shobal, was the father of Jahath, and Jahath the father of Haumai and Lahad. These were the clans of Zorathites. These were the sons of Etam: Jezreel, Isham, and Idbash. Their sister was named Hazeleponi. Penuel was the father of Gidod, and Ezel, the father of Husha. These were the descendants of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrahathan, and the father of Bethlehem. Ashur, the father of Tekoa, had 2 wives, Helan and Nara. Nara bore him Hahuzam, Hefa, Temeni, and Hasharati. These were the descendants of Nara. The sons of Hela: Zereth, Zoha, Ithnan, and Koz, who was the father of Anub and Hazobeba, and the clans of Hazahel, son of Harum. Jabez was more honorable than his brothers. His mother had named him Jabez, saying, I gave birth to him in pain. Jabez cried out to the to the God of Israel, "Oh, that you would bless me and enlarge my territory. Let your hand be with me and keep me from harm, so that I will be free from pain." And God granted his request. Caleb, Shuha's brother, was the father of Mehir, who was the father of Ishton. Ishton was the father of Beth, Rapha, Pasea, and Tehina, the father of Ir Nahash. These were the men of Reka. The sons of Kenaz, Othniel, and Sarai, the son of Othniel, Hathat, and Menothai. Menothai was the father of Oprah. Seraiah was the father of Joab, the father of Herashim. It was called this because its people were craftsmen. The sons of Caleb, of Jephunen, Iru, Ela, Naam. The sons of Ela, Kenaz. The sons of Jehalelel, Ziph, Zipha, Tiria, and Azarel. The sons of Ezra, Jather, Mered, Ephah, and Jalon. One of Mered's wives gave birth to Miriam. Shammai, Ishbaha, the father of Ethernomoa. His Judean wife gave birth to Jared, the father of Jiddo. Heber, the father of Soko, and Jekuthiniel, the father of Zanoah. These were the children of Pharaoh's daughter, Bithian, whom Mered had married. The sons of Hodiah's wife, the sister of Naham, the father of Keilah, and Garmite, and Eshtemoa, the Makathai. The sons of Shimon, Ammon, Rina, Ben-Han, and Tilon. The descendants of Ishi, Zoheth, and Ben-Zoeth. The sons of Shelah, son of Judah, the father of Leka, Lada, the father of Maresha, and the clans of the linen workers at Beth Ashbea. Joachim, the men of Kozeba, and Joash and Saraph, whom ruled Moab, and Jashubi, Lehem. These records are from ancient times. They were the potters who lived at the Netaim and Gedera. They stayed there and worked for the king. The descendants of Simeon, Nemuel, Jamin, Jarib, Zerah, and Shaul. Shalom was Shaul's son, Mibsam his son, and Mishma his son. The descendants of Mishma, Hamuel his son, Zakur his son, Shimei his son. Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brothers did not have many children. So their entire clan did not become as numerous as the people of Judah. They lived in Beersheba, Molada, Hazar, Shuhal, Bilhah, Ezem, Tolad, Bethuel, Hormah, Ziklah, Beth Markatho, Hazar, Susim, Beth Biri, and Sharaim. These were their towns until the reign of David. The surrounding villages were Etam, Ain, Rimmon, Token, and Ashan, 5 towns, and all the villages around these towns as far as Baalath. These were their settlements, and they kept a geological record. Meshobab, Jamlech, Joshash, son of Amaziah, Joel, Jehu, son of Joshibiah, and the son of Seraiah, the son of Isel, and Elonai, Jacobah, Jeshohabai, Isaiah, Adela, Jesiemel, Beniah, and Ziza, son of Shifi, the son of Alon, the son of Jediah, the son of Shimri, the son of Shemaiah. The men listed above by name were leaders of their clans. Their families increased greatly, and they went to the outskirts of Jiddo, to the east of the valley, in search of pasture for their flocks. They found rich, good pasture, and the land was spacious, peaceful, and quiet. Some Hamites had lived there formerly. The men whose names were listed came in the days of Hezekiah, the king of Judah. They attacked the Hamites in their dwellings, and also the Meunites who were there, and completely destroyed them, as it is evident to this day. Then they settled in their place. Then they settled in their place, because there was pasture for their flocks. And 500 of these Semonites, led by Pelatiah, Neriah, Rephaniah, and Uzel, the sons of Ishi, invaded the hill country of Seir. They killed the remaining Amalekites who had escaped, and they have lived there to this day.
First Chronicles 5. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. He was the firstborn, but when he defiled his father's marriage bed, his rights as firstborn were given to the sons of Joseph, son of Israel. So he could not be listed in the genealogical record of accordance with his birthright. And although Judah was the strongest of his brothers and a ruler came from him, the rights of the firstborn belonged to Joseph. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The descendants of Joel, Shemaiah his son, Gog his son, Shimei his son, Micah his son, Rehiah his son, Baal his son, and Berah his son, whom Tilgath-Pilesa, king of Assyria, took to exile. Bera was a leader of the Reubenites, their relatives by clans listed according to their genealogical records: Jael the chief, Zechariah and Bela son of Azaz, the son of Shema, the son of Joel. They settled in the area from Aroer to Nebo and Baal-Meon. To the east, they occupied the land up to the edge of the desert that extends to the Euphrates River, because the livestock had increased in Gilead. During Saul's reign, they waged war against Hagrites who were defeated at their hands. They occupied the dwellings of the Hagrites throughout the entire region east of Gayfield. The Gadites lived next to them in Bashan as far as Silka. Joel was the chief, Shapham the second, then Janai and Shaphat in Bashan. The relatives by families were Michael, Meshulam, Sheba, Jerai, Jechan, Ziah, and Eber, 7 in all. These were the sons of Abi-Hil, son of Huri, the sons of Jeruah, the sons of Gilad, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshashia, the son of Jahdo, the son of Baz. Ahi, the son of Abdel, the son of Guni, was the head of their family. The Gadites lived in Gilead, in Bashan and its outlying villages, and on the pasture lands of Sharon as far as they extended. All these were entered in the genealogical records during the reigns of Jotham, king of Judah, and Jeroboam, king of Israel. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh had 44,760 men ready for military service, able-bodied men who could handle a shield and a sword, who could use a bow, and who were trained for battle. They waged war against the Hagrites, Jether, Naphish, and Nodab. They were helped in fighting them, and God handed the Hagrites all their allies over to them, because they cried out to him during the battles. He answered their prayers because they trusted him. They seized the livestock of the Hagrites, 50,000 camels, 250,000 sheep, and also 2,000 donkeys. They also took 100,000 people captive, and many others fell slain because the battle was God's, and they occupied the land until the exile. The people of the half-tribe of Manasseh were numerous. They settled in the land from Bashan to Baal-Hamon, that is, to Senir, Mount Hermon. These were the heads of their families: Ephah, Ishi, Eliel, Azariel, Jeremiah, Hodaviah, and Jahdel. They were brave warriors, famous men, and heads of their families, but they were unfaithful to the God of their fathers and prostituted themselves to the gods of the people of the lands, whom God had destroyed before. So the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, that is Peltier, king of Assyria, who took the Reubenites, the Gadites, and half-tribe of Manasseh to exile. He took them to Halahaba, Hara, and the river of Gozan, where they are to this day.
First Chronicles chapter 6. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, the son of Kohath. Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziah, the children of Amram. Aaron, Moses, and Miriam, the sons of Aaron. Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, Ithmar. Eleazar was the father of Phinehas, Phinehas the father of Abishau, Abishau the father of Buki, Buki the father of Uzi, Uzi the father of Zerahiah, Zerahiah the father of Meraioth, Meraioth the father of Amariah, Amariah the father of Ahitub, Ahitub the father of Zadok, Zadok the father of Ahimaaz, Ahimaaz the father of Azariah, Azariah the father of Johanan, Johanan the father of Azariah. It was he who served as priest in the temple Solomon built in Jerusalem. Azariah the father of Amariah, Amariah the father of Ahitub, Ahitub the father of Zadok, Zadok the father of Shallum, Shallum the father of Hilkiah, Hilkiah the father of Azariah, Azariah the father of Seraiah, Seraiah the father of Jehozadak. Jehozadak was deported when the Lord sent Judah and Jerusalem into exile by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These are the names of the sons of Gershon, Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The sons of Merari, Mahli, Mushi. These are the clans of the Levites listed according to their fathers. Of Gershon, Libni his father, Jahath his son, Zimah his son, Joah his son, Edo his son, Zerah his son, and Jerei his son. The descendant of Kohath, Aminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, Elkanah his son, Ebiasaph his son, Asi his son, Tahath his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son. The descendant of Elkanah, Amasai, Ahimoth, Elkanah his son, Zophai his son, Nahath his son, Eliab his son, Jeroham his son, Elkanah his son, and Samuel his son. The son of Samuel, Joel the firstborn, and Abijah the second son. The descendants of Merari, Mahal, Libni his son, Shimei his son, Uzzah his son, Shimea his son, Haggai his son, and Isaiah his son. These are the men David put in charge of the music in the house of the Lord after the ark came to rest there. They ministered with music before the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, until Solomon built the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem. They performed their duties according to the regulation laid down to them. Here are the men who served together with their sons. From the Kohathites, Hema, the musician, the son of Joel, son Samuel, the son of Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliel, the son of Toa, the son of Zaph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai, the son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah, the son of Tahath, the son of Asi, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel, and Haman's associates Asaph, who served at his right hand, Asaph, son of Berechiah, the son of Shimeah, the son of Michael, the son of Baaseiah, the son of Melchijah, the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Ethan, the son of Zimah, the son of Shimei, the son of Jahath, the son of Gershon, the son of Levi, and from their associates, the Meralites at his left hand, Ethan, son of Kish, the son of Abdi, the son of Maluch, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Amzi, the son of Bani, the son of Shemeh, the son of Mahli, the son of Mush, the son of Merali, the son of Levi. Their fellow Levites were assigned to all the other duties of the tabernacle, the house of God, but Aaron and his descendants were the ones who presented offerings on the altar of burnt offering and on the altar of incense in connection with all that was done in the most holy place, making atonement for Israel in accordance with all that Moses, the servant of God, had commanded. These were the descendants of Aaron: Eleazar his son, Phinehas his son, Abishua his son, Buki his son, Uzi his son, Zerahiah his son, Maroith his son, Amariah his son, Ahitub his son, Zadok his son, and Ahimaaz his son. These were the locations of their settlement allotted to their territory. They were assigned to the descendants of Aaron, who were from the Korite clan, because the first lot was for them. They were given Hebron in Judah with its surrounding pasture land, but the fields and villages around the city were given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh. So the descendants of Aaron were given Hebron, a city of refuge, and Libnah, Jittah, Eshtemoa, Helen, Debir, Ashan, Juttah, and Beth-Shemesh, together with their pasture land. And from the tribe of Benjamin they were given Gibeon, Geba, Alemeth, and Anathoth, together with their pasture land. These towns, which were distributed among the Kohathites clan, were 13 in all. The rest of Kohath's descendants were allotted 10 towns from the clan of half the tribe of Manasseh. The descendants of Geshur, clan by clan, were allotted 13 towns from the tribe of Issachar, Asher, and Naphtali, and from the part of the tribe of Manasseh, that is Bashan. The descendants of Merari, clan by clan, were allotted 12 towns from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the Israelites gave the Levites these towns and their pasture lands. From the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin, they allotted the previously named town. Some of the Kohathites clans were given as their territory towns from the tribe of Ephraim. In the hill country of Ephraim, they were given Shemesh, a city of refuge, and Gezer, Jokmeah, Beth Horon, Aijalon, and Gath Rimmon, together with their pasture land. And from half the tribe of Manasseh, the Israelites gave Anah and Belim, together with their pasture land, to the rest of the Kohathites clan. The Gershonites received the following. From the clan of the half tribe of Manasseh, they received Golan in Bashan and also Ashtaroth, together with their pasture land. From the tribe of Issachar, they received Kadesh, Dabereth, Ramoth, and Anem, together with their pasture land. From the tribe of Asher, they received Mashal, Abdon, Hakok, and Rehob, together with their pasture land. And from the tribe of Naphtali, they received Kadesh in Galilee, Hamon in Kiriathaim, together with their pasture land. The Merarites, the rest of the Levites, received the following. From the tribe of Zebulun, they received Jokneah, Kata, Rimono, and Tabor, together with their pasture land. From the tribe of Reuben, across the Jordan, east of Jericho, they received Bezer in the desert of Jazer, Kedemoth, and Mephath, together with their pasture land. And from the tribe of Gad, they received Ramoth in Gilead, Mahanaim, Heshbon, and Jazer, together with their pasture land. 1 Chronicles chapter 7. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Pua, Jashab, and Shimron, 4 in all. The sons of Tola, Uzi, Rephaiah, Jeriel, Jahamai, Ibsa, and Samuel, heads of their family during the reign of David. The descendants of Tola, listed as fighting men in their genealogy, numbered 22,600. The son of Uzi is Rahia. The sons of Israel, Michael, Obadiah, Joel, and Ishia. All 5 of them were chiefs. According to their family genealogy, they had 36,000 men ready for battle, for they had many wives and children. The relatives were fighting men belonging to all the clans of Issachar, as listed in their genealogy, were 87,000 in all. 3 sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becca, and Jediel. The son of Bela, Esbon, Uzi, Uziel, Jerimoth, and Ir, heads of families, 5 in all. Their genealogy record listed 22,034 fighting men. The sons of Becca, Zimira, Joash, Eliezer, Elioenai, Omri, Jeremoth, Abijah, Anathoth, and Alemeth. All these were the sons of Becca. Their genealogy record listed the heads of families and 20,200 fighting men. The son of Jadiel, Bilhan. The sons of Bilhan, Josh, Benjamin, Ehud, Kenana, Zethar, Tarshish, and Aisha. All these sons of Jadiel were heads of families. There were 17,200 fighting men ready to go out to war. The Shaphites and Happites were descendants of Ir, and the Hashites the descendants of Asher. The sons of Naphtali, Jahaziel, Gani, Jezer, Shilem, and the descendants of Bilhah. The descendants of Manasseh, Asriel were his descendants, Through his Armenian concubine, she gave birth to Machir, the father of Gilead. Machir took a wife from among the Harpites and Shaphites. His sister's name was Maacah. Another descendant was named Zelophehad, who had only daughters. Machir's wife Maacah gave birth to a son and named him Peresh. His brother was named Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Rakem. The son of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead, son of Machir, the son of Manasseh. His sister Moleketh gave birth to Ishod, Abiezer, and Mahlah. The son of Shemida were Ahian, Shechem, Liki, and Aniam. The descendants of Ephraim, Shadelah, Bered his son, Tahath his son, Eliad his son, Tahath his son, Zabad his son, and Shadelam his son. Ezer and Elid were killed by the native-born men of Gath when they went down to seize their livestock. Their father Ephraim mourned for them many days, and his relatives came to comfort him. Then he lay with his wife again, and she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. He named him Beriah because there had been misfortune in his family. His daughter was Shearah, who built Lower and Upper Beth Horon, as well as Uzen Shearah. Repha was his son, Resheph his son, Telah his son, Taha his son, Ladan his son, Amihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, and Joshua his son. Their land and settlement included Bethel in its surrounding villages, Naaran to the east, Gezer and its villages to the west, and Shechem and its villages all the way to Aya and its villages. Along the borders of Manasseh were Bethshan, Taanach, Megiddo, and Dor, together with their villages. The descendants of Joseph, son of Israel, lived in these towns. The sons of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sarah. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Malchiah, who were the father of Birzaith. Heber was the father of Japhlet. Shomer the Hotham, and of their sister Shua, the son of Japhlet, Pasach, Bimhal, and Ashvath. These were Japhlet's sons. The son of Shomer, Ahi, Rohgah, Ubha, and Aram. The son of his brother Helem, Zophar, Imnah, Shelesh, and Amal. The son of Zophar, Sua, Hanephe, Shual, Beri, Imbraha, Bezer, Hod, Shama, Shilsha, Ithra, and Beer. The son of Jetha, Jephune, Pisha, and Era. The sons of Ula, Ara, Haniel, and Rizia. All these were descendants of Asher, heads of families, choice men, brave warriors, and outstanding leaders. The number of men ready for battle, as listed in their genealogy, was 26,000. First Chronicles chapter 8. Benjamin was the father of Bela, his firstborn, Hashbel, the second son, Aharon, the third, Nohar, the fourth, and Rapha, the fifth. The sons of Bela were Ada, Gera, Abihud, Abishau, Naaman, Ahoha, Gera, Shephupan, and Haram. These were the descendants of Ehud, who were heads of families of those living in Geba and were deported to Manahath. Naama, Ahijah, and Gera, who deported them, and who was the father of Uzzah and Ahud. Sons were born to Shaharaim in Moab after he had divorced his wife Hashim and Bara. By his wife Hodesh, he had Jobab, Zibiah, Mesha, Malcham, Jeuz, Sakia, and Mirma. These were his sons, heads of families. By Hushim, he had Abitab and Elpal. The sons of Elpal, Eba, Misham, Shemed, who built Ono and Lod with its surrounding villages, and Beriah and Shema, who were heads of families of those living in Aijalon, and who drove out inhabitants of Gath. Ahio, Shashak, Jeremoth, Zebadiah, Arad, Ede, Michal, Ishpah, and Joha were sons of Beriah. Zebadiah, Meshulam, Hizki, Heber, Ishmarai, Islahi, and Jobab were the sons of Ilpah. Jachim, Zikri, Zabdi, Elianai, Zilethai, Eliai, Adaiah, Beriah, the Shimrath were the sons of Shimei. Ishpan, Eber, Eliel, Abdon, Zechri, Hanan, Hananiah, Elam, Athothijah, Ifdiah, and Penuel were the son of Shashak. Shamsherai and Sheharai, Athaliah, Jareshia, Elijah, and Zikri were the sons of Jeroham. All these were heads of families, chiefs as listed in their genealogy, and they lived in Jerusalem. Jeriel, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife's name was Maacah, and his firstborn son was Abdon, followed by Zar, Kish, Bar, Ne, Nadab, Gedor, and Ahio, Zekah, and Mikloth, who was the father of Shimeah. They too lived near their relatives in Jerusalem. Ner was the father of Kish, Kish the father of Saul, and Saul the father of Jonathan. Malchishua, Abinadab, and Eshbal. The sons of Jonathan, Meribah, who was the father of Micah. the son of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tarea, and Ahaz. Ahaz was the father of Jehoiada. Jehoiada was the father of Alemeth, Azmaveth, and Zimri. And Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Benia. Rapha was his son. Eliezer his son, and Ezel his son. Ezel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Azrikam, Bokeru, Ishmael, Sheariah, Obadiah, and Hanan. All these were the sons of Ezel. The sons of his brother Eshek: Ulam, his firstborn; Joash, the second, son of Eliphelet, the third. The sons of Ulam were brave warriors who could handle the bow. They had many sons and grandsons, 150 in all. All these were the descendants of Benjamin.
First Chronicles chapter 9. All Israel was listed in the genealogies recorded in the book of the kings of Israel. The people of Judah were taken captive to Babylon because of their unfaithfulness. Now the first to resettle on their own property in their own towns were some Israelites, priests, Levites, and temple servants. Those from Judah, from Benjamin, and from Ephraim and Manasseh who lived in Jerusalem were Uthai, son of Amihud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, a descendant of Perez, son of Judah. Of the Shilonites, Asaiah, the firstborn, and his sons. Of the Zerahites, Joel. The people from Judah numbered 690. Of the Benjamites, Salu, son of Meshulam, the son of Hodaviah, the son of Hassanua. Ibneiah, son of Jeroham, Ela, son of Uzi, the son of Mikri, and Meshulam, son of Shephatiah, the son of Ruel, the son of Ibnijah. The people from Benjamin, as listed in their genealogy, numbered 956. All these men were heads of their families. Of the priests, Jedaiah, Jehoiarib, Jachin, Azariah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshulam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meraioth, the son of Ahitub, the official in charge of the house of God. Adaiah, son of Jeroham, the son of Pashur, the son of Malkijah, and Masai, son of Adiel, the son of Jazerah, the son of Meshulam, the son of Meshilemith, the son of Immer. The priests who were heads of families numbered 1,760. They were able men responsible for ministering in the house of God. Of the Levites, Shemaiah, son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, a Merarite. Bakbaka, Heresh, Galal, and Mataniah, son of Micah, the son of Zikri, the son of Asaph. Obadiah, son of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah, sons of Asa, the son of Elkanah, who lived in the villages of the Netophathites. The gatekeepers, Shalom, Akub, Talmon, Ahiman, and their brothers, Shalom, their chief, being stationed at the king's gate on the east up to the present time. These were the gatekeepers belonging to the camp of the Levites. Shalom, son of Kor, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Korah, and his fellow gatekeepers from his family, the Korahites, were responsible for guarding the thresholds of the tent, just as their fathers had been responsible for guarding the entrance to the dwelling of the Lord. In earlier times, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, was in charge of the gatekeepers, and the Lord was with him. Zechariah, son of Meshelemiah, was the gatekeeper at the entrance to the tent of meeting. Altogether, those chosen to be gatekeepers at the thresholds numbered 212. They were registered by genealogy in their villages. The gatekeepers had been assigned to their positions of trust by David and Samuel the seer. They and their descendants were in charge of guarding the gates of the house of the Lord, the house called the tent. The gatekeepers were on the 4 sides, east, west, north, and south. Their brothers in their villages, had to come from time to time and share their duties for 7-day periods. But the 4 principal gatekeepers, who are Levites, were entrusted with the responsibility for the rooms and treasuries in the house of God. They would spend the night stationed around the house of God because they had to guard it, and they had charge of the key for opening it each morning. Some of them were in charge of the articles used in the temple service. They counted them when they were brought in and when they were taken out. Others were assigned to take care of the furnishings and all the other articles of the sanctuary, as well as the flour and wine and the oil, incense and spices. But some of the priests took care of mixing the spices. A Levite named Mattithiah, the firstborn son of Shallum, the Korahite, was entrusted with the responsibility for baking the offering bread. Some of their Kohathite brothers were in charge of preparing for every Sabbath the bread set out on the table. Those who were musicians, heads of Levite families, stayed in the rooms of the temple and were exempt from other duties because they were responsible for the work day and night. All these were heads of Levite families, chiefs as listed in their genealogy, and they lived in Jerusalem. The genealogy of Saul. Jael, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife's name was Maacah, and his firstborn son was Abdon, followed by Zur, Kish, Baal, Ner, Nadab, Gedor, Ahio, Zechariah, and Mikloth. Mikloth was the father of Shimeam. They too lived near their relatives in Jerusalem. Ner was the father of Kish, Kish the father of Saul, and Saul the father of Jonathan, Makishua, Abinadab, and Eshbal. The son of Jonathan, Meribal, who was the father of Micah. The sons of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tareah, and Ahaz. Ahaz was the father of Jedah. Jedah was the father of Alemeth, Azmapheth, and Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Binea. Rephaiah was his son, Eleazar his son, and Azel his son. Israel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Azrikam, Bokeru, Ishmael, Sheriah, Obadiah, and Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. Now, the 1 Chronicles chapter 10. Now the Philistines fought against Israel. The Israelites fled before them, and many fell slain on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines pressed hard after Saul and his sons, and they killed his sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. The fighting grew fierce around Saul, and when the archers overtook him, they wounded him. Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and run me through, or these uncircumcised fellows will come and abuse me." But his armor-bearer was terrified and would not do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell on his sword and died. So Saul and his 3 sons died, and all his house died together. When all the Israelites in the valley saw that the army had fled and that Saul and his sons had died, they abandoned their towns and fled, and the Philistines came and occupied them. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They stripped him and took his head and his armor and sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to proclaim the news among their idols and their people. They put his armor in the temple of their gods and hung up his head in the temple of Dagon. When all the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead heard of everything the Philistines had done to Saul, all their valiant men went and took the bodies of Saul and his sons and brought them to Jabesh. Then they buried their bones under the great tree in Jabesh, and they fasted 7 days. Saul died because he was unfaithful to the Lord. He did not keep the word of the Lord, and even consulted a medium for guidance, and did not inquire of the Lord. So the Lord put him to death and turned the kingdom over to David, son of Jesse. Chapter 11. All Israel came together to David at Hebron and said, "We are your own flesh and blood. In the past, even while Saul was king, you are the one who led Israel on their military campaigns. And the Lord your God said to you, 'You will shepherd my people Israel, and you will become their ruler.'" When all the elders of Israel had come to King David at Hebron, he made a compact with them at Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David king over Israel as the Lord had promised through Samuel. David and all the Israelites marched to Jerusalem, that is Jebus. The Jebusites who lived there said to David, "You will not get in here." Nevertheless, David captured the fortress of Zion, the city of David. David had said, "Whoever leads the attack on the Jebusites will become commander-in-chief." Joab, son of Zeruiah, went up first, and so he received the command. David then took up residence in the fortress, and so it was called the City of David. He built up the city around it, from the supporting terraces to the surrounding wall, while Joab restored the rest of the city. And David became more and more powerful, because the Lord Almighty was with him. These were the chiefs of David's mighty men. They, together with all Israel, gave his kingship strong support to extend it over the whole land as the Lord had promised. This is the list of David's mighty men. Jeshobim, a Hakmonite, was chief of the officers. He raised his spear against 300 men, whom he killed in one encounter. Next to him was Eleazar, son of Dodai, the Ahohite, one of the 3 mighty men. He was with David at Pas-Damim when the Philistines gathered there for battle. At a place where there was a field full of barley, the troops fled from the Philistines, but they took their stand in the middle of the field. They defended it and struck the Philistines down, and the Lord brought about a great victory. 3 of the 30 chiefs came down to David to the rock at the cave of Adullam, while a band of Philistines was encamped in the valley of Rephaim. At that time, David was in the stronghold, and the Philistine garrison was at Bethlehem. David longed for water and said, "Oh, that someone would get me a drink of water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem." So the 3 broke through the Philistine lines, drew water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem, and carried it back to David. But he refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out before the Lord. "God forbid that I should do this," he said. "Should I drink the blood of these men who went at the risk of their lives? Because they risked their lives to bring it back, David would not drink it." Such were the exploits of the 3 mighty men. Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of the 3. He raised his spear against 300 men, whom he killed, and so he became as famous as the 3. He was doubly honored above the 3 and became their commander, even though he was not included among them. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was a valiant fighter from Kabzeel, who performed great exploits. He struck down 2 of Moab's best men. He also went down into a pit on a snowy day and killed a lion. And he struck down an Egyptian who was 7.5 feet tall. Although the Egyptian had a spear like a weaver's rod in his hand, Benaiah went against him with a club. He snatched the spear from the Egyptian's hand and killed him with his own spear. Such were the exploits of Benaiah, son of Jehoiada. He too was as famous as the 3 mighty men. He was held in greater honor than any of the 30, but he was not included among the 3. And David put him in charge of his bodyguard. The mighty men were Asahel, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, son of Dodo from Bethlehem, Shamoth the Harorite, Helez the Pelonite, Ira, son of Ikesh from Tekoa, Abiezer from Anathoth, Sibekai the Hushathite, Eli the Ahohite, Maharai the Netophathite, Heled, son of Baana the Netophathite, Ithai, son of Ribai from Gibeah in Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite, Hurai from the ravines of Gash, Abiel the Abathite, Asmapheth the Baharunite, Eliabam the Shabonite, the sons of Hashem, the Gizonite, Jonathan, son of Shagi the Hararite, Ahiam, son of Saka the Hararite, Eliphal, son of Ur, Hefer the Mekerathite, Ahijah the Pelonite, Hezro the Carmelite, Narai, son of Ezbai, Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibam, son of Hagri, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Berothite, the armor-bearer of Joab, son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite, Uriah the Hittite, Zabad, son of Alai, Adina, son of Shiza the Reubenite, who was chief of the Reubenites, and the 30 with him, Hanan, son of Maacah, Joshaphat the Mithnite, Uzziah the Ashterathite, Shammah and Jael, the sons of Hotham the Arorite, Jediel, son of Shimri, his brother Joha the Tizite, Eliel the Mahavite, Jeribai and Joshaviah, the sons of Elnam, Ithma the Moabite, Eliel, Obed, Jasiel the Mesobite.
First Chronicles, chapter 12. These were the men who came to David at Ziklag while he was banished from the presence of Saul, son of Kish. They were among the warriors who helped him in battle. They were armed with bows and were able to shoot arrows or to sling stones, right-handed or left-handed. They were kinsmen of Saul from the tribe of Benjamin. Ahiezer, the chief, and Joash, the sons of Shema, the Gabbathite, Jazel, and Pelet, the sons of Azmaveth, Beraka, Jehu, Anathothite, and Ismaiah, the Gibeonite, a mighty man among the 30, who was the leader of the 30, Jeremiah, Jahaziel, Johanan, Jazabad, the Gederite, Eluzai, Jerimoth, Bilai, Shemariah, and Shephatiphah, and the Haruphite, Elkanah, Isaiah, Ezerel, Joezer, and Jasobim, and the Kohorites, and Joelah, and Zebadiah, the sons of Jeroham from Gedor. Some Gadites defected to David at his stronghold in the desert. They were brave warriors, ready to battle, and able to handle the shield and the spear. Their faces were the faces of lions, and they were as swift as gazelles in the mountain. Ezra was the chief, Obadiah the second in command, Eliab the third, Mishmana the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, Attai the sixth, Eliel the seventh, Johanan the eighth, Elizabad the ninth, Jeremiah the 10th, and Macbanai the 11th. These Gadites were army commanders. The least was a match for 100, and the greatest for 1,000. It was they who crossed the Jordan in the first month, when it was overflowing all of its banks. And they put to flight everyone living in the valleys, to the east and to the west. Other Benjamites and some men from Judah also came to David in his stronghold. David went out to meet them and said to them, "If you have come to me in peace to help me, I am ready to have you unite with me. But if you have come to betray me to my enemies, when my hands are free from violence, may the God of our fathers see it fit and judge you." Then the Spirit came upon Amasai, chief of the 30, and he said, "We are yours, O David. We are with you, O son of Jesse. Success, success to you, and success to those who help you, for your God will help you." So David received them and made them leaders in his raiding bands. Some of the men of Manasseh defected to David when he went to the Philistines to fight against Saul. He and his men did not help the Philistines because after consultation, their rulers sent him away. They said, "It will cost us our heads if he deserts to his master Saul." When David went to Ziklag, these were the men of Manasseh who defeated him: Adnah, Jozabad, Jadiel, Michael, Jozabad, Elihu, and Zilithai, leaders of units of 1,000 in Manasseh. They helped David against raiding bands, for all of them were brave warriors, and they were commanders in the army. Day after day, men came to help David until he had a great army. like the army of God. These are the numbers of the men armed for battle who came to David in Hebron to turn Saul's kingdom over to him. As the Lord had said, men of Judah carrying shield and spear, 6,800, armed for battle. Men of Simeon, warriors ready for battle, 7,100. Men of Levi, 4,600, including Jehoiada, leader of the family of Aaron, and 3,700 men. And Zadok, a brave warrior, with 12 officers from his family. Men of Benjamin, Saul's kinsmen, 3,000, most of whom had remained loyal to Saul's house until then. Men of Ephraim, brave warriors, famous in their own clans, 20,800. Men of the half-tribe of Manasseh, designated by name to come and make David king, 18,000. Men of Issachar, who understood the times and knew what Israel should do, 200 chiefs with their relatives under their command. Men of Zelabun, experienced soldiers prepared for battle with every type of weapon to help David with undivided loyalty, 50,000. Men of Naphtali, 1,000 officers together with 37,000 men carrying shields and spears. Men of Dan, ready for battle, 28,600. Men of Asher, experienced soldiers prepared for battle, 40,000. And from the east of the Jordan, men of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, armed with every type of weapon, 120,000. All these were fighting men who volunteered to serve in the ranks. They came to Hebron fully determined to make David king over Israel. All the rest of the Israelites were also of one mind to make David king. The men spent 3 days with David, eating, drinking, for their families had supplied provisions for them. Also, their neighbors from as far away as Issachar, Zebulun, and Naphtali came bringing food on donkeys, camels, mules, and oxen. There were plentiful supplies of flour, fig cakes, raisin cakes, wine, oil, cattle, sheep, for there was joy in Israel.
First Chronicles chapter 13. David conferred with each of his officers, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds. He then said to the whole assembly of Israel, if it seems good to you, and if it is the will of the Lord our God, let us send word far and wide to the rest of our brothers throughout the territories of Israel, and also to the priests and Levites who are with them in their towns and pasture lands to come and join us. Let us bring the ark of our God back to us, for we did not inquire of it during the reign of Saul. The whole assembly agreed to do this because it seemed right to all the people. So David assembled all the Israelites from the Shihor River in Egypt to Lebo Hamath to bring the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim. David and all the Israelites with him went to Baalah of Judah, Kiriath Jearim, to bring up from there the ark of the Lord God, who is enthroned between the cherubim, the ark that is called by the name. They moved the ark of God from Abinadab's house on a new cart, with Uzzah and Ahio guiding it. David and all the Israelites were celebrating with all their might before God, with songs and with harps, lyres, tambourines, cymbals, and trumpets. When they came to the threshing floor of Kiddo, Uzzah reached out his hand to steady the ark, because the oxen stumbled. The Lord's anger burned against Uzzah, and he struck him down because he had put his hand on the ark. So he died there before God. Then David was angry because the Lord's wrath had broken out against Uzzah, and to this day that place is called Perez Uzzah. David was afraid of God that day and asked, "How can I ever bring the ark of God to me?" He did not take the ark to be with him in the city of David. Instead, he took it aside to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. The ark of God remained with the family of Obed-Edom in his house for 3 months, and the Lord blessed his household and everything he had. Chapter 14. Now Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David, along with cedar logs, stone masons, and carpenters to build a palace for him. And David knew that the Lord had established him as a king over Israel, and that his kingdom had been highly exalted for the sake of his people Israel. In Jerusalem, David took more wives and became the father of more sons and daughters. These are the names of the children born to him there: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Elpelet, Noga, Nepheg, Japhia, Elishama, Beliada, and Eliphelet. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over all Israel, they went up in full force to search for him. But David heard about it and went out to meet them. Now the Philistines had come and raided the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of God, "Shall I go and attack the Philistines? Will you hand them over to me?" The Lord answered, "Go, I will hand them over to you." David and his men went up to Baal Perazim, and there he defeated them. He said, "As waters break out, God has broken out against my enemies by my hand." So that place was called Baal Perazim. The Philistines had abandoned their gods there, and David gave orders to burn them in the fire. Once more the Philistines raided the valley. So David inquired of God again, and God answered him, "Do not go straight up, but circle around them and attack them in front of the balsam trees. As soon as you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam trees, move out to battle, because that will mean God has gone out in front of you to strike the Philistines' army." So David did as God commanded him, and they struck down the Philistine army all the way from Gibeon to Gezer. So David's fame spread throughout every land, and the Lord made all nations fear him. Chapter 15. After David had constructed buildings for himself in the city of David, he prepared a place for the ark of God and pitched a tent for it. Then David said, "No one but the Levites may carry the ark of God, because the Lord chose them to carry the ark of the Lord and to minister before him forever." David assembled all Israel in Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the Lord to the place he had prepared for it. He called together the descendants of Aaron and the Levites. From the descendants of Kohath, Uriel the leader and 120 relatives. From the descendants of Merari, Asaiah the leader and 220 relatives. From the descendants of Gershon, Joel the leader and 130 relatives. From the descendants of Elizaphan, Shemaiah the leader and 200 relatives. From the descendants of Hebron, Eliel the leader and 80 relatives. From the descendants of Uzziel, Aminadab the leader and 112 relatives. Then David summoned Zadok and Abiathar the priests, and Uriel, Asaiah, Joel, Shemaiah, Eliel, and Aminadab the Levites. He said to them, "You are the heads of the Levitical families. You and your fellow Levites are to consecrate yourselves and bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel, to the place I have prepared for it. It was because you, the Levites, did not bring it up the first time that the Lord our God broke out in anger against us. We did not inquire of him about how to do it in the prescribed way. So the priests and Levites consecrated themselves in order to bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel. And the Levites carried the ark of God with the poles on their shoulders, as Moses had commanded in accordance with the word of the Lord. David told the leaders of the Levites to appoint their brothers as singers to sing joyful songs, accompanied by musical instruments, lyres, harps, and cymbals. So the Levites appointed Heman, son of Joel, from his brothers, Asaph, son of Berechiah, and from their brothers, the Merarites, Ethan, son of Cushiah, and with them their brothers next in rank, Zechariah, Jaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uni, Eliab, Benaiah, Messiah, Mattithiah, Eliphelehu, Mikneah, Obed-Edom, and Jael, the gatekeepers. The musicians, Heman, Asaph, and Ethan, were to sound the bronze cymbals. Zechariah, Aziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Uni, Eliab, Messiah, and Benian were to play the lyres according to Alamoth, and Mattithiah, Eliphelehu, Mikneah, Obed-Edom, Jael, and Azaziah were to play the harps, directing according to Shemimith. Kenaniah, the head of Levite, was in charge of the singing. That was his responsibility because he was skillful at it. Berechiah and Elkanah were to be doorkeepers for the ark. Shebaniah, Joshaphat, Nathaniel, Amasai, Zechariah, Benaiah, and Eleazar, the priests, were to blow trumpets before the ark of God. Obed-Edom and Jehiah were also to be doorkeepers for the ark. So David and the elders of Israel and the commanders of units of 1,000 went to bring up the ark of the covenant of the Lord from the house of Obed-Edom with rejoicing, because God had helped the Levites who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord. 7 bulls and 7 rams were sacrificed. Now David was clothed in a robe of fine linen, as were all the Levites who were carrying the ark, and as were the singers, and Kenaniah, who was in charge of the singing of the choirs. David also wore a linen ephod. So all Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of the Lord with shouts, with the sounding of rams, horns, and trumpets, and of cymbals, and the playing of lyres and harps. As the ark of the covenant of the Lord was entering the city of David, Michal, daughter of Saul, watched from a window. And when she saw King David dancing and celebrating, she despised him in her heart.
First Chronicles chapter 16. They brought the ark of God and set it inside the tent that David had pitched for it. And they presented burnt offerings and fellowship offerings before God. After David had finished sacrificing the burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord. Then he gave a loaf of bread, a cake of dates, and a cake of raisins to each Israelite, man and woman. He appointed some of the Levites to minister before the ark of the Lord, to make petition, to give thanks, and to praise the Lord, the God of Israel. Asaph was the chief, Zechariah second, then Jael, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Mattithiah, Eliab, Benaiah, Obed-Edom, and Jael. They were to play the lyres and harps. Asaph was to sound the cymbals, and Benaiah and Jahaziel, the priests, were to blow the trumpets regularly before the ark of the covenant of God. That day David first committed to Asaph and his associates this psalm of thanks to the Lord. Give thanks to the Lord, call on his name, make known among the nations what he has done. Sing to him, sing praise to him. Tell of all his wonderful acts, glory in his holy name. Let the hearts of those who seek the Lord rejoice. Look to the Lord and his strength. Seek his face always. Remember the wonders he has done, his miracles and the judgments he pronounced. O descendants of Israel, his servant, O sons of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is the Lord our God. His judgments are in all the earth. He remembers his covenant forever, the word he commanded for 1,000 generations, the covenant he made with Abraham, the oath he swore to Isaac. He confirmed it to Jacob as a decree, to Israel as an everlasting covenant. To you I will give the land of Canaan as the portion you will inherit. When they were but few in number, few indeed, and strangers in it, they wandered from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another. He allowed no man to oppress them. For their sake he rebuked kings. Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm. Sing to the Lord, all the earth. Proclaim his salvation day after day. Declare his glory among the nations, his marvelous deeds among all peoples. For great is the Lord and most worthy of praise. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the God made the heavens. Splendor and majesty are before him, strength and joy in his dwelling place. Ascribe to the Lord, all families of nations. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord the glory due his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the splendor of his holiness. Tremble before him, all the earth. The world is firmly established. It cannot be moved. Let the heavens rejoice. Let the earth be glad. Let them say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Let the sea resound and all that is in it. Let the fields be jubilant and everything in them. Then the trees of the forest will sing. They will sing for joy before the Lord. For he comes to judge the earth. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever. Cry out, save us, O God, our Savior. Gather us and deliver us from the nations, that we may give thanks to you, to your holy name, that we may glory in your praise. Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Then all the people said, Amen, and praise the Lord. David left Asaph and his associates before the ark of the covenant of the Lord to minister there regularly according to each day's requirements. He also left Obed-Edom and his 68 associates to minister with them. Obed-Edom, son of Jeduthun, and also Hosah were gatekeepers. David left Zadok the priest and his fellow priests before the tabernacle of the Lord at the high place in Gibeon to present burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of burnt offering regularly, morning and evening, in accordance with everything written in the law of the Lord, which he had given Israel. With them were Heman and Jeduthun, and the rest of those chosen and designated by name to give thanks to the Lord, for his love endures forever. Heman and Jeduthun were responsible for the sounding of the trumpets and cymbals, and for the playing of the other instruments for sacred song. The sons of Jeduthun were stationed at the gate. Then all the people left, each for his own home, and David returned home to bless his family. Chapter 17. After David was settled in his palace, he said to Nathan the prophet, Here I am, living in a palace of cedar, while the ark of the covenant of the Lord is under a tent. Nathan replied to David, Whatever you have in mind, do it, for God is with you. That night the word of God came to Nathan, saying, Go and tell my servant David, this is what the Lord says. You are not the one to build me a house to dwell in. I have not dwelt in a house from the day I brought Israel up out of Egypt to this day. I have moved from one tent site to another, from one dwelling place to another. Wherever I have moved with all the Israelites, did I ever say to any of their leaders, whom I commanded to shepherd my people, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? Now then, tell my servant David, this is what the Lord Almighty says. I took you from the pasture and from following the flock to be ruler over my people Israel. I have been with you wherever you have gone, and I have cut off all your enemies from before you. Now I will make your name like the names of the greatest men of the earth, and I will provide a place for my people Israel, and will plant them so that they can have a home of their own and no longer be disturbed. Wicked people will not oppress them anymore, as they did at the beginning, and have done ever since the time I appointed leaders over my people Israel. I will also subdue all your enemies. I declare to you that the Lord will build a house for you. When your days are over and you go to be with your fathers, I will raise up your offspring to succeed you, one of your own sons, and I will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for me, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. I will never take my love away from him, as I took it away from your predecessor. I will set him over my house and my kingdom forever. His throne will be established forever. Nathan reported to David all the words of this entire revelation. Then King David went in and sat before the Lord, and he said, "Who am I, Lord? O Lord God, what is my family, that you have brought me this far? And as if this were not enough in your sight, O God, you have spoken about the future of the house of your servant. You have looked on me as though I were the most exalted of men, O Lord God. What more can David say to you for honoring your servant? For you know your servant, O Lord, for the sake of your servant and according to your will, you have done this great thing and made known all these great promises. There is no one like you, O Lord, and there is no God but you, as we have heard with our own eyes, our own ears. And who is like your people Israel, the one nation on earth whose God went out to redeem a people for himself, and to make a name for yourself, and to perform great and awesome wonders by driving out nations from before your people, whom you redeemed from Egypt. You made your people Israel your very own forever, and you, O Lord, have become their God. And now, Lord, let the promise you have made concerning your servant and his house be established forever. Do as you promised, so that it will be established, and that your name will be great forever. Then men will say, the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, is Israel's God. And the house of your servant David will be established before you. You, my God, have revealed to your servant that you will build a house for him. So your servant has found courage to pray to you. O Lord, you are God. You have promised these good things to your servant. Now you have pleased to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever in your sight. For you, O Lord, have blessed it, and it will be blessed forever. Chapter 18. In the course of time, David defeated the Philistines and subdued them, and he took Gath and its surrounding villages from the control of the Philistines. David also defeated the Moabites, and they became subject to him and brought tribute. Moreover, David fought Hadadezer, king of Zobah, as far as Hamath, when he went to establish his control along the Euphrates River. David captured 1,000 of his chariots, 7,000 charioteers, and 20,000 foot soldiers. He hamstrung all but 100 of the chariot horses. When the Arameans of Damascus came to help Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 of them. He put garrisons in the Aramean kingdom of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to him and brought tribute. The Lord gave David victory everywhere he went. David took the gold shields carried by the officers of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem from Tabor and Kun, towns that belonged to Hadadezer. David took a great quantity of bronze, which Solomon used to make the bronze sea, the pillars and various bronze articles. When Tou, king of Hamath, heard that David had defeated the entire army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, he sent his son Hadoram to King David to greet him and congratulate him on his victory in battle over Hadadezer, who had been at war with Tou. Hadoram brought all kinds of articles of gold and silver and bronze. King David dedicated these articles to the Lord, as he had done with the silver and gold he had taken from all these nations, Edom and Moab, the Ammonites and the Philistines, and Amalek. Abishai, son of Zeruiah, struck down 18,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt. He put garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites became subject to David. The Lord gave David victory everywhere he went. David reigned over all Israel, doing what was just and right for all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Shavsha was secretary. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kererites and Pelethites, and David's sons were chief officials at the king's side. Chapter 19. In the course of time, Nahash, king of Ammonites, died, and his son succeeded him as king. David thought, I will show kindness to Hanun, son of Nahash, because his father showed kindness to me. So David sent a delegation to express his sympathy to Hanun concerning his father. When David's men came to Hanun in the land of the Ammonites to express sympathy to him, the Ammonite nobles said to Hanun, do you think David is honoring your father by sending men to you to express sympathy? Haven't his men come to you to explore and spy out the country and overthrow it? So Hanun seized David's men, shaved them, cut off their garments in the middle at the buttocks, and sent them away. When someone came and told David about the men, he sent messengers to meet them, for they were greatly humiliated. The king said, stay at Jericho till your beards have grown, and then come back. When the Ammonites realized that they had become a stench in David's nostrils, Hanun and the Ammonites sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire chariots and charioteers from Aram, Naharaim, Aram, Makkah, and Zobah. They hired 32,000 chariots and charioteers, as well as the king of Makkah with his troops, who came and camped near Medeba, while the Ammonites were mustered from their towns and moved out for battle. On hearing this, David sent Joab out with the entire army of fighting men. The Ammonites came out and drew up in battle formation at the entrance to their city, while the kings who had come were by themselves in the open country. Joab saw that there were battle lines in front of him and behind him. So he selected some of the best troops in Israel and deployed them against the Arameans. He put the rest of the men under the command of Abishai, his brother, and they were deployed against the Ammonites. Joab said, if the Arameans are too strong for me, then you are to rescue me. But if the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will rescue you. Be strong and let us fight bravely for our people and the cities of our God. The Lord will do what is good in his sight. Then Joab and the troops with him advanced to fight the Arameans, and they fled before him. When the Ammonites saw that the Arameans were fleeing, they too fled before his brother Abishai and went inside the city. So Joab went back to Jerusalem. After the Arameans saw that they had been routed by Israel, they sent messengers and had Arameans brought from beyond the river, with Shophach, the commander of Hadadezer's army, leading them. When David was told of this, he gathered all Israel and crossed the Jordan. He advanced against them and formed his battle lines opposite them. David formed his lines to meet the Arameans in battle, and they fought against him. But they fled before Israel, and David killed 7,000 of their charioteers and 40,000 of their foot soldiers. He also killed Shophach, the commander of their army. When the vassals of Hadadezer saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they made peace with David and became subject to him. So the Arameans were not willing to help the Ammonites anymore.
First Chronicles chapter 20, the Bible says, in the spring, at the time when the king go off to the war, Joab led out the armed forces. He laid waste the land of Ammonites and went to Rabbah and besieged it. But David remained in Jerusalem. Joab attacked Rabbah and left it in ruins. David took the crown from the head of their king. Its weight was found to be a talent of gold, and it was set with precious stone, and it was placed on David's head. He took a great quantity of plunder from the city and brought out the people who were there, consigning them to labor with saw and with the iron pick of axes. David did this to all the Ammonite towns. Then David and his entire army returned to Jerusalem, war with Philistines. In the course of time, war broke out with the Philistines at Gaza. At that time, Sibbecai the Hushathite killed Sippai, one of the descendants of the Raphites, and the Philistines were subjugated. In another battle with the Philistines, Elhanan, son of Jair, killed Lalmi, the brother of Goliath, and the Gittite, who had a spear with a shaft like a weave rod. In still another battle which took place at Gath, there was huge with Mark's fingers, on each finger a 6 toe on each foot, 24 in all. This also descended from Rapha. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of Shemaiah, David's brother, killed him. These were descendants of Rapha in Gath, and they fell at the hand of David and his men. David numbered the fighting men. Satan rose up against Israel and incited David to take a census of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commander of the troop, "Go and count the Israelites from Beersheba to Dan. Then report back to me so that I may know how many they are." But Joab replied, "May the Lord multiply his troops 100 times over. My Lord King, are they not all my Lord's subjects? May the Lord multiply his troops 100 times. My Lord the King, are they not all my Lord's subjects? Why does my Lord want to do this? Why should he bring guilt on Israel?" The king's word, however, overruled Joab. So Joab left and went throughout Israel and then came back to Jerusalem. Joab reported the number of the fighting men to David. In all Israel there were 1,100,000 men who could handle a sword, including 470,000 in Judah. But Joab did not include Levi and Benjamin in the numbering because the king's command was repulsive to him. This command was also evil in the sight of God, so he punished Israel. Then David said to God, "I have sinned greatly by doing this. Now I beg you to take away the guilt of your servant. I have done a very foolish thing." The Lord said to Gad, David's seer, "Go and tell David, this is what the Lord says. I'm giving you 3 options. Choose one of them for me to carry out against you. Go." So Gad went to David and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. Take your choice, 3 years of famine, 3 months of being swept away before your enemies with their swords overtaking you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, days of plague into the land with the angels of the Lord ravaging every part of Israel. Now then, decide how I should answer this one who sent me." David said to God, "I am in deep distress. Let me fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercy is very great, but do not let me fall into the hand of men." So the Lord sent a plague on Israel, and 70,000 men of Israel fell dead. And God sent an angel to destroy Jerusalem, but as the angel was doing so, the Lord saw it was grieved because of the calamity and said to the angel who was destroying the people, "Enough. Withdraw your hand." The angel of the Lord was then standing at the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite. David looked up and saw the angel of the Lord standing between heaven and earth, with a down sword in his hand extended over Jerusalem. Then David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell face down. David said to God, "Was it not I who ordered the fighting men to be counted? I am the one who was sinned and done wrong. These are the sheep, but not the sheep. What have they done, O Lord my God? Let your hand fall upon me and my family, but do not let this plague remain on your people." Then the angel of the Lord ordered Gad to tell David to go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. So David went up in obedience to the word that God had spoken in the name of the Lord. While Araunah was threshing wheat, he turned and saw an angel. His 4 sons who were with him hid themselves. Then David approached, and when Araunah looked and saw him, he left the threshing floor and bowed down before David with his face to the ground. David said to him, "Let me have the site of your threshing floor so I can build an altar to the Lord. But the plague on the people may be stopped. Sell it to me at the full price." Araunah said to David, "Take it. Let my lord the king do whatever pleases him. Look, I will give the oxen for the burnt offering, the threshing sledges for the wood, and the wheat for the grain offering. I will give all this." But King David replied to Araunah, "No, I insist on paying full price. I will not take for the Lord what is yours, or sacrifice a burnt offering that costs nothing." So David paid Araunah 600 shekels of gold for the site. David built an altar to the Lord there and sacrificed a burnt offering, fearing the fellowship offering. He called the Lord, and the Lord answered him with fire from heaven on the altar burnt offering. Then the Lord spoke to an angel, to the angel, and he put his sword back in his sheath. At that time, when David saw that the Lord had answered him in the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite, he offered sacrifice there. The tabernacle of the Lord, which Moses had made in the desert, and the altar of burnt offering were at the time on the high place of Gibeon. But David could not go before it to acquire of God, but he was afraid of the sword of the angel of the Lord. Then David said, "The house of the Lord God is to be here, and also the altar of burnt offering for Israel." Preparation for the temple. So David gave orders to assemble the aliens living in Israel, and from among them he appointed stone cutters to prepare dressed stone for building the house of God. He provided a large amount of iron to make nails for the door, the gateway, and for the fighting, and more bronze than he weighed. He also provided more cedar logs, for he could be counted, for the Sidonian and Tyrians had brought a large number of them to David. David said, "My son Solomon is young and inexperienced, and the house to be built for the Lord should be a great magnificence and fame and splendor in the sight of the nations. Therefore, I will make preparation for it." So David made extensive preparation before his death. Then he called his son Solomon and charged him to build a house for the Lord, the God of Israel. David said to Solomon, "My son, I had it in my heart to build house for the name of the Lord my God. But this word of the Lord came to me. You have shed so much blood and fought many wars. You are not to build a house for my name, because you have shed much blood on the earth in my sight. But you will have a son who will be a man of peace and rest, and I will give him rest for all his enemies on every side. His name will be Solomon, and I will grant Israel peace and quiet during his reign. He is the one who will build a house for my name. He will be my son, and I will be his father. I will establish the throne of kingdom over Israel. Now, my son, the Lord be with you, and may you have a success and building the house of the Lord God, as he said to you, as he said he would. May the Lord give you discretion and understanding when he puts you in the command over Israel, so that you may keep the law of the Lord your God. Then you will have success if you are careful to observe the decrees and laws that Lord gave Moses for Israel. But be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged. I have taken a great pain to provide for the temple of the Lord 100,000 tons of gold, 1,000,000 talents of silver, quantities of bronze and iron too, to great be weighed, and wood and stone. And you may add to them, you have many workmen, stone cutters, masons, and carpenters, as well as men skilled in every kind of work, in gold and silver, bronze and iron, craftsmen beyond number. Now begin the work, and the Lord be with you. Then David ordered all the leaders of Israel to help his son Solomon. He said to them, is not the Lord your God with you? And he has not granted you a rest on every side? For he has handed the inhabitant of the land over me, and the land is subjected to the Lord and to his people. Now devote your heart and soul, seeking the Lord your God. Begin to build the sanctuary of the Lord, so that you may bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord and sacred article belonging to God into the temple that we will build for the name of the Lord. Chronicles chapter 23. 1 Chronicles chapter 23. When David was old and full of years, he made his son Solomon king over Israel. He also gathered together all leaders of Israel, as well as the priests and Levite, the Levites, 30 years old or more, were counted, and the total number of men was 38,000. David said, of these, 24,000 are to supervise the work of the temple of the Lord, and 6,000 are to be officials and judges. 4,000 are to be gatekeepers, and 4,000 to praise the Lord with the musical instruments, and I have provided for that purpose. David divided the Levites into groups corresponding to the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, belonging to Goshenites, Ladan and Shimei, the sons of Ladan, Jehiel the first, Zetham and Joel, 3 in all, the sons of Shimei, Shemamoth, Haziel and Haran, 3 in all. These were the heads of the families of Ladan, and the sons of Shimei, Jehath, Ziza, Josh, and Beriah. These were the sons of the Shimei, 4 in all. Jahath was the first and Ziza the second, but Josh and Beriah did not have many sons, so they were counted as one family, one assignment. The sons of Kehath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Hosea, 4 in all. The son of Amram, Aaron, and Moses. Aaron was to set apart. He had his descendant forever to consecrate the most holy thing, to offer sacrifice before the Lord, to minister before him, and to pronounce blessing in his name forever. The sons of Moses, the man of God, were counted as part of the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses, Gershon and Eleazar. The descendant of Gershom, Shubael was the first. The descendant of Eleazar, Rehabiah, was the first. Eleazar had no other sons, but the sons of Rehabiah were very numerous. The sons of Izhar, she was the first. The son of Hebron, Jeriah the first, Amariah the second, Jehaziel the third, and Jechamin the fourth. The son of Uzziel, Micah the first, and Isaiah the second. The sons of Merari, Mahal, and the Mushi. The sons of Mali, Elias, and Kish. Elias died without having sons. He had only daughters. Their cousins, the sons of Kish, married them. The sons of Mushi, Mali, Eda, and Jerimoth, 3 in all. These were the descendants of Levi by their families, the heads of the family as they were registered under their names and counted individually. That is, the workers 20 years old or more who served in the temple of the Lord. For David had said, "Since the Lord, the God of Israel, has granted rest to his people and come to dwell in Jerusalem forever, the Levites no longer need to carry a tabernacle or any of the articles used in its service." According to the last instructions of David, the Levites were counted from those 20 years old or more. The duty of the Levites was to help Aaron's descendant in the service of the temple of the Lord, to be in charge of the courtyards, the side rooms, the purification of the sacred things, and the performance of other duties at the house of God. They were in charge of the bread set out on the table, the flour for the grains offering, the unleavened waters, the baking and the mixing, and all measurements of quantity and size. They were also to stand every morning to thank and praise the Lord. They were to do same in the evening and whenever burnt offering were presented to the Lord, the Sabbaths, and at new moon festivals, at the anointed feast. They were to serve before the Lord regularly in the proper number and in way prescribed for them. And so the Levites carried out their responsibility for the tents of the meetings, for the holy place, and under their brothers and descendants of Aaron for the service of the temple of the Lord.
First Chronicles chapter 24. These were the divisions of the sons of Aaron. The sons of Aaron were Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But
Nadab and Abi died before their father did, and they had no sons. So Eleazar and Ithamar served as their priests with the help of the Zadok, the descendants of Eleazar, and the High Melech, the descendants of Ithamar. David separated them into divisions for their appointment to order of the ministering. A large number of leaders were found among Eleazar's descendants than among Ithamar, and they were divided accordingly. 16 heads of families from Eleazar's descendants, and 8 heads of families from Ithamar descendants. They were divided them impartially by drawing lots, for they were officials of sanctuaries and officials of courts among the descendants of both Eleazar and Ithamar. The scribe Shemai, sons of Nathanael, a Levites, recorded their names in the presence of the king and the officials. Zadok the priest, Ahimelech the son of Abiathar, and the head of the families of the priests and the Levites, one family being taken from Eleazar, and then one from Ithamar. The first lot fell to Jehairib, the second to Jedaiah, the third to Harim, the fourth to Seorim, the fifth to Malchijah, the sixth to Mijamin, the seventh to Hakaz, the eighth to Abijah, the ninth to Jeshua, the 10th to Jeconiah, the 11th to Eliashib, the 12th to Jachim, the 13th to Japa, the 14th to Jeshebeab, the 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Immer, the 17th to Hezir, the 18th to Hapizez, and 19th to the Pathihah, the 20th to Jehazekel, the 21st to Jachin, the 22nd to Gamor, the 23rd to Delilah, the 24th to Maziah. This was the appointed in order to ministering when they entered the temple of the Lord, according to the regulations prescribed for them by their forefathers Aaron, as the Father, the God of Israel, had commanded him, as they rested of the descendants of Levi from the sons of Amram, Shuabel, from the sons of Shuabel, Jehadiah, as the Rehabiah from his son, Ishar was the first. From the Izharites, Shelamoth, from the sons of Shelamoth, Jethab, the son of Jebro, Jeriah the first, Amariah the second, Jehaziah the third, and Jekameam the fourth. The son of Uzziah, Micah, from the son of Micah, Shamir, the brother of Micah, is Isha, from the son of Isha, Zachariah the son of Merar, Mahil, and Mushi, the son of Jaziah, Beno, the son of Merari, from Jaziah, Beno, Shoham, Zaka, and Ibri. From Mali, Eliezer, who had no son. From Kish, the son of Kish, Jeramer, the son of Mushi, Mahali, Elder, and Jerimoth. Those were Levites according to the families. They were also cast lots just as their brothers, the descendants of Aaron, did, in the presence of the king and the Zadok, Ahimelech, and the head of the family, of the priests and of the Levites. The families of the eldest brother were treated the same as those of the youngest.
First Chronicles chapter 25. David, together with the commanders of the army, set apart some of the sons of Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun for the ministry of prophesying, accompanied by harps, lyres, and cymbals. Here is a list of the men who performed this service. From the sons of Asaph, Zakur, Joseph, Nethaniah, and Azarela. The sons of Asaph were under the supervision of Asaph, who prophesied under the king's supervision. As for Jeduthun, from his sons Gedaliah, Zeri, Jeshaiah, Shimei, Hashabiah, and Mattathiah, 6 in all, under the supervision of their father Jeduthun, who prophesied using the harps in thinking and praising the Lord. As for Heman, from his sons Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uzziel, Shubael, and Jerimoth. Hanani, Eliatha, Gidalti, and Romantiezer. Josh, Bekasha, Malothi, Hothir, and Mahazioth. All these were sons of Heman, the king's seer. They were given him through the promises of God to exalt him. God gave Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. All these men were under the supervision of their fathers for the music of the temple of the Lord, with cymbals, lyres, and harps. For the ministry at the house of God, Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman were under the supervision of the king, along with their relatives, all of them trained and skilled in music. For the Lord they numbered 288, young and old alike, teacher as well as student, cast lots for their duties. The first lot, which was for Asaph, fell to Joseph, his sons and relatives, the second to Gedaliah, he and his relatives and sons, the third to Zakur, his sons and relatives, the fourth to Izri, his sons and relatives, the fifth to Nathaniah, his sons and relatives, the 6th to Bukia, his sons and relatives, the 7th to Jezarela, his sons and relatives, the 8th to Jeshaiah, his sons and relatives, the 9th to Matania, his sons and relatives, the 10th to Shimei, his sons and relatives, the 11th to Azarel, his sons and relatives, the 12th to Heshabiah, his sons and relatives, the 13th to Shubiel, his sons and relatives, the 14th to Mattithiah, his sons and relatives, the 15th to Jerimoth, his sons and relatives, the 16th to Hananiah, his sons and relatives, the 17th to Josh Bekasha, his sons and relatives, the 18th to Hanani, his sons and relatives, the 19th to Malothi, his sons and relatives, the 20th to Eliathah, his sons and relatives, the 21st to Hothir, his sons and relatives, the 22nd to Gadalti, his sons and relatives, the 23rd to Mahazioth, his sons and relatives, the 24th to Romantiezer, his sons and relatives.
First Chronicles, chapter 26. The divisions of the gatekeepers. From the Korahites, Meshelemiah, son of Koreh, one of the sons of Asaph. Meshelemiah had sons, Zechariah the firstborn, Jediel the second, Zebadiah the third, Jethniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, Eliehoenai the seventh. Obed-Edom also had sons, Shemaiah the firstborn, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, Saka the fourth, Nathanael the fifth, Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, and Peulethai the eighth, for God had blessed Obed-Edom. His son Shemaiah also had sons, who were leaders in their father's family, because they were very capable men. The sons of Shemaiah, Othni, Raphael, Obed, and Elzabad, his relatives Eliu and Semachiah, were also able men. All these were descendants of Obed-Edom. They and their sons and their relatives were capable men, with the strength to do the work. Descendants of Obed-Edom, 62 in all. Meshelemiah had sons and relatives who were able men, 18 in all. Hosea the Merarite had sons, Shimri the first, although he was not the firstborn, his father had appointed him the first, Hilkiah the second, Tabaliah the third, and Zechariah the fourth. The sons and relatives of Hosea were 13 in all. These divisions of the gatekeepers, through their chief men, had duties for ministering in the temple of the Lord, just as their relatives had. Lots were cast for each gate, according to their families, young and old alike. The Lord for East Gate fell to Shelemiah. Then lots were cast for his son Zechariah, a wise counselor, and the lot for the north gate fell to him. The lot for the south gate fell to Obed Edom, and the lot for the storehouse fell to his sons. The lots for the west gate and the Shaleketh gate on the upper road fell to Shupim and Hosah. Gad was alongside of Gad. There were 6 Levites a day on the east, 4 a day on the north, 4 a day on the south, and 2 a time at the storehouse. As for the court to the west, there were 4 at the road and 2 at the court itself. These were the divisions of the gatekeepers, who were descendants of Korah and Merari. The treasurers and other officials, their fellow Levites, were in charge of the treasuries of the house of God and the treasuries for the dedicated things. The descendants of Ladan, who were Gershonites through Ladan, and who were heads of families belonging to Ladan the Gershonite, were Jehieli, the sons of Jehieli, Zetham and his brother Joel. They were in charge of the treasuries of the temple of the Lord. From the Amorites, the Izharites, the Hebronites, and the Uzzielites, Jubael, a descendant of Gershom, son of Moses, was the officer in charge of the treasuries. His relatives through Eliezer, Rehabiah his son, Jeshaiah his son, Joram his son, Zikri his son, Shelomith his son. Shelomith and his relatives were in charge of all the treasuries for the things dedicated by King David, by the heads of families who were the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, and by the other army commanders. Some of the plunder taken in battle they dedicated to for repair of the temple of the Lord, and everything dedicated by Samuel the seer, and by Saul son of Kish, Abner son of Ner, and Joab son of Zeruiah, and all the other dedicated things were in the care of Shelomith and his relatives. From the Israelites, Kenaniah and his sons were assigned duties away from the temple as officials and judges over Israel. From the Hebronites, Ashabiah and his relatives, 1,700 able men, were responsible in Israel west of the Jordan for all the work of the Lord and for the king's service. As for Hebronites, Jeriah was their chief according to the genealogical records of their families. In the 40th year of David's reign, a search was made in the records, and capable men among the Hebronites were found at Jazer in Gilead. Jeriah had 2,700 relatives who were able men and heads of families, and King David put them in charge of the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh for every matter pertaining to God and for the affair of the king.
First Chronicles chapter 27. This is the list of the Israelites, heads of families, commanders of thousands, and commanders of hundreds, and their officers, who served the king in all that concerned the army divisions that were on duty month by month throughout the year. Each division consisted of 24,000 men. In charge of the first division for the first month was Jashobim, son of Zabdi. There were 24,000 men in his division. He was a descendant of Perez and chief of all the army officers for the first month. In charge of the division for the second month was Dodai the Ahohite. Mikloth was the leader of his division. There were 24,000 men in his division. The third army commander for the third month was Benaiah, son of Jehoiada the priest. He was chief, and there were 24,000 men in his division. This was the Benaiah who was a mighty man among the 30 and was over the 30. His son Amizabad was in charge of his division. The fourth for the 4th month was Asahel, the brother of Joab. His son Zebadiah was his successor. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 5th for the 5th month was the commander Shamhuth the Israelite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 6th for the 6th month was Ira the son of Ikesh the Tekoite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 7th for the 7th month was Helez the Pelonite and an Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 8th for the 8th month was Sibekai the Hushathite as Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 9th for the 9th month was Abiezer the Anathothite, a Benjamite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 10th for the 10th month was Maharai the Netophathite, a Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 11th for the 11th month was Benaiah the Pirathonite and Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 12th for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite from the family of Othniel. There were 24,000 men in his division, officers of the tribes. The officers of the tribes of Israel. Over the Reubenites, Eliezer son of Zikri. Over the Simeonites, Shephatiah son of Maacah. Over Levi, Hashabiah son of Kemuel. Over Aaron, Zadok. Over Judah, Elihu, a brother of David. Over Issachar, Omri son of Michael. Over Zebulun, Ishmaiah son of Obadiah. Over Naphtali, Jerimoth son of Israel. Over Ephraimites, Hoshea son of Azaziah. Over half the tribe of Manasseh, Joel son of Pedaiah. Over the half tribe of Manasseh in Gilead, Iddo son of Zechariah. Over Benjamin, Jaasil son of Abner. Over Dan, Azariel son of Jeroham. There were the officers over the tribes of Israel. David did not take the number of the men 20 years old or less because the Lord had promised to make Israel as numerous as the stars of the sky. Joab, son of Zeruiah, began to count the men but did not finish. Wrath came on Israel on accounting of this numbering, and the number was not entered in the book of the annals of King David. The king's overseers. Azmaveth, son of Adiel, was in charge of the royal storehouses. Jonathan, son of Uzziah, was in charge of the storehouses in the outlying districts, in the towns, the villages, and the watchtowers. Ezri, son of Caleb, was in charge of the field workers who farmed the land. Shimei the Ramathite was in charge of the vineyards. Zabdi the Shifmite was in charge of the produce of vineyards for the wine vats. Baal-Hanan the Gederite was in charge of the olive and sycamore fig trees in the western foothills. Joash was in charge of the supplies of the olive oil. Shitrai the Sharonite was in charge of the herds grazing in Sharon. Shaphat, son of Adlai, was in charge of the herds in the valleys. Obed the Ishmaelite was in charge of the camels. Jediah the Meronothite was in charge of the donkeys. Jaziz the Hagrite was in charge of the flocks. All these were the officials in charge of King David's property. Jonathan, David's uncle, was a counselor, a man of insight and scribe. Jehiel, son of Hakmoni, took care of the king's sons. Ahithophel was the king's counselor. Hushai the Archite was the king's friend. Ahithophel was succeeded by Jehoiada, son of Benaiah, and by Abiathar. Joab was the commander of the royal army.
1 Chronicles chapter 28, David's plans for the temple. David summoned all the officials of Israel to assemble at Jerusalem, the officers of the tribes, the commanders of the divisions in the service of the king, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, and the officials in charge of all the property and livestock belonging to the king and his sons. Together, the palace officials, the mighty men, and all the brave warriors. King David rose to his feet and said, "Listen to me, my brothers and my people. I had it in my heart to build a house as a place of rest of the ark of the covenant of the Lord, for the footstool of our God, and I made plans to build it. But God said to me, you are not to build a house for my name, because you are a warrior and have shed blood. Yet the Lord, the God of Israel, chose me from my whole family to be the king over Israel forever. He chose Judah as a leader, and from the house of Judah he chose my family. And from my father's sons he was pleased to make me king over all Israel. Of all my sons, and the Lord has given me many, he has chosen my son Solomon to sit on the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. He said to me, Solomon, your son, is the one who will build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him to be my son and will be his father. I will establish his kingdom forever if he is unswerving in carrying out my commands and laws as being done at this time. So now I charge you in the sight of all Israel and of all the assembly of the Lord and the hearing of our God, be careful to follow all the commands of all the Lord your God, that you may possess this good land and pass it on as inheritance to your descendants forever. And you, my son Solomon, acknowledge the God of your father and serve him with a wholehearted devotion and with a willing mind. For the Lord searches every heart and understands every motive behind the thoughts. If you seek him, he will be found of you. But if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. Consider now, for the Lord has chosen you to build a temple as a sanctuary. Be strong and do the work. Then David gave his son Solomon the plans for the portico of the temple, its buildings, its storeroom, its upper parts, its inner rooms, and the place of atonement. He gave him the plans of all that the Spirit had put in his mind for the courts of the temple of the Lord and all the surrounding rooms, for the treasuries of the temple of God and of the treasuries of the dedicated things. He gave him instructions for the divisions of the priests and the Levites, and for all of the work of serving in the temple of the Lord, as well as for all the articles to be used in its service. He designated the weight of gold for all the gold articles to be used in various kinds of service, and the weight of silver for all the silver articles to be used in various kinds of services. The weight of all gold for the gold lampstands and their lamps, with the weight of each lampstand and its lamps, and the weight of silver for each silver lampstand and its lamps, according to the use of each lampstand. The weight of the gold for each table for consecrated bread, the weight of silver for the silver tables, the weight of pure gold for the forks, sprinkling bowls and pitchers, the weight of gold for each gold dish, the weight of silver for each silver dish, and the weight of the refined gold for the altar of incense. He also gave him the plan for the chariot, that is, the cherubim of the gold that spread their wings and shelter the ark of the covenant of the Lord. All these, David said, I have in writing from the hand of the Lord upon me, and he gave me the understanding in all the details of the plan. David also said to Solomon his son, be strong and courageous and do the work. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will not fail you or forsake you until the work of the service of the temple of the Lord is finished. The visions of the priests and the Levites are ready for all the work on the temple of God, and every willing man skilled in any craft will help you in all the work. The officials and all the people will obey your every command. Gifts for building the temple. 1 Chronicles chapter 29. Then King David said to the whole assembly, my son Solomon, the one whom God has chosen, is young and inexperienced. The task is great because his spiritual structure is not for man but for the Lord God. With all my resources I have provided for the temple of my God, gold for the gold work, silver for the silver, bronze for the bronze, iron for the iron, and wood for the wood, as well as onyx for the settings, turquoise, stones of various colors, and all kinds of fine stone and marble, all of these in large quantities. Besides, in my devotion to the temple of my God, I now give my personal treasure of gold and silver for the temple of my God. Over and above everything I have provided for this holy temple, 3,000 talents of gold, gold of Ophir, and the 7,000 talents of refined silver for the overlaying of the walls of the building, for the gold work and the silver work, and for all the work to be done by the craftsmen. Now, who is willing to consecrate himself today to the Lord? Then the leaders of the families, the officers of the tribes of Israel, the commanders of thousands and commanders of the hundreds, and the officials in charge of the king's work gave willingly. They gave toward the work on the temple of God 5,000 talents, and 10,000 darics of gold, 10,000 talents of silver, 18,000 talents of bronze, and 100,000 talents of iron. Any who had precious stones gave them to the treasury of the temple of the Lord in custody of Jehiel, the Gershonite. The people rejoiced at the willing response of their leaders, for they had given freely and wholeheartedly to the Lord. David the king also rejoiced greatly. David's prayer. David praised the Lord in the presence of the whole assembly, saying, Praise be to you, God, O Lord, God of our father Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the majesty and the splendor, for everything in heaven and earth is yours. Yours, O Lord, is the kingdom. You are exalted as head over all. Wealth and honor come from you. You are the ruler of all things. In your hands are strength and power, to exalt and give strength to all. Now, our God, we give thanks and praise your glorious name. But whom am I, and who are my people, that we should be able to give as generously as this? Everything comes from you, and we have given you only what comes from your hand. We are aliens and strangers in your sight, as you were all our forefathers. Our days on earth are like a shadow, without hope, O Lord our God. As for all this abundance that we have provided for building your temple for your holy name, it comes from your hand, and all of it belongs to you. I know, my God, that you test the hearts and are pleased with integrity. All these things have I given willingly and with honest intent. And now I have seen with joy how willingly your people who are here have given to you. O Lord God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, keep this desire in the hearts of your people forever, and keep their hearts loyal to you. I'd give my son Solomon the wholehearted devotion to keep your commands, requirements, and decrees, to do everything to build the precious structure for which I have provided. Then David said to the whole assembly, Praise the Lord your God. So they all praised the Lord, the God of their fathers. They bowed low and fell prostrate before the Lord and the king. Solomon acknowledged as a king. The next day, they made sacrifices to the Lord and presented burnt offering to him, 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 male lambs, together with their drink offerings, and other sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. They ate and drank with great joy in presence of the Lord that day. Then they acknowledged Solomon, son of David, as king a second time, anointing before the Lord to be ruler and Zadok to be priest. So Solomon sat at the throne of the Lord as king in place of his father David. He prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. All the officers and mighty men, as well as of King David's sons, pledged their submission to King Solomon. The Lord highly exalted Solomon in the sight of all Israel and bestowed on him royal splendor, such as no king over Israel had ever had before. Death of David. David, son of Jesse, was king over all Israel. He ruled over Israel 40 years, 7 in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem. He died at a good age, having enjoyed long life, wealth, and honor. His son Solomon succeeded him as a king. As for the events of King David's reign from beginning to the end, they are written in the records of Samuel the seer, the record of Nathan the prophet, and the record of Gad the seer, together with the details of his reign and power and the circumstances that surrounded him, and Israel and the kingdoms of all the lands. Amen.
2 Chronicles, verse 1. Solomon, son of David, established himself firmly over his kingdom, for the Lord his God was with him and made him exceedingly great. Then Solomon spoke to all Israel, to the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, to the judge and to all the leaders of Israel, the head of families. And Solomon and the whole assembly went to the high places at Gibeon, for God's tent of meeting was there, which Moses, the Lord's servant, had made in the desert. Now David had brought up the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim to the place he had prepared for it, because he had pitched a tent for it in Jerusalem. But the bronze altar and that Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, had made in Gibeon in front of the tabernacle of the Lord. So Solomon and the assembly inquired of him there. Solomon went up to the bronze altar before the Lord in the tent of the meeting and offered 1,000 burnt offerings on it. That night God appeared to Solomon and said to him, "Ask for whatever you want me to give you." Solomon asked God, "You have shown great kindness to David, my father, and have made me king in his place. Now, Lord God, let your promises to my father David be confirmed, for you have made me king over a people who are as numerous as the dust of the earth. Give me wisdom and knowledge, that I may lead these people. For who is able to govern these great people of yours?" God said to Solomon, "Since this is your heart's desire, and you have not asked for wealth, riches, or honor, nor for the death of your enemies, and since you have not asked for a long life, but for wisdom and knowledge to govern my people over whom I have made you king, therefore, wisdom and knowledge will be given you. And I will also give you wealth, riches, and honor, such as no king who has before you ever had, and none after you will have." Then Solomon went to Jerusalem from the high places of Gibeon, from before the tent of meeting, and he reigned over Israel. Solomon accumulated chariots and horses. He had 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver and gold as common in Jerusalem as stone, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig tree in the foothill. Solomon's halls were important from Egypt and from Kue. The royal merchant purchased them from Kue. They imported chariots from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver and a horse for 150. They also exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and of the Arameans. Chapter 2, preparation of the building of the temple. Solomon gave orders to build a temple for the name of the Lord and a royal place for himself. He conscripted 70,000 men as carriers and 80,000 as stone cutters in the hills and 30,000 as foremen over them. Solomon sent this message to Hiram, king of Tyre: "Send me cedar logs as you did to my father David when you sent him cedar to build a palace to live in. Now I'm about to build a temple for the name of the Lord, my God, and to dedicate it to him for burning fragrant incense before him, for setting out the consecrated bread regularly, and for making burnt offerings every morning and evening and on the Sabbath and new moons and at the appointed feast of the Lord our God. This is a lasting ordinance for Israel. The temple I am going to build will be great, because our God is greater than all the other gods. But who is able to build a temple for him, since the heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain him? Who then am I to build temple for him, except as a place to burn sacrifice before him? Send me, therefore, a man skilled to work in gold and silver, bronze and iron, and in purple, crimson and blue yarn, and experience in the art of engraving, to work in Judah and Jerusalem, with my skilled craftsmen whom my father David provided. Send me all the cedar, pine, algum, log, Lebanon, for all that your men are skilled in cutting timber there. My men will work with your men to provide me with plenty of lumber, because the temple I build must be large and magnificent. I give your servants, the woodsmen, who cut the timber, 20,000 cores of ground wheat, 20,000 cores of barley, 20,000 baths of wine, and 20,000 baths of olive oil. Hiram, king of Tyre, replied by the letter of Solomon: "Because the Lord loved
his people, he has made you their king. And Hiram added, Praise be to God, the God of Israel, who made heaven and earth. He has given King David a wise son, endowed with intelligence and discernment, who will build a temple for the Lord and a place for himself. I'm sending you Huram, Abi, a man of great skills, whose mother was from Dan, and whose father was from Tyre. He is skilled to work in gold, silver, bronze, and iron, stone, and wood, and the purple and blue and crimson yarn, and fine linen. He is experienced in all kind of engraving and can execute any design given to him. He will work with your craftsmen and with those of my lord, David your father. Now let my God send his servant the wheat and barley and the olive oil and the wine he promised. And we will cut all the logs from Lebanon that you need, and will float them into the rafts by the sea down to Joppa. You can then take them up to Jerusalem. Solomon took a census of all the aliens who were in Israel. After the census his father David had taken, and they were found to be 153,600. He assigned 70,000 of them to be carriers and 80,000 of them to be stone cutters in the hills, with 3,600 foremen over them to keep the people working.
Chapter 3. Then Solomon began to build the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem on Mount Moriah, where the Lord had appeared to his father David. It was on the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite, the place provided by David. He began building on the second day of the second month in the 4th year of his reign. The foundation Solomon laid for building the temple of God was 60 cubits long and 20 cubits wide, using the cubits of the old standard. The portico at the front of the temple was 20 cubits long across the width of the building and 20 cubits high. He overlaid the inside with pure gold. He planned the main hall with pine and covered it with fine gold and decorated it with palm, tree, and chain designs. He adorned the temple with precious stones, and the gold he used was gold of Parvim. He overlaid his ceiling beams, door frames, walls, and doors of the temple with gold, and he carved cherubim on the walls. He built the most holy place, its length corresponding to the width of the temple, 20 cubits long and 20 cubits wide. He overlaid the inside with 600 talents of fine gold, the gold nails weighing 50 shekels. He also overlaid the upper parts with gold. In the most holy place, he made a pair of sculptured cherubim and overlaid them with gold. The total wingspan of the cherubim was 20 cubits. One wing of the first cherub was 5 cubits long and touched the temple well, while its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the other cherub. Similarly, one wing of the second cherub was 5 cubits long and touched the other temple wall, and its other wing, also 5 cubits long, touched the wing of the first cherub. The first wings of this cherubim extended 20 cubits. They stood on their feet facing the main hall. He made the curtain of blue, purple, and crimson yarn and fine linen with cherubim worked into it. In the front of the temple, he made 2 pillars, which together were 35 cubits long each, with a capital on top measuring 5 cubits. He made interwoven chains and put them on the top of the pillars. He also made 100 pomegranates and attached them on the chains. He erected the pillars in front of the temple, one to the south and then another to the north. The one to the south he named Jachin, and the one to the north Boaz. He made a bronze altar 20 cubits long, 20 cubits wide, and 10 cubits high. He made the sea of cast metal, circular in shape, measuring 10 cubits from rim to rim and 5 cubits high. It took a line of 30 cubits to measure around it. Below the rim, figures of bulls encircled it, 10 to a cubit. The bulls were cast into 2 rows in one piece with the sea. The sea stood on 12 bulls, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The sea rested on top of them, and their hindquarters were towards the center. It was a handbreadth in thickness, and its rim was like the rim of a cup, like a lily blossom. It held 3,000 baths. He then made 10 basins for washing and placed 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. In them, the things to be used for the burnt offerings were rinsed, but the sea was to be used by the priests for washing. He made 10 gold lampstands according to the specifications for them and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south side and 5 on the north. He made 10 tables and placed them in the temple, 5 on the south and 5 on the north. He also made 100 gold sprinkling bowls. He made the courtyard of priests and the large court and the doors of the court, and overlaid the doors with bronze. He placed the sea on the south side at the southeast corner. He also made the pots and shovels and sprinkling bowls. So Hiram finished the work he had undertaken for King Solomon in the temple of God. The 2 pillars, the bowl-shaped capitals on the pillars, the 2 sets of networks decorating the 2 bowl-shaped capitals on the pillars, the 400 pomegranates for 2 sets of network, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network decorating the bowl-shaped capitals on the top of the pillars, the stands with the basins, the sea and the 12 bulbs under it, the pots, shovels, meat forks, and all related articles. All the objects that Hiram Abi made for King Solomon for the temple of the Lord were all polished bronze. The king had them cast in clay molds in the plain of the Jordan between Succoth and Zarethan. All these things that Solomon made amounted to so much that the weight of the bronze was not determined. Solomon also made furnishings that were in God's temple: the golden altar, the golden tables on which was the bread of the presence, the lampstands of pure gold, with their lamps to burn in front of their inner sanctuary as prescribed. The gold floral work and lamps and tongues, they were solid gold. The pure gold, wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, dishes, and censers, and the gold doors of the temple, the inner doors of the most holy place, and all the doors of the main hall.
Second Chronicles chapter 5. When all the work Solomon had done for the temple of the Lord was finished, he brought in the things that his father David had dedicated, the silver and the gold and all the furnishings, and he placed them in the treasury of God's temple. Then Solomon summoned to Jerusalem the elders of Israel, all the heads of tribes and the chiefs of the Israel's families, to bring up the ark of the Lord's covenants from Zion, the city of David. And all the men of Israel came together to the king at the times of the festivals in the 7th month. When all the elders of Israel had arrived, the Levites took up the ark, and they brought up the ark and the tent of meeting and all the sacred furnishings in it. The priests who were Levites carried them up, and King Solomon, the entire assembly of Israel that had gathered about him, were before the ark, sacrificing so many sheep and cattle that they could not be recorded or counted. The priest then brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place in the inner sanctuary of the temple, the most high place, and put it beneath the wings of the cherubim. The cherubim spread their wings over the place of the ark and covered the ark and its carrying poles. These poles were so long that their ends extending from the ark could be seen from in front of the inner sanctuary, but not outside the holy place, and are still there today. There was nothing in the ark except the 2 tablets that Moses had placed in it at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites after they came out of Egypt. The priest then withdrew from the holy place. All the priests who were there had consecrated themselves regardless of their divisions. All the Levites who were musicians, Asaph, Hiram, Jeduthun, and their sons and relatives stood on the east sides of the altar, dressed in fine linen and playing cymbals, harps, and lyres. They were accompanied by 120 priests sounding trumpets. The trumpeters and the singers joined in unison as with one voice to give praise and thanks to the Lord, accompanied by trumpets, cymbals, and other instruments. They raised their voices in praise to the Lord and sang, "He is good, His love endures forever." Then the temple of the Lord was filled with a cloud, and the priests would not perform their service because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord filled the temple of God. Then Solomon said, "The Lord has said that He would dwell in a dark cloud. I have built a magnificent temple for you, a place you to dwell forever." While the whole assembly of Israel was standing there, the king turned around and blessed them. He said, "Praise be to the Lord, the God of Israel, who with his hand fulfilled what he promised with his mouth to my father David. For he said, 'Since the day I brought my people out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city in any tribe of Israel to have a temple built for my name to be there, nor have I chosen any to be a leader over my people Israel. But now I have chosen Jerusalem for my name to be there. I have chosen David to rule my people Israel. My father David had it in his heart to build a temple for the name of the Lord of Israel. But the Lord said to my father David, because it was in your heart to build a temple for my name, you did well to have this in your heart. Nevertheless, you are not the one to build the temple, but your son, who is your own flesh and blood. He is the one who will build the temple for my name. The Lord had kept the promise he made. I have succeeded David my father, and now I sit on the throne of Israel, just as the Lord promised, and I have built the temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. There I have placed the ark, in which is the covenant of the Lord that he made with the people of Israel. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands. Now he made a bronze platform, 5 cubits long, 5 cubits wide, and 3 cubits high, and had placed it in the center of the outer court. He stood on the platform, and then he knelt down before the whole assembly of Israel and spread out his hands towards heaven. He said, O Lord, God of Israel, There is no God like you in heaven or on earth. You who keeps your covenant of love with your servants who continue wholeheartedly in your way. You have kept your promise to your servant David, my father. With your mouth you have promised, and with your hand you have fulfilled it, as it is today. Now, Lord, God of Israel, keep for your servants David, my father, the promise you made to him when you said, you shall never fail to have a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel. If only your son are careful in all they do to walk before me according to my law, as you have done. And now, O Lord, God of Israel, let your word that you promised your servant David come true. But with God really dwells on earth with men. The heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain you. How much less this temple I have built. Yet give attention your servant's prayer and his plea for mercy. O Lord my God, hear the cry and the prayer that your servant is praying in your presence. May your eyes be open towards this temple day and night, this place of which you said you would put your name there. May you hear the prayers your servants praise towards this place. Hear the supplications of your servants and of your people Israel when they pray towards this place. Hear from the heavens your dwelling place, and when you are here, forgive. When a man wrongs his neighbor and is required to take an oath, he comes and swears the oath before your altar in this temple. Then hear from heaven and act. Judge between your servants, repaying the guilty by bringing down on his own head what he has done. Declares the innocent not guilty, so establish his innocence. When your people Israel have been defeated by an enemy because they have sinned against you, and when they turn back and confess your name, praying and making supplications before you in the temple, then hear from heaven and forgive the sins of your people Israel, and bring them back to the land you have to them and their families. When the heavens are shut up and there is no rain, because your people have sinned against you, and when they pray towards their place and confess your name and turn from their sins, because you have afflicted them, then hear from heaven and forgive the sins of your servants, your people of Israel. Teach them the right way to live, and send rain on the land you gave your people for an inheritance. When the famine or plague comes to the land, or blight or mildew, locust or grasshoppers, or when enemies besiege them in any of their cities, whatever disaster or disease may come, and when a prayer or a plea is made by any of your people Israel, each one aware of his affliction and pain, and spreading out his hand towards the temple, this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place. Forgive and deal with each man according to all he does, since you know his heart. For you alone know the heart of men, so that they will fear you and walk in your ways all the time they live in the land you gave our fathers. As for the foreigners who does not belong to your people Israel, but has come a distant land because of your great name and your mighty hand and your outstretched arm, when he comes and prays towards this temple, then hear from heaven your dwelling place, and do whatever the foreigner has asked of you, so that all the people of the earth may know your name and fear you, as do your own people Israel, and may know that this house I have built bears your name. When your people go to war against their enemies, whatever you send them. And when they pray to you towards this city you have chosen, and this city you have chosen, and the temple I have built for your name, then hear from heaven their prayers and plea, and uphold their cause. When they sin against you, for there is no one who does not sin, and you become angry with them and give them over to the enemy, who takes them captive to a land far away or near, then if they have a change of heart in the land where they are held captives, and repent and plead with you in the land of their captivity, and say, we have sinned, we have done wrong, and acted wickedly, and if they turn back to you with all their hearts and soul in the land of their captivity, where they were taken, and pray towards the land you gave their fathers, towards the city you have chosen, and towards the temple I have built for your name, then from heaven, your dwelling place, you hear their prayer and their pleas, and uphold their cause, and forgive your people who have sinned against you. Now, my Lord, my God, may your eyes be opened, your ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. Now arise, O Lord, and come to your resting place, you and the ark of your might. May your priest, O Lord, God, be clothed with salvation. May your saints rejoice your goodness. O God, O Lord God, do not reject your anointed one. Remember the great love promised to David your servant. When Solomon finished praying, fire came down from heaven and consumed the burnt offerings and sacrifices, and the glory of the Lord filled the temple. The priest could not enter the temple of the Lord because glory of the Lord filled it. When all the Israelites saw the fire coming down and the glory of the Lord above the temple, they knelt on the pavement with their face to the ground, and they worshipped and gave thanks to the Lord, saying, He is good, His love endures forever. Then the king and all the people offered sacrifices before the Lord, and King Solomon offered a sacrifice of 22,000 heads of cattle, and 120,000 sheep and goats. So the king and all the people dedicated the temple of God, and the priest took the positions, as did the Levites with the Lord's musical instruments, which King David had made for praising the Lord, and which were used when he gave thanks, saying, His love endures forever. Opposite the Levites, the priests blew their trumpets, and all the Israelites were standing. Solomon secreted the middle part of the courtyard in front of the temple of the Lord, and there he offered burnt offerings and the fat of the fellowship offerings, because the bronze altar he had made could not hold the burnt offerings, the grains offerings, and the fat portions. So Solomon observed the festival at that time for 7 days, and all the Israel with him, a vast assembly, people from Lebo Hamath to the Wadi of Egypt. On the 8th day they held an assembly, for they had celebrated the dedication of the altar for 7 days, and the festival for 7 days more. On the 23rd day of the 7th month he sent the people to their homes, joyful and glad in heart, for the good things the Lord had done for David and Solomon, and for the people of Israel. Then Solomon had finished the temple of the Lord and royal palace, and had succeeded in carrying out all that he had in mind to do in the temple of the Lord and in his own palace. The Lord appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer, and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens, so that there is no rain, or command locusts to devour the land, or send a plague among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and will I forgive their sins with all and will their sins and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple so that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. As for you, if you walk before me as David your father did, and do all I command, and observe my decrees and laws, I will establish your royal throne, as I covenanted with David your father, when I said, you shall never fail to have a man to rule over Israel. But if you turn away and forsake the decrees and commands that I have given you, and go off to serve other gods and worship them, then I will uproot Israel from my land which I have given them, and will reject his temple I have secreted for my name. I will make it a byword and object of ridicule among peoples. And though this temple is now so imposing, all who pass by be appalled and say, why has the Lord done such a thing to his land and to this temple? People will answer, because they have forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers, who brought them out of Egypt, and have embraced their other gods, worshipping and serving them. That is why he brought all the disasters on them. Chapter 8. At the end of 20 years, during which Solomon built the temple of the Lord and his own palace, Solomon rebuilt a village that Hiram had given him, and settled Israelites in them. Solomon then went to Hamath, Zohab, and captured it. He also built an Tadmor in the desert, and all the store cities he had built in Hamath. He rebuilt Upper Beth Horon, Lower Beth Horon, as fortified cities, with walls and with gates and bars, as well as Bath and all his store cities, and all the cities for his chariots and for his horses. Whatever he decided to build in Jerusalem, in Lebanon, and throughout all the territories he ruled. And all the people left from the Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. These people were not Israelites. That is, their descendants remaining in the land, whom the Israelites had not destroyed. This Solomon conscripted from his slaves' labor force, as it is to this day. But Solomon did not make slaves of Israelites for his works. They were his fighting men, commanders of his captains, and commanders of his chariots and charioteers. They were also King Solomon's chief officials, 250 officials supervising the men. Solomon brought Pharaoh's daughter up from the city of David to the palace he had built for her. For he said, my wife must live in the palace of David, king of Israel, because the palace, the ark of the Lord, has entered are holy. On the altar of the Lord that he had built in front of the portico, Solomon sacrificed burnt offerings to the Lord according to the daily requirements for offerings, commanded by Moses for Sabbath. New moons and the 3 annual feasts, the feast on unleavened bread, the feast of weeks, and the feast of tabernacles, in the keeping with the ordinance of his father David, he appointed the divisions of the priests for their duties, and the Levites to lead the praise and to assist the priests, according to each day's requirement. He also appointed the gatekeepers by divisions for the various gates, because this was what David, the man of God, had ordered. They did not deviate from the king's commands to the priest or to the Levites in any matter, including that of the treasuries. All Solomon's work was carried out from the day the foundation of the temple of the Lord was laid until its completion. So the temple of the Lord was finished. Then Solomon went to Ezion, Geber, and Elath on the coast of Edom, and Hiram sent his ships, commanded by his own officers, men who knew the sea. This with Solomon's men sailed to the Orpah of and brought back 450 talents of gold, which were delivered to King Solomon.
Second Chronicles chapter 9. When the queen of Sheba heard of Solomon's fame, she came to Jerusalem to test him with hard questions. Arriving with a very great caravan, with camels carrying spices, large quantities of gold and precious stones, she came to Solomon and talked with him about all she had on her mind. Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too hard for him to explain to her. When the queen of Sheba saw the wisdom of Solomon, as well as the palace he had built, the food on his table, the seating of his officials, the attending servants in their robes, the cupbearers in their robes, and the burnt offerings he made at the temple of the Lord, she was overwhelmed. She said to the king, "The report I had in my own country about your achievement and your wisdom is true. But I did not believe what they said until I came and saw with my own eyes. I did not even have the greatness of your wisdom was told to me. You have far exceeded the report I've heard. How happy your men must be. How happy your officials who continually stand before you and hear your wisdom. Praise be to the Lord your God, who has delighted in you and praised you on his throne as king to rule for the Lord your God. Because of the love of your God of Israel, and his desire to uphold them forever, he has made you king over them to maintain justice and righteousness." Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold, large quantities of spices and precious stones. There has never been such a spice as those the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. The men of Hiram and the men of Solomon brought gold from Ophir. They also brought algomud, the precious stones. The king used the algomud to make steps for the temple of the Lord and for the royal palace, and to make harps and lyres for the musicians. Nothing like them had ever been seen in Judah. King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba all she desired and asked for her. He gave her more than she had brought to him. Then she left and returned with her retinue to her own country. The weight of the gold that Solomon received yearly was 66 talents, not including the revenues brought in by the merchants and traders. Also, all the kings of Arabia and the governors of the land brought gold and silver to Solomon. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 600 beakers of hammered gold went into each shield. He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold, with 300 beakers of gold in each shield. The king put them in the palace of the forest of Lebanon. Then the king made a great throne inlaid with ivory and overlaid with pure gold. The throne had 6 steps, and a footstool of gold was attached to it. On both sides of the seat were armrests, with lions standing beside each of them. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps, one at either end of each step. Nothing like it had ever been made for any other kingdom. All King Solomon's goblets were gold, and all the household articles in the palace of the forest of Lebanon was pure gold. Nothing was made of silver, because silver was considered of little value in Solomon's day. The king had a fleet of trading ships manned by Hiram's men. Once every 3 years it returned, carrying gold, silver, and ivory, and harps and baroons. King Solomon was greater in riches and wisdom than all the other kings of the earth. All the kings of the earth sought audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom God has put in his heart. Year after year, everyone who came brought a gift, articles of silver and gold, and lobes, weapons, and spices, and horses and mules. Solomon had 4,000 stalls for horses and chariot, and 12,000 horses, which he kept in the chariot cities, and also with him in Jerusalem. He ruled all over the kings from the river to the rod of the Philistines, as far as the border of Egypt. The king made silver as a common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as plentiful as sycamore fig trees in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and from all other countries. As for the other events of Solomon's reign from beginning to end, are they not written in the record of Nathan, the prophet, in the province of Ahijah, the Shionite, and the vision of Iddo, the seer concerning Jerusalem, son of Nebat? Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel 40 years. Then he rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David his father. And Rehoboam his son succeeded him as a king. Chapter 10. Rehoboam went to the Shechem, for all the Israelites had gone there to make him king. When Jeroboam son of Nebat heard this, he was in Egypt, where he had fled from the king Solomon. He returned from Egypt. So they sent for Jeroboam, and he and all Israel went to Rehoboam and said to him, "Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but now lighten the harsh labor and the heavy yoke he put on us. We will serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Come back to me in 3 days." So the people went away. The king Rehoboam consulted the elders who had served his father Solomon during his lifetime. How would you advise me to answer these people?" he asked. They replied, "If you will be kind to these people and please them and give them a favorable answer, they will always be your servant." But Rehoboam rejected and advised the leaders give him. But Rehoboam rejected the advice the elders gave him, and consulted the young men who had grown up with him and were serving him. He asked them, "What is your advice? How should we answer these people who say to me, 'Lighten the yoke your father put on us'?" The young men who had grown up with him replied, "Tell these people who have said to you, 'Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but make our yoke lighter.' Tell them, 'My little figure is thicker than my father's waist. My father laid on you a heavy yoke. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions." 3 days later, Jeroboam and all the others turned to Rehoboam, as the king had said, "Come back to me in 3 days." The king answered them harshly, rejecting the advice of the elders. He followed the advice of the young men and said, "My father made your yoke heavy. I will make it even heavier. My father scourged you with whips. I will scourge you with scorpions." So the king did not listen to the people, for this turnout of event was from God to fulfill the words of the Lord. He has spoken to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, through Ahijah and Shilonite. When all Israel saw that the king refused to listen to them, they answered the king, "What shall we have in David? What part in Jesse's son? To your tents, O Israel, look after your own house, O Lord." So all the Israelites went home, but as for the Israelites who were living in the towns of Judah, Rehoboam still ruled over them. King Rehoboam sent out Adoniram, who was in charge of forced labor, put the Israelites, stoned him to death. King Rehoboam, however, managed to get in his chariot and escape to Jerusalem. So Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David to this day.
Chapter 11. When Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mustered the house of Judah and Benjamin, 180,000 fighting men, to make war against Israel and to regain the kingdom of Rehoboam. But this word of the Lord came to Shemaiah, the man of God. "Say to Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, and to all the Israelites in Judah and Benjamin, This is what the Lord says: do not go up to fight against your brothers. Go home, every one of you, for this is my doing. So they obeyed the words of the Lord and turned back from marching against Jeroboam. Jeroboam lived in Jerusalem and built up towns for defense in Judah: Bethlehem, Etam, Tekoa, Bethzur, Soko, Adulam, Gathmesha, Ziph, Adoraim, Lachish, Azekah, Zorah, Aijolan, and Hebron. These were fortified cities in Judah and Benjamin. He strengthened their defenses and put commanders in them with supplies of food, olive oil, and wine. He put shields and spears in all the cities and made them very strong. So Judah and Benjamin were his. The priests and Levites from all their districts brought Israel, sided with him. The Levites even abandoned their pasture lands and property and came to Judah and Jerusalem because Jeroboam and his sons had rejected them as the priest of the Lord. And he appointed his own priest for the high places and for the goat and calf idols he had made. Those from every tribe of Israel who set their hearts on seeking the Lord, the God of Israel, followed the Levites to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices to the Lord, the God of their fathers. They strengthened the kingdom of Judah and supported Rehoboam, son of Solomon, 3 years, walking in the ways of David and Solomon during this time. Rehoboam married Mahalath, who was the daughter of David's son Jerimoth and of Abihail, the daughter of Jesse's son Eliab. She bore him sons Jehush, Shemariah, and Zaham. When he married Maacah, daughter of Absalom, who bore him Abijah, Attai, Ziza, and Shelohim. Rehoboam loved Maacah, daughter of Absalom, more than any of his other wives and concubines. In all, he had 18 wives and 60 concubines, 28 sons and 26 daughters. Rehoboam appointed Abijah, son of Maacah, to be the chief prince among his brothers, in order to make him king. He acted wisely, dispersing some of his sons throughout the districts of Judah and Benjamin, and to all the fortified cities. He gave them abundant provisions and took many wives for them. Chapter 12. After Rehoboam's position as king was established and he had become strong, he and all Israel with him abandoned the law of the Lord because they had been unfaithful to the Lord. Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem in the 5th year of King Rehoboam with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and innumerable troops of Libyans, Sukkites, and Cushites that came with him from Egypt. He captured the fortified cities of Judah and came as far as Jerusalem. When the prophet Shemaiah came to Rehoboam and to the leaders of Judah who had assembled in Jerusalem for fear of Shishak, and he said to them, "This is what the Lord says, you have abandoned me, therefore I now abandon you to Shishak." The leaders of Israel and the king humbled themselves and said, "The Lord is just." Then when the Lord saw that they humbled themselves, these words of the Lord came to Shemaiah: "Since they have humbled themselves, I will not destroy them, but will soon give them deliverance. My wrath will not be poured out on Jerusalem through Shishak. They will, however, become subject to him, so that they may learn the difference between serving me and serving the kings of other lands." When Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem, he carried off the treasures of the temple of the Lord and the treasures of the royal palace. He took everything, including the gold shields Solomon had made. So King Rehoboam made bronze shields to replace them and assigned these to the commanders of the guards on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. Whenever the king went to the Lord's temple, the guards went with him bearing the shields, and afterwards they returned them to the guard room. Because Rehoboam humbled himself, the Lord's anger turned from him, and he was not totally destroyed. Indeed, there was some good in Judah. King Rehoboam established himself firmly in Jerusalem and continued as king. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, in which he put his name. His mother's name was Naamah. She was an Ammonite. He did evil because he had not set his heart on seeking the Lord. As for the events of Rehoboam's reign, from beginning to end, they were not written in the records of Shemaiah the prophet and of Iddo the seer that deal with genealogies. There was continual warfare between Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Rehoboam rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, and Abijah his son succeeded him as king.
Nyakati ya pili sura ya 13. Katika mwaka wa 18 wa utawala wa Yeroboamu, Abiya akawa mfalme wa Yuda, naye akatawala huko Yerusalemu miaka 3. Mama yake aliitwa Maaka binti Urieli wa Gibea. Basi kulikuwa na vita kati ya Abiya na Yeroboamu. Abiya aliingia vitani na jeshi la watu 400,000 wenye uwezo wa kupigana, naye Yeroboamu akapanga jeshi dhidi ya Abiya akiwa na jeshi la watu 80,000 wenye uwezo. Abiya akasimama juu ya mlima Semariamu katika nchi ya vilima ya Efraimu, naye akasema, Yeroboamu na Israeli yote, nisikilizeni mimi. Hamufahamu kwamba Bwana Mungu wa Israeli alimpa Daudi na wazao wake ufalme juu ya Israeli milele kwa agano la chumvi? Hata hivyo, Yeroboamu mwana wa Nebati, afisa wa Solomoni mwana wa Daudi, aliasi dhidi ya bwana wake. Baadhi ya watu wasiofaa kitu, wabaya kabisa, walimkusanyikia na kumpinga Rehoboamu mwana wa Solomoni alipokuwa kijana mdogo, asiyekuwa na uamuzi, asiye na nguvu za kuweza kupingana nao. Hata sasa unapanga kupingana na ufalme wa Bwana ambao uko mikononi mwa wazao wa Daudi. Kweli nyinyi ni jeshi kubwa, nanyi mnazo ndama za dhahabu Yeroboamu alizozitengeneza kuwa miungu yenu. Lakini je, hamkuwafukuza makuhani wa Bwana, wana wa Aroni na Walawi, na kujifanyia makuhani wenu wenyewe kama yafanyavyo mataifa ya nchi nyingine? Yeyote anayekuja kujiweka wakfu akiwa na ndama dume na kondoo dume 7 aweza kuwa kuhani wa kile ambacho ni miungu kwenu. Lakini kwetu sisi Bwana ndiye Mungu wetu, wala hatujamwacha. Makuhani wanaomtumikia Bwana ni wana wa Aroni, nao Walawi wakiwasaidia. Kila asubuhi na jioni wao hutoa sadaka za kuteketezwa na kufukiza uvumba wa harufu mzuri kwa Bwana. Wao huweka mikate juu ya meza safi kwa taratibu za kiibada na kuwasha taa kwenye kinara cha dhahabu kila jioni. Sisi tunazishika kanuni za Bwana Mungu wetu, lakini nyinyi mmemwacha Mungu. Mungu yu pamoja nasi, yeye ndiye kiongozi wetu. Makuhani wake wakiwa na tarumbeta zao watapiga baragumu ya vita dhidi yenu. Watu wa Israeli, msipingane dhidi ya Bwana Mungu wa baba zenu, kwa maana hamtashinda. Basi Yeroboamu alikuwa ametuma jeshi kuzunguka nyuma ya Yuda ili kwamba akiwa mbele ya Yuda, jeshi liwavizie kwa nyuma. Basi Yuda wakageuka na kuona kwamba wanashambuliwa mbele na nyuma. Ndipo wakamlilia Bwana. Makuhani wakapiga tarumbeta zao, nao watu wa Yuda wakapaza sauti ya kilio cha vita. Katika kupiga kelele za vita, Mungu akawafukuza Yeroboamu na Israeli wote mbele ya mfalme Abiya na Yuda. Waisraeli wakakimbia mbele ya Yuda, naye Mungu akawatia Israeli mikononi mwao. Abiya na watu wake wakawachinja kwa machinjo makuu, hata wakawepo majeruhi 1,500 miongoni mwa watu wenye uwezo wa Israeli. Watu wa Israeli walitishwa katika tukio lile, nao watu wa Yuda wakawa washindi kwa sababu walimtegemea Bwana Mungu wa baba zao. Abiya akamfuatia Yeroboamu na kuteka miji ya Betheli, Yeshana na Efroni kutoka kwake, pamoja na vijiji vinavyoizunguka miji hiyo. Yeroboamu hakupata nguvu tena wakati wa utawala wa Abiya, naye Bwana akampiga Yeroboamu akafa. Lakini Abiya akapata nguvu. Alioa wanawake 14 na alikuwa na wana 22 na binti 16. Matukio mengine ya utawala wa Abiya pamoja na mambo aliyofanya na aliyosema yameandikwa katika kitabu cha maelezo cha nabii Ido, sura ya 14. Naye Abiya akalala na baba zake, akazikwa katika mji wa Daudi. Asa mwanawe akawa mfalme baada yake. Katika siku zake nchi ikawa na amani kwa miaka 10. Asa akatenda yaliyo mema na haki machoni pa Bwana Mungu wake. Akaziondoa madhabahu za kigeni na mahali pia juu ya kuabudia miungu. Akayavunja yale mawe ya kuabudiwa na kuzikatakata nguzo za maashera. Akawaamuru Yuda kumfuata Bwana Mungu wa baba zao na kutii sheria zake na amri zake. Akaondoa mahali pa juu pa kuabudia miungu na madhabahu za kufukuzia uvumba kwenye kila mji katika Yuda. Nao ufalme ulikuwa na amani katika utawala wake. Akajenga miji yenye ngome katika Yuda wakati nchi ikiwa na amani. Hakuna mtu yeyote aliyepigana vita naye katika miaka hiyo, kwa kuwa Bwana alimstahiresha samani. Mfalme akawaambia Yuda, tuijenge hii miji na tuizungushie kuta pamoja na minara, malango na makaumeo. Nchi bado ni yetu kwa sababu tumemfuata Bwana Mungu wetu. Tulimtafuta naye ametupa raha kila upande. Hivyo wakajenga na wakafanikiwa. Asa alikuwa na jeshi la watu 1,300 kutoka Yuda wenye ngao kubwa na mikuki, na jeshi la watu 280,000 kutoka Benyamini wenye ngao ndogo na pinde. Watu hawa wote walikuwa wapiganaji mashujaa. Zera Mkushi akatoka kupigana dhidi yao akiwa na jeshi la watu maelfu ya maelfu na magari ya vita 300. Nao wakaja mpaka Maresha. Asa akatoka kumkabili, nao wakapanga vita katika bonde la Sefatha karibu na Maresha. Kisha Asa akamlilia Bwana Mungu wake na kusema, Bwana, hakuna yeyote aliye kama wewe wa kusaidia wasio na nguvu dhidi ya wenye nguvu. Utusaidie, Bwana, wewe ndiwe Mungu wetu, kwa kuwa tunakutumainia wewe, nasi kwa jina lako tumekuja dhidi ya jeshi hili kubwa. Bwana, wewe ndiwe Mungu wetu, usiwaache wanadamu wakushinde wewe. Bwana akawapiga Wakushi mbele ya Asa na Yuda. Wakushi wakakimbia, naye Asa na jeshi lake wakawafuatia mpaka Gerari. Idadi kubwa ya Wakushi ilianguka hata wasiweze kuinuka tena. Wakapondapondwa mbele za Bwana na majeshi yake. Watu wa Yuda wakachukua nyara nyingi sana, wakaangamiza vijiji vyote vinavyoizunguka Gerari, kwa kuwa hofu ya Bwana ilikuwa imewaangukia. Wakateka nyara vijiji hivi vyote, kwani kulikuwepo nyara nyingi huko. Pia wakashambulia kambi za wachunga makundi ya wanyama, wakachukua na kuyaswaga makundi ya kondoo, mbuzi na ngamia. Kisha wakarudi Yerusalemu. Sura ya 15. Roho wa Bwana akamjia Azaria mwana wa Odedi, akatoka ili kumlaki Asa na kumwambia, nisikilizeni Asa na Yuda wote na Benyamini, Bwana yu pamoja nanyi mkiwa pamoja naye. Kama mkimtafuta ataonekana kwenu, lakini kama mkimwacha yeye, naye atawaacha nyinyi. Kwa muda mrefu Israeli walikuwa hawana Mungu wa kweli, walikuwa hawana kuhani wa kuwafundisha na wala hawakuwa na sheria. Lakini katika taabu yao walimrudia Bwana Mungu wa Israeli na kumtafuta, naye akaonekana kwao. Katika siku hizo hapakuwa na amani kwa yeyote aliyesafiri kutoka wala kuingia, kwa kuwa wakazi wote wa nchi walikuwa katika machafuko makubwa. Taifa moja lilipigana na taifa lingine, na mji moja ukapigana na mji mwingine, kwa sababu Mungu alikuwa anawahangaisha kwa taabu za kila aina. Lakini kwa habari yenu nyinyi, kuweni hodari wala msikate tamaa, kwa kuwa mtapata thawabu kwa kazi yenu. Asa aliposikia maneno haya na unabii wa Azaria mwana wa Odedi nabii, akajipa moyo. Akaziondoa sanamu zote zilizokuwa machukizo katika nchi yote ya Yuda na Benyamini, na kutoka mji aliyoiteka ya vilima vya Efraimu. Akakarabati madhabahu ya Bwana iliyokuwa mbele ya ukumbi wa hekalu la Bwana. Kisha akakutanisha Yuda wote, Benyamini na watu kutoka Efraimu, watu wa Manase na Simeoni waliokuwa wanaishi miongoni mwao, kwa maana idadi kubwa walikuwa wamemjia kutoka Israeli walipoona kwamba Bwana Mungu wake alikuwa pamoja naye. Basi wakakusanyika huko Yerusalemu mwezi wa 3 katika mwaka wa 15 na utawala wa Asa. Wakati huo wakamtolea Bwana dhabihu za ng'ombe 700, kondoo na mbuzi 7,000 kutoka zile nyara walizoteka. Wakafanya agano kumtafuta Bwana Mungu wa baba zao kwa moyo wao wote na roho yao yote. Wale wote ambao hawangemfuata Bwana Mungu wa Israeli wangelazimika kuuawa, akiwa mdogo au mkubwa, mwanaume au mwanamke. Wakamwapia Bwana kwa sauti kuu, kwa kupiga kelele, tarumbeta na kwa baragumu. Yuda wote wakafurahia kile kiapo, kwa sababu walikuwa wameapa kwa moyo wao wote. Wakamtafuta Mungu kwa bidii, naye akaonekana kwao. Kwa hiyo Bwana akawastarehesha pande zote. Mfalme Asa akamwondolea Maaka mama yake wadhifa wake kama mama malkia, kwa sababu alikuwa ametengeneza nguzo za Ashera ya kuchukiza. Asa akaikata hiyo nguzo, akaivunja na kuiteketeza kwa moto katika bonde la Kidroni. Ijapokuwa hakuondoa mahali pa kuabudia miungu katika Israeli, moyo wa Asa ulikuwa umejiweka kwa Bwana kikamilifu maisha yake yote. Akaleta ndani hekalu la Mungu fedha na dhahabu na vile vyombo ambavyo yeye na baba yake walikuwa wameviweka wakfu. Hapakuwepo vita tena mpaka mwaka wa 35 wa utawala wake Asa. Sura ya 16. Katika mwaka wa 36 wa utawala wa Asa, mfalme Baasha wa Israeli akashambulia Yuda na kuweka ngome mji wa Rama ili kumzuia yoyote asitoke wala kuingia nchi ya mfalme Asa wa Yuda. Ndipo Asa akachukua fedha na dhahabu kutoka hazina ya hekalu la Bwana na kutoka jumba lake mwenyewe la kifalme na kumpelekea Ben-Hadadi mfalme wa Aramu, ambaye alikuwa anatawala huko Dameski. Akasema, pawepo na mkataba kati yangu na wewe, kama ulivyokuwepo kati ya baba yangu na baba yako. Tazama, nimekuletea fedha na dhahabu. Sasa vunja mkataba wako na Baasha mfalme wa Israeli ili aniondokee mimi. Ben-Hadadi akakubaliana na mfalme Asa na kutuma majemedari wa majeshi yake dhidi ya miji ya Israeli. Wakashinda Ioni, Dani, Abel-Maimu na miji yote ya hazina ya Naftali. Baasha aliposikia jambo hili akasimamisha kujenga Rama na kuacha kazi yake. Ndipo mfalme Asa akawaleta watu wote wa Yuda, nao wakachukua mawe na miti ambayo Baasha alikuwa anavitumia huko Rama. Kwa vitu hivyo akajenga Geba na Mispa. Ikawa wakati huo mwonaji Hanani akamjia mfalme Asa wa Yuda na kumwambia, kwa sababu ulimtegemea mfalme wa Aramu nawe hukumtegemea Bwana Mungu wako, jeshi la mfalme wa Aramu limeponyoka mkononi mwako. Je, hukumbuki lililotendeka kwa Wakushi na wa Libya? Hawakuwa jeshi lenye nguvu na magari mengi ya vita na wapanda farasi? Hata hivyo, ulipomtegemea Bwana, yeye aliwatia mkononi mwako. Kwa kuwa macho ya Bwana hukimbia duniani kote ili kujionyesha mwenye nguvu kwa ajili ya wale ambao mioyo yao inamtegemea kwa ukamilifu. Umefanya jambo la upumbavu, na kuanzia sasa kuendelea utakuwa na vita. Sasa Asa akamkasirikia mwonaji kwa sababu ya jambo hili. Alikuwa ameghadhabika sana hata akamweka gerezani. Wakati huo Asa akaanza kuwatesa na kuwaonea baadhi ya watu kwa ukatili. Matukio ya utawala wa Asa kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho yameandikwa katika kitabu cha wafalme wa Yuda na Israeli. Katika mwaka wa 39 wa utawala wake, Asa alipatwa na ugonjwa kwenye miguu yake. Ingawa ugonjwa wake ulimzidia sana, hata katika kuugua kwake hakutafuta msaada kutoka kwa Bwana, bali kwa matibabu tu. Katika mwaka wa 41 wa utawala wa Asa alikufa na kulala na baba zake, nao wakamzika katika kaburi lile alilokuwa amejichongea mwenyewe katika mji wa Daudi. Wakamzika kwenye jeneza lililowekwa vikolezi na machanganyiko wa manukato ya aina mbalimbali yaliyotengenezwa kwa utaalamu wa mtengenezaji marashi, nao wakawasha moto mkubwa kwa heshima yake.
Second Chronicles chapter 17. Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. Jehoshaphat his son, succeeded him as king and strengthened himself against Israel. He stationed troops in all the fortified cities of Judah and put garrisons in Judah and in the towns of Ephraim that his father Asa and captured. The Lord was with Jehoshaphat because in his early years he walked in the ways of his father David and followed. He did not consult the Baals, but sought the God of his father and followed his commands rather than the practices of Israel. The Lord established the kingdom under his control, and all Judah brought gifts to Jehoshaphat, so that he had great wealth and honor. His heart was devoted to the ways of the Lord. Furthermore, he removed the high places and the Asherah poles from Judah. In the third year of his reign, he sent his officials, Ben-Hur, Obadiah, Zechariah, Nathaniel, and Michael, to teach in the towns of Judah. With them were certain Levites, Shemaiah, Nathaniel, Zebadiah, Hazel, Shemiramoth, Jehonathan, Adonijah, Tobijah, and Adonijah, and the priest Elishama and Jehoram. They taught throughout Judah, taking with them the book of the law of the Lord. They went around to all the towns of Judah and taught the people. The fear of the Lord fell on all the kingdoms of the lands surrounding Judah, so that they did not make war on Jehoshaphat. Some Philistines brought Jehoshaphat gifts and silver as tribute, and the Arabs brought him flocks, 7,700 rams and 7,700 goats. Jehoshaphat became more and more powerful. He built forts and store cities in Judah and had large supplies in the towns of Judah. Also kept experiencing fighting men in Jerusalem. The enrollment by families was as follows. From Judah, commanders of units of 1,000, Adnah, the commander with 300,000 fighting men. Next, Jehonahan, the commander with 280,000. Next, Amasiah, son of Zikri, who volunteered himself for the service of the Lord with 200,000. From Benjamin, Eliada, the valiant soldier, with 200,000 men armed with bows and shields. Next, Jehozabad, with 180 men armed for battle. These were the men who served the king, besides those he stationed in the fortified cities throughout Judah. Micaiah prophesies against Ahab, chapter 18. Now Jehoshaphat had great wealth and honor, and he allied himself with Ahab by marriage. Some years later, he went down to visit Ahab in Samaria. Ahab slaughtered many sheep and cattle for him, and the people with him, and urged him to attack Ramoth Gilead. Ahab, king of Israel, asked Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, "Will you go with me against Ramoth Gilead?" Jehoshaphat replied, "I am as you are, and my people as your people. We will join you in the war." But Jehoshaphat also said to the king of Israel, "First seek the counsel of the Lord." So the king of Israel brought together the prophets, 400 men, and asked them, "Shall we go to war against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain?" "Go," they answered, "for God will give it into the king's hands." But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there not a prophet of the Lord here whom we can inquire of?" The king of Israel answered Jehoshaphat, "There is still one man through whom we can inquire of the Lord, but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good about me, but always bad. He is Micaiah, son of Imlah." "The king should not say that," Jehoshaphat replied. So the king of Israel called one of his officials and said, "Bring Micaiah, son of Imlah, at once." Dressed in their royal robes, the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, were sitting in their thrones at the threshing floor by the entrance of the gate of Samaria, with all the prophets prophesying before them. Now Zedekiah, son of Kenaniah, had made iron horns, and he declared, "This is what the Lord says. With this you will gore the Arameans until they are destroyed." All the other prophets were prophesying the same thing. "Attack Ramoth Gilead and be victorious," they said, "for the Lord will give it into the king's hand." The messenger who had gone to summon Micaiah said to him, "Look, as one man, the other prophets are predicting success for the king. Let your word agree with theirs and speak favorably." But Micaiah said, "As surely as the Lord lives, I can tell him only what my God says." When he arrived, the king asked, "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth Gilead, or shall I refrain?" "Attack and be victorious," he answered, "for they will be given into your hand." The king said to him, "How many times must I make you swear to tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" Then Micaiah answered, "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. And the Lord said, 'These people have no master. Let each one go home in peace.'" The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Didn't I tell you that he never prophesies anything good about me, but only bad?" Micaiah continued, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the host of heaven, standing on his right and on his left. And the Lord said, 'Who will entice Ahab, king of Israel, into attacking Ramoth Gilead and going to his death there?' One suggested this and another that. Finally, a spirit came forward, stood before the Lord and said, 'I will entice him.' "By what means?" the Lord asked. "I will go and be a lying spirit in the mouths of all his prophets," he said. "You will succeed in enticing him," said the Lord. "Go and do it." So now the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouths of these prophets of yours. The Lord has decreed disaster for you. Then Zedekiah, son of Kenana, went up and slapped Micaiah in the face. Which way did the spirit from the Lord go when we went from me to speak to you?" he asked. Micaiah replied, "You will find out on the day you'll go to hide in an inner room." The king of Israel then ordered, "Take Micaiah and send him back to Ammon, the ruler of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and say, 'This is what the king says. Put this fellow in prison and give him nothing but bread and water until I return safely.'" Micaiah declared, "If you ever return safely, the Lord has not spoken through me." Then added, "Mark my words, all you people. He have killed at Ramoth Gilead." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went up to Ramoth Gilead. The king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "I will enter the battle in disguise, but you wear your royal robes." So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Aram ordered his chariot commanders, "Do not fight with anyone, small or great, except the king of Israel." When the chariot commanders saw Jehoshaphat, they thought, "This is the king of Israel." So they turned to attack him. But Jehoshaphat cried out, and the Lord helped him. God drew them away from him. For when the chariot commanders saw that he was not the king of Israel, they stopped pursuing him. But someone drew his bow at random and hit the king of Israel between the sections of his armor. The king told the chariot driver, "Wheel around and get me out of the fighting. I have been wounded." All day long the battle raged, and the king of Israel propped himself up in his chariot facing the Arameans until evening. Then at sunset he died.
iltepen liare ematua etomon oudo. Nerrinyunye teseriani Yehoshaphat olaiguanani le Yuda alotu enkaji enye te Yerusalem. Kake eshomo Yehu olayion le Hanani ilo aduani anang'are ninye, nejoki ninye olaiguanani Yehoshaphat, iretu yie olarruoni ninyor lelo oiba olaitoriani. Ore enkaraki ina eewuo aing'oru olaiguanani olaitoriani enkaraki iyie. Etagore olaitoriani tenkaraki iyie. Ore ake iyie enotoki kulie baa sidan te iyie, amu indakie Ashera aishie tenakop, ning'oru Enkai toltau lino. Nebik Yehoshaphat te Yerusalem, nelo ninye tiatua olorere, ebaiki Beersheba, nebaiki inakop endonyo e Ephraim. Nianyu ninche airoroki Ephraim. Neyau ninche airoroki olaitoriani, Enkai oloomenye. I'll repeat that. Ometabaiki inakop indonyo e Ephraim, neyau ninche arrinyoki olaitoriani Enkai oloomenye. Negelu ninye ilarishak teina kop tiitau tiatua nkanas pookin naasheta isunta e Yuda, tenkanasa ake o tenkanasa. Nejoki ninye lelo arishak, entadamu inkias amu me oltung'ani inguanarere kake olaitoriani. Etii ninye tenebo intai idung'udung'u enkiguana. Ore naa taata nchoo euriata olaitoriani eaku tenebo intai. Entujur eniasiasa amu meeta enkibelekenyata oosipat tolaitoriani Enkai. Anaa enyorratakino anaa eng'amunoto oo ntokiting eropare. Ore kake sii te Yerusalem, negelu Yehoshaphat kulikae Lawi olopolosak olukuny oo irmareita loosiraeli pee edung enkiguana tenkaraki olaitoriani, nedung enkiguana tenetii enchankar. Yerusalem apa etii entonata enye. Nitanap ninche nejo, inji taa ntae enkuna teuriata olaitoriani, o te nkisiligata itajeu linyi pooki. Nelotu enkiguana ning'ua ilalashera linyi otii kulie anas, ipirta enkibukoto osarge na enkitanapata aata nkitookt nikinteng'en iyie ninche peemias ake ntokiting te dukuya olaitoriani. Nelotu ake aitagor inapi shumata etii lalashera linyi. Enaa intae entaas nimimbayuyu intae entorroni. Naa ng'ura Amaria ilo apolosani kitok otii teshumata intae tialo mbaa pookin olaitoriani. na Sebedaya olayon le Ishmael ninye olbalusi le kaji e Yuda tomba pookin naipirta olaiguanani na Ilawi likisiai iyie na eitung'ua iltung'anak kituak tiasho taasisho tempijan enaa nchoo olaitoriani tenebo ilo otipira itoriori mbaa enyenak. Second Chronicles chapter 20. After this, the Moabites and Ammonites with some of the Meunites came to make war on Jehoshaphat. Some men came and told Jehoshaphat, a vast army is coming against you from Edom, from the other side of the sea. It is already in Hazaron Tamar, that is En-Gedi. Alarmed, Jehoshaphat resolved to inquire of the Lord and proclaimed a fast in all Judah. The people of Judah came together to seek help from the Lord. Indeed, they came from every town in Judah to seek him. Then Jehoshaphat stood up in the assembly of Judah and Jerusalem at the temple of the Lord in front of the new courtyard and said, O Lord, God of our fathers, and are you not the God who is in heaven? You rule over all the kingdoms of the nations. Power and might are in your hand, and no one can withstand you. O our God, did you not drive out the inhabitants of this land before your people Israel and give it to forever to the descendants of Abraham, your friend? They have lived in it and have built in it a sanctuary for your name, saying, if calamity comes upon us, whether the sword of judgment or plague or famine, we shall stand in your presence before the temple which bears your name and will cry out to you and in our distress, and you will hear us and save us. But now, here are men from Ammon, Moab, and Mount Seir, whose territory you would not allow Israel to invade, and they came from Egypt. So they turned away from them and did not destroy them. See how they are repaying us by coming to drive us out of the possession you gave us as an inheritance. O our God, will you not judge them? For we have no power to face this vast army that is attacking us. We do not know what to do, but our eyes are upon you. All the men of Judah, with their wives and children and little ones, stood there before the Lord. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jahaziel, son of Zechariah, the son of Benaiah, the son of Jeiel, the son of Mattaniah, a Levite and descendant of Asaph, as he stood in the assembly. He said, listen, King Jehoshaphat, and all who live in Judah and Jerusalem. This is what the Lord says to you. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of the vast army, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Tomorrow, march down against them. They will be climbing up by the pass of Ziz, and you will find them at the end of the gorge in the desert of Jurel. You will not have to fight this battle. Take up your position, stand firm, and see the deliverance of the Lord will give you. See the deliverance the Lord will give you. O Judah and Jerusalem, do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Go out and face them tomorrow, and the Lord will be with you. Jehoshaphat bowed with his face to the ground, and all the people of Jerusalem, Judah and Jerusalem fell down in worship before the Lord. And some Levites from the Kohathites and Korahites stood up and praised the Lord, and God the God of Israel with very loud voices. Early in the morning, they left for the desert of Tekoa, and as they set out, Jehoshaphat stood and said, "Listen to me, Judah and people of Jerusalem. Have faith in the Lord your God, and you will be upheld. Have faith in his prophets, and you will be successful." After consulting the people, Jehoshaphat appointed men to sing to the Lord and to praise him for the splendor of his holiness, and they went out at the head of the army, saying, "Give thanks to the Lord, for his love endures forever." As they began to sing and praise, the Lord set ambushes against the men of Ammon and Moab and Mount Seir, who were invading Judah, and they were defeated. The men of Ammon and Moab rose up against the men of Mount Seir and destroyed and annihilated them. After they finished slaughtering the men of Seir, they helped to destroy one another. When the men of Judah came to the place that overlooked the desert, they looked towards the vast army and saw only dead bodies lying on the ground. No one had escaped. So Jehoshaphat and his men went to carry off their plunder, and they found among them a great amount of equipment and clothes, and also articles of value, more than they could take away. There was so much plunder that it took 3 days to collect it. On the 4th day, they assembled in the valley of Berakah, where they praised the Lord. This is why it is called the Valley of Berakah to this day. Then, led by Jehoshaphat, all the men of Judah and Jerusalem returned joyfully to Jerusalem, for the Lord had given them cause to rejoice over their enemies. They entered Jerusalem and went to the temple. They entered Jerusalem and went to the temple of the Lord with harp and lutes and trumpets. The fear of the Lord came upon all the kingdoms of the countries that had heard what the Lord had fought against the enemies of Israel, and the kingdom of Jehoshaphat was at peace. For this God had given them rest from every side. So Jehoshaphat reigned over Judah. He was 35 years old when he became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 25 years. His mother's name was Azubah, daughter of Shilhi. He walked in the ways of his father's Asa and did not stray from them. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. The high place, however, were not removed, and the people still had not set their hearts on the gods of their fathers. I repeat that. And the people still had not set their hearts on the gods of their fathers. The other events of Jehoshaphat's reign from beginning to end are written in the annals of Jehu, son of Hanani, which are recorded in the book of the kings of Israel. Later, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, made an alliance with Ahaziah, king of Israel, who was guilty of wickedness. He agreed with him to construct a fleet of trading ships. After they were built at Ezekon-Geber, Eleazar, son of Dodavahu, and Maresa prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, "Because you have made an alliance with Ahaziah, the Lord will destroy what you have made." The ships were wrecked and were not able to set sail to trade. Thank you.
Second Chronicles chapter 21. Then Jehoshaphat rested with his fathers and was buried with them in the city of David. And Jehoram his son succeeded him as king. Jehoram's brothers, the sons of Jehoshaphat, were Azariah, Jehiel, Zechariah, Azariahu, Michael, and Shephatiah. All these were sons of Jehoshaphat, king of Israel. Their father had given them many gifts of silver and gold and articles of value, as well as fortified cities in Judah. But he had given the kingdom to Jehoram because he was his firstborn son. When Jehoram established himself firmly over his father's kingdom, he put all his brothers to the sword along with some of the princes of Israel. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, as the house of Ahab had done, for he had married a daughter of Ahab. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, because of the covenant the Lord had made with David, the Lord was not willing to destroy the house of David. He had promised to maintain a lamp for him and his descendants forever. In the time of Jehoram, Edom rebelled against Judah and set up its own king. So Jehoram went there with his officers and all his chariots. The Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, but he rose up and broke through by night. To this day, Edom has been in rebellion against Judah. Libnah revolted at the same time because Jehoram had forsaken the Lord, the God of his fathers. He had also built high places on the hills of Judah and had caused the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves and had led Judah astray. Jehoram received a letter from Elijah the prophet which said, "This is what the Lord, the God of your father David says, you have not walked in the ways of your father Jehoshaphat or of Asa king of Judah, but you have walked in the ways of the king of Israel, and you have led Judah and the people of Jerusalem to prostitute themselves, just as the house of Ahab did. You have also murdered your own brothers, members of your father's house, men who were better than you. So now the Lord is about to strike your people, your sons, your wives, and everything that is yours with a heavy blow. You yourselves will be very ill with a lingering disease of the bowels until the disease causes your bowels to come out." The Lord aroused against Jehoram the hostility of the Philistines and of the Arabs who lived near the Cushites. They attacked Judah, invaded it, and carried off all the goods found in the king's palace, together with his sons and wives. Not a son was left to him except Ahaziah the youngest. After all this, the Lord afflicted Jehoram with an incurable disease of the bowels. In the course of time, at the end of the second year, his bowels came out because of the disease, and he died in great pain. His people made no fire in his honor, as they had for his fathers. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. He passed away to no one's regret and was buried in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the kings. 2 Chronicles chapter 22. The people of Jerusalem made Ahaziah, Jehoram's youngest son, king in his place, since the raiders who came with the Arabs into the camp had killed all the older sons. So Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, a granddaughter of Omri. He too walked in the ways of the house of Ahab, for his mother encouraged him in doing wrong. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as the house of Ahab had done. For after his father's death, they became his advisers to his undoing. He also followed their counsel when he went with Joram, son of Ahab, king of Israel, to war against Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth Gilead. The Arameans wounded Joram, so he returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds they had inflicted on him at Ramoth in his battle with Hazael, king of Aram. Then Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to see Joram, son of Ahab, because he had been wounded. Through Ahaziah's visits to Joram, God brought about Ahaziah's downfall. When Ahaziah arrived, he went out with Joram to meet Jehu, son of Nimshi, whom the Lord had anointed to destroy the house of Ahab. While Jehu was executing judgment on the house of Ahab, he found the princes of Judah and the sons of Ahaziah's relatives who had been attending Ahaziah, and he killed them. He then went in search of Ahaziah, and his men captured him while he was hiding in Samaria. He was brought to Jehu and put to death. They buried him, for they said he was a son of Jehoshaphat, who sought the Lord with all his heart. So there was no one in the house of Ahaziah powerful enough to retain the kingdom. Now, when Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she proceeded to destroy the whole royal family of the house of Judah. But Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram, took Joash, son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the royal princes who were about to be married, and put him and his nurse in a bedroom, because Jehosheba, the daughter of King Jehoram and wife of the priest Jehoiada, was Ahaziah's sister. She hid the child from Athaliah so she could not kill him. He remained hidden with them at the temple of God for 6 years while Athaliah ruled the land. 2 Chronicles chapter 23. In the 7th year, Jehoiada showed his strength. He made a covenant with the commanders of units of 100. Azariah, son of Jehoram, Ishmael, son of Jehohanan, Azariah, son of Obed, Maaseiah, son of Adaiah, and Elishaphat, son of Zikri. They went throughout Judah and gathered the Levites and the heads of Israelite families from all the towns. When they came to Jerusalem, the whole assembly made a covenant with the king at the temple of God. Jehoiada said to them, "The king's son shall reign, as the Lord promised concerning the descendants of David. Now this is what you are to do. A third of you priests and Levites who are going on duty on the Sabbath are to keep watch at the doors. A third of you at the royal palace, and a third at the foundation gate, and all the other men are to be in the courtyards of the temple of the Lord. No one is to enter the temple of the Lord except the priests and Levites on duty. They may enter because they are consecrated, but all the other men are to guard what the Lord has assigned to them. The Levites are to station themselves around the king, each man with his weapons in his hand. Anyone who enters the temple must be put to death. Stay close to the king wherever he goes." The Levites and all the men of Judah did just as Jehoiada the priest ordered. Each one took his men, those who were going on duty on the Sabbath and those who were going off duty, for Jehoiada the priest had not released any of the divisions. Then he gave the commanders of units of 100 the spears and the large and small shields that had belonged to King David and that were in the temple of God. He stationed all the men, each with his weapon in his hand, around the king near the altar and the temple, from the south side to the north side of the temple. Jehoiada and his sons brought out the king's son and put the crown on him. They presented him with a copy of the covenant and proclaimed him king. They anointed him and shouted, "Long live the king." When Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and cheering the king, she went to them at the temple of the Lord. She looked, and there was the king standing by his pillar at the entrance. The officers and the trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people of the land were rejoicing and blowing trumpets, and singers with musical instruments were leading the praises. Then Athaliah tore her robes and shouted, "Treason, treason!" Jehoiada the priest sent out the commanders of units of 100 who were in charge of the troops and said to them, "Bring her out between the ranks and put to the sword anyone who follows her." For the priest had said, "Do not put her to death at the temple of the Lord." So they seized her as she reached the entrance of the horse gate on the palace grounds, and there they put her to death. Jehoiada then made a covenant that he and the people and the king would be the Lord's people. All the people went to the temple of Baal and tore it down. They smashed the altars and idols and killed Matan the priest of Baal in front of the altars. Then Jehoiada placed the oversight of the temple of the Lord in the hands of the priests who were Levites, to whom David had made assignments in the temple to present the burnt offerings of the Lord as written in the law of Moses with rejoicing and singing. as David had ordered. He also stationed doorkeepers at the gates of the Lord's temple, so that no one who was in any way unclean might enter. He took with him the commanders of hundreds, the nobles, the rulers of the people, and all the people of the land, and brought the king down from the temple of the Lord. They went into the palace through the upper gate, and seated the king on the royal throne, and all the people of the land rejoiced. And the city was quiet, because Athaliah had been slain with a sword.
2 Chronicles chapter 24. Joash was 7 years old when he became king and reigned in Jerusalem 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah. She was from Beersheba. Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all the years of Jehoiada the priest. Jehoiada chose 2 wives for him, and he had sons and daughters. Sometime later, Joash decided to restore the temple of the Lord. He called together the priests and the Levites and said to them, "Go to the towns of Judah and collect the money due annually from all Israel to repair the temple of your God. Do it now." But the Levites did not act at once. Therefore the king summoned Jehoiada the chief priest and said to him, "Why haven't you required the Levites to bring in from Judah and Jerusalem the tax imposed by Moses, the son of the Lord, and by the assembly of Israel for the tent of the testimony?" Now the sons of the wicked woman Athaliah had broken into the temple of God and had used even its sacred objects for the Baals. At the king's command, a chest was made and placed outside at the gate of the temple of the Lord. A proclamation was then issued in Judah and Jerusalem that they should bring to the Lord the tax that Moses, the servant of God, had required of Israel in the desert. All the officials and all the people brought their contributions gladly, dropping them in the chest until it was full. Whenever the chest was brought in by the Levites to the king's officials, and they saw that there was a large amount of money, the royal secretary and the officer of the chief priest would come and empty the chest and carry it to its place. They did this regularly and collected a great amount of money. The king and Jehoiada gave it to the men who carried out the work required for the temple of the Lord. They hired masons and carpenters to restore the Lord's temple, and also workers in iron and bronze to repair the temple. The men in charge of the work were diligent, and the repairers progressed under them. They built the temple of God according to its original plan and reinforced it. When they had finished, they brought the rest of the money to the king and Jehoiada, and with it were articles for the Lord's temple, articles for the service and for the burnt offerings, and also dishes and other objects of gold and silver. As long as Jehoiada lived, burnt offerings were presented continually in the temple of the Lord. Now Jehoiada was old and full of years. He died at the age of 130. He was buried with the kings in the city of David because of the good he had done in Israel for God and his temple. After the death of Jehoiada, the officials of Judah came and paid homage to the king, and he listened to them. They abandoned the temple of the Lord, the God of their fathers, and worshipped Asherah poles and idols. Because of their guilt, God's anger came upon Judah and Jerusalem. Although the Lord sent prophets to the people to bring them back to him, and though they testified against them, they would not listen. Then the Spirit of God came upon Zechariah, son of Jehoiada the priest. He stood before the people and said, "This is what God says. Why do you disobey the Lord's command? You will not prosper. Because you have forsaken the Lord, he has forsaken you." But they plotted against him, and by order of the king, they stoned him to death in the courtyard of the Lord's temple. King Joash did not remember the kindness Zechariah's father Jehoiada had shown him and killed his son, who said as he lay dying, "May the Lord see this and call you to account."
At the turn of the year, the army of Aram marched against Joash. It invaded Judah and Jerusalem and killed all the leaders of the people. They sent all the plunder to the king in Damascus. Although the Aramean army had come with only a few men, the Lord delivered into their hands a much larger army. Because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers, judgment was executed on Joash. When the Arameans withdrew, they left Joash severely wounded. His officials conspired against him for murdering the son of Jehoiada the priest, and they killed him in his bed. So he died and was buried in the city of David, but not in the tombs of the kings. Those who conspired against him were Zabad, son of Shimeth, and an Ammonite woman, and Jehozabad, son of Shimrith, a Moabite woman. The account of his sons, the many prophecies about him, the record of the restoration of the temple of God were written in the annotations on the book of the kings. And Amaziah, his son, succeeded him as king. 2 Chronicles chapter 25. Amaziah was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoaddin. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not wholeheartedly. After the kingdom was firmly in his control, he executed the officials who had murdered his father the king. Yet he did not put their sons to death, but acted in accordance to what is written in the law, the book of Moses, where the Lord commanded, fathers shall not put to death for their children, fathers shall not be put to death for their children, nor children put to death for their fathers, each is to die for his own. Amaziah called the people of Judah together and assigned them according to their families to commanders of thousands. Yes. Verse 5, Amaziah called the people of Judah together and assigned them according to their families to commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds for all Judah and Benjamin. He then mastered those 20 years old or more and found that there were 300,000 men ready for military service, able to handle the spear and shield. He also hired 100,000 fighting men from Israel for 100 talents of silver. But a man of God came to him and said, O king, these troops from Israel must not march with you, for the Lord is not with Israel, not with any of the people of Ephraim. Even if you go and fight courageously in battle, God will overthrow you before the enemy, for God has the power to help or overthrow. Amaziah asked the man of God, but what about the 100 talents I paid for this Israelite troop? The man of God replied, the Lord can give you much more than that. So Amaziah dismissed the troop who had come to him from Ephraim and sent them home. They were furious with Judah and left for home in a great rage. Amaziah then marshaled his strength and led his army to the valley of Salt, where he killed 10,000 men of Seir. The army of Judah also captured 10,000 men alive, took them to the top of a cliff and threw them down so that all were dashed into pieces. Meanwhile, the troops that Amaziah had sent back and had not allowed to take part in the war raided Judean towns from Samaria to Beth-horon. They killed 3,000 people and carried off great quantities of plunder. Then Amaziah returned from slaughtering the Edomites. He brought back the gods of the people of Seir. He set them as his own gods, bowed down to them, and burnt sacrifices to them. The anger of the Lord burnt against Amaziah, and he sent a prophet to him, who said, Why do you consult these people's gods? Which could not save their own people from your hand? While he was still speaking, the king said to him, have we appointed you an advisor to the king? Stop. Why be struck down? So the prophet stopped but said, I know that God has determined to destroy you because you have done this and have not listened to my counsel. After Amaziah, king of Judah, consulted the advisors, he sent his challenge to Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, king of Israel. Come, meet me face to face. But Jehoash, king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah. A thistle in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon. Give your daughter to my son in marriage. Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle underfoot. You say to yourself that you will defeat Edom, and now you are arrogant and proud. But stay at home. Why ask for trouble and cause your own downfall and that of Judah also? Amaziah, however, will not listen, for God so worked that he might hand them over to Jehoash, because they sought the gods of Edom. So Jehoash, king of Israel, attacked. He and Amaziah, king of Judah, faced each other at Beth Shemesh in Judah. Judah was rooted by Israel, and every man fled to his home. Joash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Haziah, at Beth Shemesh. Then Joash brought him to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from Ephraim Gate to the corner gate, a section about 600 feet long. He took all the gold and silver and all the articles found in the temple of God that had been in the care of Obed-Edom, together with the palace treasures and the hostages, and returned to Samaria. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Jehoash, son of Jehoaz, king of Israel. As for the other events of Amaziah's reign, from the beginning to the end, are they not written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel? From the time that Amaziah turned away from following the Lord, they conspired against him in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. But they sent men after him to Lachish and killed him there. He was brought back by horse and was buried with his fathers in the city of Judah. 2 Chronicles chapter 26. Then all the people of Judah took Uzziah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in the place of his father Amaziah. He was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after Amaziah returned to his fathers. Uzziah was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jecholiah. She was from Jerusalem. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. He sought God during the days of Zechariah, who instructed him in the fear of God. As long as he sought the Lord, God gave him success. He went to war against the Philistines and broke down the walls of Gath, Jebna, and Ashdod. He then rebuilt towns near Ashdod and elsewhere among the Philistines. God helped him against the Philistines and against the Arabs who lived in Gurbal, and against the Meunites. The Ammonites brought tribute to Uzziah, and his fame spread as far as the border of Egypt, because he had become very powerful. Uzziah built towers in Jerusalem at the corner gate, at the valley gate, and at the angle of the wall, and he fortified them. He also built towers in the desert and dug many cisterns, because he had much livestock in the foothills and in the plains. He had people working his fields and vineyards in the hills and in the fertile lands, for he loved the soil. Uzziah had a well-trained army, ready to go out by divisions according to the numbers, as mastered by Jael, the secretary, and Messiah, the officer, under the direction of Hananiah, one of the royal officials. The total number of family leaders over the fighting men were 2,600. Under their commander was an army of 307,500 men trained for war, a powerful force to support the king against his enemies. Uzziah provided shields, spears, helmets, coats of armor, bows and slingstones for the entire army. In Jerusalem, he made machines designed by skillful men for use on the towers and on the corner defenses to shoot arrows and hurl large stones. His fame spread far and wide, for he was greatly helped until he became powerful. But after Uzziah became powerful, his pride led to his downfall. He was unfaithful to the Lord his God, and entered the temple of the Lord to burn incense on the altar of incense. Azariah the priest, with 80 other courageous priests of the Lord, followed him in. They confronted him and said, "It is not right for you, Uzziah, to burn incense to the Lord. That is for the priests, the descendants of Aaron, who have been consecrated to burn incense. Leave the sanctuary, for you have become unfaithful, and you will not be honored by the Lord." Uzziah, who had a censer in his hand, ready to burn incense, became angry. While he was raging at the priest in their presence before the incense altar in the Lord's temple, leprosy broke out on his forehead. When Azariah, the chief priest, and all the other priests looked at him, they saw that he had leprosy on his forehead, so they hurried him out. Indeed, he himself was eager to live because the Lord had afflicted him. King Uzziah had leprosy until the day he died. He lived in a separate house, leprous and excluded from the temple of the Lord. Jotham, his son, had charge of the palace and governed the people of the land. The other events of Uzziah's reign, from beginning to the end, are recorded by the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos. Uzziah rested with his fathers and was buried near them in a field for burial that belonged to the kings. For the people said he had leprosy. And Jotham, his son, succeeded him as king. 2 Chronicles chapter 27. Jotham was 25 years old when he became king. He reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. But unlike him, he did not enter the temple of the Lord. The people, however, continued their corrupt practices. Jotham rebuilt the upper gates of the temple of the Lord and did extensive work on the walls at the hill of Ophel. He built towers in the Judean hills and forts and towers in the wooded areas. Jotham made war on the king of the Ammonites and conquered them. That year, the Ammonites paid him 100 talents of silver, 10,000 cores of wheat, and 10,000 cores of barley. The Ammonites brought him the same amount also in the second and third years. Jotham grew powerful because he walked steadfastly before the Lord his God. The other events in Jotham's reign, including all his wars and the other things he did, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king and reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Jotham rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of David, and Ahaz his son succeeded him as king.
Amen. 2 Chronicles chapter 28. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. Unlike David his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord. He walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and also made cast idols for worshipping the Baals. He burned sacrifices in the valley of Ben Hinnom, and sacrificed his sons in the fire, following the detestable ways of nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He offered Israelites and burnt incense at the high places on the hilltops and under every spreading tree. Therefore, the Lord his God handed him over the king of Aram. The Arameans defeated him and took many of his people as prisoners and brought them to Damascus. He was also given into the hands of the king of Israel, who inflicted heavy casualties on him. In one day, Pekah, son of Lemaiah, killed 120,000 soldiers in Judah, because Judah had forsaken the Lord, the God of their fathers. Zikri and Ephraimite warrior killed Maaseiah, the king's son. Azrikam, the officer in charge of the palace, and Elkanah second to the king, the Israelites took captive from their king's men 200,000 wives, sons, and daughters. They also took a great deal of plunder, which they carried back to Samaria. But a prophet of the Lord named Obed was there, and he went out to meet the army when it returned to Samaria. He said to them, "Because the Lord, the God of your fathers, was angry with Judah, he gave them into your hand, but you have slaughtered them in a rage that reached to heaven. And now you intend to make the men and the women of Judah and Jerusalem your slaves. But aren't you also guilty of sins against the Lord your God? Now listen to me. Set back your fellow countrymen you have taken as prisoners, for the Lord For the Lord your God, now listen to me. Set back your fellow countrymen you have taken as prisoners, for the Lord's fierce anger rests on you." Then some of the leaders in Ephraim, Azariah, son of Jehohanan, Berechiah, son of Meshilemoth, Jehizekiah, son of Sharam, and Amasa, son of Hadlai, confronted those who were arriving from the war. "You must not bring those prisoners here," they said, "or we will be guilty before the Lord. Do you intend to add to our sin of guilt? For our guilt is already great, and his fierce anger rests on Israel." So the soldiers gave up the prisoners and plunder in the presence of the officials and all their assembly. The men designated by name took the prisoners, and from the plunder they clothed all who were naked. They provided them with clothes and sandals, food and drink, and healing balm. All those who were weak they put on the donkeys, so they took them back to their fellow countrymen at Jericho, the city of palms, and returned to Samaria. At that time King Ahaz sent to the king of Assyria for help. The Edomites had again come and attacked Judah and carried away prisoners, while the Philistines had laid down in the foothills and in the Negev of Judah. They captured and occupied Beth Shemesh, Aijalon, and Gideroth, and well as Soko, Timnah and Gimzo, with their surrounding villages. The Lord had humbled Judah because of Ahaz, king of Israel, for he had prompted wickedness in Judah and had been most unfaithful to the Lord. Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came to him, but he gave him trouble instead of help. Ahaz took some of the things from the temple of the Lord and from the royal palace and from the princes and presented them to the king of Assyria. But that did not help him. In his time of trouble, King Ahaz became even more unfaithful to the Lord. He offered sacrifices to the gods of Damascus who had defeated him, for he thought, since the gods of kings of Aram have helped them, I will sacrifice to them so that they will help me. But they were his downfall and the downfall of all Israel. Ahaz gathered together the furnishings from the temple of God and took them away. He shut the doors of the Lord's temple and set all altars at every street corner in Jerusalem. In every town in Judah, he built high places and burnt sacrifices to other gods and provoked the Lord, the God of his fathers, to anger. The other events of his reign, as all his ways from the beginning to the end, are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Ahaz rested with his fathers and was buried in the city of Jerusalem, but he was not placed in the tops of the kings of Israel. And Hezekiah, his son, succeeded him as a king. 2 Chronicles chapter 29. Hezekiah was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abijah, daughter of Zechariah. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David had done. In the first month of the first year of his reign, he opened the doors of the temple of the Lord and repaired them. He brought in the priests and the Levites, assembled them in the square of the east side, and said, "Listen to me, Levites, consecrate yourself now and consecrate the temple of the Lord, the God of your fathers. Remove all defilements from the sanctuary. Our fathers were unfaithful. They did evil in the eyes of the Lord, our God, and forsook him. They took their faces away from the Lord, dwelling place, and turned their backs on him. They also shut the doors of the portico and put out the lamps. They did not burn incense or present any burnt offerings at the sanctuary to the Lord of Israel. Therefore, the anger of the Lord has fallen on Judah and Jerusalem. He has made them an object of dread and horror and scorn. As you can see in your own eyes, this is why our fathers have fallen by the sword, and why our sons and daughters and our wives are in captivity. Now I intend to make a covenant with the Lord, the God of Israel, so that his fierce anger will turn away from us. My sons, do not be negligent now, for the Lord has chosen you to stand before him and serve him, to minister before him and to burn incense." Then these Levites set to work from the Kohathites, Mahath, son of Amasai, and Joel, son of Azariah, from Melalites, Kish, son of Abdi, and Azaliah, son of Jehalelel, from the Jashonites, Joah, son of Zimah, and Eden, son of Joan, and the descendants of Elizam, Shimli and Jaelel, from the descendants of Asaph, Zechariah and Mattaniah, from the descendants of Heman, Jehiel and Shimei, from the descendants of Jeduthun, Shemaiah and Uzziel. When they had assembled their brothers and concentrated themselves, they went into purity, the temple of the Lord, and the king had ordered. Following the word of the Lord, the priest went into the sanctuary of the Lord to purify it. They brought out the country yard of the Lord temple, every unclean and defiled in the temple of the Lord. The Levites took it and carried it out of the Kidron Valley. They began the consecration of the first day of the first month, and by the 8th day of the month, they reached the portico of the Lord. For 8 more days, they consecrated the temple of the Lord itself, finishing on the 16th day of the first month. Then they went into the king Hezekiah had reported, "We have purified the entire temple of the Lord, the altar of burnt offerings with all its utensils, and the table for setting out the consecrated bread with all its articles. We have prepared and consecrated all the articles that King Ahaz removed in his unfaithfulness while he was king. They are now in front of the Lord's altar." Early the next morning, King Hezekiah gathered the city officials together and went up to the temple of the Lord. They brought 7 bulls, 7 lambs, 7 male lambs, and 7 male goats as a sin offering for the kingdom, for the sanctuary, and for Judah. The king commanded the priests, the descendants of Aaron, to offer this on the altar of the Lord. So they slaughtered the bulls, and the priests took the blood and sprinkled it on the altar. Next, they slaughtered the rams and sprinkled their blood on the altar. Then they slaughtered the lambs and sprinkled their blood on the altar. The goats of the skins offered were brought before the king and the assembly. Then they laid their hands on them. The priests then slaughtered the goats and presented their blood on the altar for the sin offering to atone for all Israel. Because the king had ordered the burnt offerings and the sin offerings for Israel, he stationed the Levites in the temple of the Lord with cymbals, harps, and lyres in the way prescribed by David and Gad, the king's seer, and Nathan, the prophet. This was commanded by the Lord through his prophets. So the Levites stood ready with David instruments, and the priests with their trumpets. Hezekiah gave the order to sacrifice the burnt offering on the altar. As the offering began, singing to the Lord began also, accompanied by trumpets and the instruments of David, king of Israel. The whole assembly bowed in worship while the singers sang and the trumpets played. All this continued until the sacrifice of the burnt offering was completed. When the offering were finished, the king and everyone present with him knelt down and worshipped. King Hezekiah and his officials ordered the Levites to praise the Lord with the words of David and Asaph the seer. So they sang praises with gladness and bowed their heads and worshipped. Then Hezekiah said, "You have now dedicated yourself to the Lord. Come and bring sacrifices and thanks offering to the temple of the Lord." So the assembly brought the sacrifices and thanks offerings, and all those hearts who were willing brought burnt offering. The number of burnt offerings the assembly brought was 70 bulls, 100 lambs, and 200 male rams, all of them for burnt offerings to the Lord. The animals consecrated as sacrifices amounted to 600 bulls, 300 sheep, and goats. The priests, however, were too few to skin all the burnt offerings. So their king's men, the Levites, helped them until the task was finished and until other priests had been consecrated. For the Levites had been more conscientious in consecrating themselves as the priests had been. There were burnt offerings in abundance, together with the fat of the fellowship offerings and the drink offerings that accompanied the burnt offerings. So the service of the temple of the Lord was reestablished. Hezekiah and all the people rejoiced at what God had brought about for his people, because it was done quickly. Amen.
2 Chronicles chapter 30. Hezekiah sent word to all Israel and Judah, and also wrote letters to Ephraim and Manasseh, inviting them to come to the temple of the Lord in Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover to the Lord, the God of Israel. The king and his officials and the whole assembly in Jerusalem decided to celebrate the Passover in the second month. They had not been able to celebrate it at the regular time because not enough priests had consecrated themselves, and the people had not assembled in Jerusalem. The plan seemed right both to the king and to the whole assembly. They decided to send a proclamation throughout Israel from Beersheba to Dan, calling the people to come to Jerusalem and celebrate the Passover of the Lord, the God of Israel. It had not been celebrated in a large number according to what was written. At the king's command, the couriers went throughout Israel and Judah with letters from the king and from his officials, which read, "People of Israel, return to the Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, that he may return to you who are left, who have escaped from the hand of the king of Assyria. Do not be like your fathers and brothers who are unfaithful to the Lord, the God of their fathers, so that he made them an object of horror. As you see, do not be stiff-necked as your fathers were. Submit to the Lord. Come to the sanctuary, which he has consecrated forever. Serve the Lord your God, so that his fierce anger will turn away from you. If you return to the Lord, then your brothers and your children will be shown compassion by their captors, and we will come back to this land. For the Lord your God is gracious and compassionate. He will not turn his face from you if you return to him." The couriers went from town to town in Ephraim and Manasseh, as far as Zebulun, but the people scorned and ridiculed them. Nevertheless, some men of Asher, Manasseh, and Zebulun humbled themselves and went to Jerusalem. Also in Judah, the hand of God was on the people to give them unity of mind to carry out what the king and his officials had ordered, following the word of the Lord. A very large crowd of people assembled in Jerusalem to celebrate the Feast of Unleavened Bread in the second month. They removed the altars in Jerusalem and cleared away the incense altars and threw them into the Kidron Valley. They slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the second month. The priests and the Levites were ashamed and consecrated themselves and brought burnt offerings to the temple of the Lord. Then they took up their regular positions as prescribed in the law of Moses, the man of God. The priests sprinkled the blood handed to them by the Levites. Since many in the crowd had not consecrated themselves, the Levites had to kill the Passover lambs for all those who were not ceremonially clean and could not consecrate their lambs to the Lord. Although most of the many people who had come from Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, and Zebulun had not purified themselves, yet they ate the Passover, contrary to what was written. But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, "May the Lord, who is good, pardon everyone who sets his heart on seeking God, the Lord, the God of his fathers, even if he is not clean according to the rules of the sanctuary." And the Lord heard Hezekiah and healed the people. The Israelites who were present in Jerusalem celebrated the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days with great rejoicing, while the Levites and the priests sang to the Lord every day, accompanied by the Lord's instruments of praise. Hezekiah spoke encouragingly to all the Levites, who showed good understanding of the service of the Lord. For the 7 days they ate and their assigned portion, and offered fellowship offerings and praised the Lord, the God of their fathers. The whole assembly then agreed to celebrate the festival 7 more days. So for another 7 days they celebrated joyfully. Hezekiah king of Judah provided 1,000 bulls and 7,000 sheep and goats for the assembly, and the officials provided them with 1,000 bulls and 10,000 sheep and goats. A great number of priests consecrated themselves. The entire assembly of Judah rejoiced, along with the priests and Levites and all who had assembled from Israel, including the aliens who had come from Israel and those who lived in Judah. There was great joy in Jerusalem, for since the days of Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, there had never been nothing like this in Jerusalem. The priests and the Levites stood to bless the people, and God heard them for their prayer reached heaven, his holy dwelling place. Chapter 31. When all this had ended, the Israelites who were there went out to the towns of Judah, smashed the sacred stones, and cut down the Asherah poles. They destroyed the high places and the altars throughout Judah and Benjamin and in Ephraim and Manasseh. After they had destroyed all of them, the Israelites returned to their own towns and to their own property. Hezekiah assigned the priests and Levites to divisions, each of them according to their duties as priests or Levites, to offer burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, to minister, to give thanks, and to sing praises at the gates of the Lord's dwelling. The king contributed from his own possessions for the morning and evening burnt offerings, and for the burnt offerings on the Sabbaths, new moons, and appointed feasts, as written in the law of the Lord. He ordered the people living in Jerusalem to give the portion due to the priests and Levites, so that they could devote themselves to the law of the Lord. As soon as the order went out, the Israelites generously gave first fruits of their grain, new wine, oil, and honey, and all that the field produced. They brought a great amount, a tithe of everything. The men of Israel and Judah who lived in the towns of Judah also brought a tithe of their herds and flocks, and a tithe of the holy things dedicated to the Lord their God, and they piled them in heaps. They began doing this in the 3rd month and finished in the 7th month. When Hezekiah and his officials came and saw the heaps, they praised the Lord and blessed his people Israel. Hezekiah asked the priests and the Levites about the heaps, and Azariah, the chief priest from the family of Zadok, answered, "Since the people began to bring their contributions to the temple of the Lord, we have had enough to eat and plenty to spare, because the Lord has blessed his people, and this great amount is left over." Hezekiah gave orders to prepare storerooms in the temple of the Lord, and this was done. Then they faithfully brought in the contributions, tithes, and dedicated gifts. Conaniah, a Levite, was in charge of these things, and his brother Shimei was next in rank. Jehiel, Azaziah, Nahath, Asahel, Jerimoth, Jazabad, Eliel, Ismakiah, Mahath, and Benaiah were supervisors under Conaniah and Shimei his brother, by appointment of the king Hezekiah and Azariah, the officials in charge of the temple of God. Corey, son of Imnah, the Levite, keeper of the east gate, was in charge of the freewill offering given to the Lord, distributing the distributions made to the Lord and also to the consecrated gifts. Eden, Miniamin, Jeshua, Shemaiah, Amariah, and Shechaniah assisted him faithfully in the towns of the priests, distributing to them fellow priests according to their divisions, old and young alike. In addition, they distributed to the male 3 years old or more, whose names were in the genealogical records, or who would enter the temple of the Lord to perform the daily duties of their various tasks according to their responsibilities and their divisions. And they distributed to the priests enrolled by their families in the genealogical records, and likewise to the Levites 20 years old or more, according to their responsibilities and their divisions. They included all the little ones, the wives, and the sons and daughters of the whole community listed in these genealogical records, for they were faithful in consecrating themselves. As for the priests, the descendants of Aaron, who lived on the farmlands around their towns, in any other town, men were designated by name to distribute portions to every male among them and to all who are recorded in the genealogies of the Levites. This is what Hezekiah did throughout Judah, doing what was good and right and faithful before the Lord his God. In everything that he undertook in the service of God's temple and in obedience to the law and the commands, he sought his God and worked wholeheartedly, and so he prospered.
Second Chronicles chapter 32. After all that Hezekiah had so faithful done, Sennacherib king of Assyria came and invaded Judah. He laid siege to the fortified cities, thinking to conquer them for himself. When Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib had come and that he intended to make war on Jerusalem, he consulted with his officials and military staff about blocking off the water from the spring outside the city, and they helped him. A large force of men assembled, and they blocked all the springs and the streams that followed through the land. Why should the kings of Assyria come and find plenty of water? They said. Then he worked hard to repair all the broken section of the wall and build towers on it. He built another wall outside that one and reinforced the supporting terraces of the city of David. He also made large numbers of weapons and shields. He appointed military officials over the people and assembled them before him in the square at the city gate and encouraged them with these words: "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of the king of Assyria and the vast army with him, for there is a greater power with us than with them. With him is only an army of flesh, but with us is the Lord our God to help us and to fight our battles." And the people gained confidence from what Hezekiah, the king of Judah, said. Later, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, and all his forces, laying siege at Lachish, he sent his officials to Jerusalem with this message for Hezekiah, king of Judah, and for all the people of Judah who are there. This is what Sennacherib, king of Assyria, says. On what are you basing your confidence that you remain in Jerusalem under siege? When Hezekiah when Hezekiah says, "The Lord our God will save us from the hand of the king of Assyria," he is misleading you to let you die of hunger and thirst. Did not Hezekiah himself remove his gods' high places and altars, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, "You must worship before one altar and burn sacrifices on it"? Do you not know that I am? Do you not know what I and my fathers have done to all the people of the other lands? Were the gods of those nations ever able to deliver their land from my hand? Who of all the gods of these nations that my fathers destroyed has been able to save his people from me? How then can your God deliver you from my hand? Now, do not let Hezekiah deceive you and mislead you like this. Do not believe him, for no God of any nation or kingdom has been able to deliver his people from my hand or from the hand of my fathers. How much less will your God deliver you from my hand? Sennacherib officers spoke further against the Lord God and against his servant Hezekiah. The king also wrote letters insulting the Lord, the God of Israel, and saying this against him: "Just as the gods of the people of other lands did not rescue their people from my hand, so the God of Hezekiah will not rescue his people from my hand." Then they called out in Hebrew to the people of Jerusalem who are on the wall, to terrify them and make them afraid in order to capture the city. They spoke against the God of Jerusalem, and they did about the gods of other people or of the world, the work of men's hands. King Hezekiah and the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, cried out in prayer to heaven about this. And the Lord sent an angel who annihilated all the fighting men and the leaders and the officials in the camp of the Assyrian king. So he withdrew to his own land in disgrace. And when he went into the temple of his God, some of his sons cut him down with a sword. So the Lord saved Hezekiah and the people of Jerusalem from the hand of Sennacherib, king of Assyria, and from the hand of all others. He took care of them on every side. Many brought offering to Jerusalem for the Lord and valuable gifts for Hezekiah, king of Judah. From then on, he was highly regarded by all the nations. In those days, Hezekiah became ill and was at the point of death. He prayed to the Lord, who answered him and gave him a miraculous sign. But Hezekiah's heart was proud, and he did not respond to the kindness shown to him. Therefore, the Lord's wrath was on him and on Judah and Jerusalem. Then Hezekiah repented of the pride of his heart, as did the people of Jerusalem. Therefore, the Lord's wrath did not come upon them during the days of Hezekiah. Hezekiah had very great riches and honor, and he made treasuries for his silver and gold, and for his precious stones, spices, shields, and all kinds of valuables. He also made buildings to store the harvest of grain, new wine, and oil, and he made stalls of various kinds of cattle and pens for the flocks. He built villages and acquired great numbers of flocks and herds, for God had given him very great riches. It was Hezekiah who blocked the upper outlet of the Gihon spring and channeled the water down to the west side of the city of David. He succeeded in everything he undertook. But when envoys were sent by the rulers of Babylon to ask him about the miraculous sign that occurred in the land, God left him to test him and to know everything that was in his heart. The other events of Hezekiah's reign and his acts of devotion are written in the vision of the prophet Isaiah, son of Amos, in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel. Hezekiah rested with his fathers and was buried on the hill where the tombs of David's descendants are. All Judah and the people of Jerusalem honored him when he died, and Manasseh his son succeeded him as king. 33. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, following the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. He rebuilt the high places his father Hezekiah had demolished. He also erected altars to the Baals and made Asherah poles. He bowed down to all the starry hosts and worshipped them. He built altars in the temple of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, "My name will remain in Jerusalem forever." In both courts of the temple of the Lord, he built altars to all the starry hosts. He sacrificed his sons in the fire in the valley of Ben Hinnom, practiced sorcery, divination, and witchcraft, and consulted mediums and spiritists. He did much evil in the eyes of the Lord, provoking him to anger. He took the carved image he made and put it in God's temple, of which God had said to David and to his son Solomon, "In this temple and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will put my name forever. I will not again make the feet of Israelites leave the land I assigned to your forefathers, if only they will be careful to do everything I command them concerning all the laws, decrees, and ordinances given through Moses." But Manasseh led Judah and the people of Jerusalem astray, so that they did more evil than the nations the Lord had destroyed before the Israelites. The Lord spoke to Manasseh and his people, but they paid no attention. So the Lord brought against them the army commander of the king of Assyria, who took Manasseh prison, but put a hook in his nose, bound him with bronze shackles, and took him to Babylon. In his distress, he sought the favor of the Lord, his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers. And when he prayed to him, the Lord was moved by his entreaty and listened to his plea. So he brought him back to Jerusalem and to his kingdom. Then Manasseh knew that the Lord is God. Afterward, he rebuilt the outer wall of the city of David, west of the Gihon springs in the valley, as far as the entrance of the fish gate, and encircling the hill of Ophel. He also made it much higher. He stationed military commanders in all the fortified cities of Judah. He got rid of the foreign gods and removed the image from the temple of the Lord, as well as all the altars he had built on the temple hill and in Jerusalem, and he threw them out of the city. Then he restored the altar of the Lord and sacrificed fellowship offering and thank offering on it, and told Judah to serve the Lord, the God of Israel. The people, however, continued to sacrifice at the high places, but only to the Lord their God. The other events of Manasseh reigning, including the prayer to his God and the words the seers spoke to him in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, was written in the annals of the kings of Israel. His prayer and how God was moved by his entreaty, as well as all his sins and unfaithfulness, and the sites where he built the high places and set up Asherah poles and idols before he humbled himself, all are written in the records of the seer. Manasseh rested with his fathers and was buried in his palace, and Amon his son succeeded him as king. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done. Amon worshipped and offered sacrifices to all the idols Manasseh had made. But unlike his father Manasseh, he did not humble himself before the Lord. Amon increased in guilt. Amon officials conspired against him and assassinated him in his palace. Then the people of the land killed all he had plotted against King Amon, and they made Josiah his son king in his place.
2 Chronicles 34. Josiah was 80 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. He did what was right in the eyes of the Lord and walked in the ways of his father David, not turning aside to the right or to the left. In the 8th year of his reign, while he was still young, he began to seek the God of his father David. In his 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem of high places, Asherah poles, carved idols, and cast images. Under his direction, the altars of Baals were torn down. He cut to pieces the incense altars that were above them and smashed the Asherah poles, the idols, and the images. These he broke to pieces and scattered over the graves of those who had sacrificed to them. He burned the bones of the priests on their altars, and so he purged Judah and Jerusalem. In the towns of Manasseh, Ephraim, and Simon, as far as Naphtali, and in the ruins around them, he tore down the altars and the Asherah poles, and crushed the idols to powder, and cut to pieces all the incense altars throughout Israel. Then he went back to Jerusalem. In the 18th year of Josiah's reign, to purify the land and the temple, he sent Shaphan, son of Azaliah, and Maaseiah, the ruler of the city, with Joah, son of Joazad, the recorder, to repair the temple of the Lord his God. They went to Hilkiah, the high priest, and gave him the money that had been brought into the temple of God, which the Levites, who were the doorkeepers, had collected from the people of Manasseh, Ephraim, and the entire remnant of Israel, and from all the people of Judah and Benjamin, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Then they entrusted it to the men appointed to supervise the work on the Lord's temple. These men paid the workers who repaired and restored the temple. They also gave money to the carpenters and builders to purchase dressed stone and timber for joists and beams for the buildings that the kings of Judah had allowed to fall into ruin. The men did the work faithfully. Over them to direct them were Jahath and Obadiah. Levites descended from Merari, and Zechariah and Meshullam descended from Kohath. The Levites also, who were skilled in playing music, called instruments, had charge of the laborers and supervised all the workers from job to job.
Some of the Levites were secretaries, scribes, and doorkeepers. While they were bringing out the money that had been taken into the temple of the Lord, Hilkiah the priest found the book of the law of the Lord that had been given through Moses. Hilkiah said to Shaphan the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the temple of the Lord. He gave it to Shaphan. Then Shaphan took the book to the king and reported to him, your officials are doing everything that has been committed to them. They have paid out the money that was in the temple of the Lord and have entrusted it to the supervisors and workers. Then Shaphan the secretary informed the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read from it in the presence of the king. When the king heard the words of the law, he tore his robes. He gave these orders to Hilkiah, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Abdon, son of Micah, Shaphan, the secretary, and Asaiah, the king's attendant. Go and inquire of the Lord for me and for the remnant in Israel and Judah about what is written in this book that has been found. Great is the Lord's anger that is poured out on us because our fathers have not kept the word of the Lord. They have not acted in accordance with all that is written in this book. Hilkiah and those the king had sent with him went to speak to the prophetess Huldah, who was the wife of Shallum, son of Tokath, the son of Hashar, keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem in the 2nd district. She said to them, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel says. Tell the man who sent you to me, this is what the Lord says. I am going to bring disaster on this place and its people. All the curses written in the book that has been read in the presence of the king of Judah, because they have forsaken me and burnt incense to other gods and provoked me to anger by all that their hands have made. My anger will be poured out on this place and will not be quenched. Tell the king of Judah who sent it to inquire of the Lord, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says concerning words you heard. Because your heart was responsive and you humbled yourself before God when you heard what he spoke against this place and its people, and because you humbled yourself before me and tore your robes and wept in my presence, I have heard you, declares the Lord. Now I will gather you to your fathers, and you will be buried in peace. Your eyes will not see all the disaster I'm going to bring on this place and on those who live here. So they took her answer back to the king. Then the king called together all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem. He went up to the temple of the Lord with the men of Judah, the people of Jerusalem, the priests and the Levites, all the people from the least to the greatest. He read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant which had been found in the temple of the Lord. The king stood by his pillar and renewed the covenant in the presence of the Lord to follow the Lord and keep his commands, regulations, and decrees with all his heart and all his soul, and to obey the words of the covenant written in this book. Then he had everyone in Jerusalem and Benjamin pledged themselves to it. The people of Jerusalem did this in accordance with the covenant of God, the God of their fathers. Josiah removed all the detestable idols from all the territory belonging to the Israelites, and he had all who were present in Israel serve the Lord their God. As long as he lived, they did not fail to follow the Lord, the God of their fathers. Chapter 35. Josiah celebrated the Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem, and the Passover lamb was slaughtered on the 14th day of the first month. He appointed the priests to their duties and encouraged them in the service of the Lord's temple. He said to the Levites, who instructed all Israel and who had been consecrated to the Lord, put the sacred ark in the temple that Solomon, son of David, king of Israel, built. It is to be carried about on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel. Prepare yourselves by families in your divisions, according to the directions written by David, king of Israel, and by his son Solomon. Stand in the holy place with a group of Levites for each subdivision of the families of your fellow countrymen, the lay people. Slaughter the Passover lamb, consecrate yourselves, and prepare the lambs for your fellow countrymen, doing what the Lord commanded through Moses. Josiah provided for all the lay people who are there a total of 30,000 sheep and goats for the Passover offerings, and also 3,000 cattle, all from the king's own possessions. His officials also contributed voluntarily to the people and the priests and Levites. Hilkiah, Zechariah, and Jehiel, the administrators of God's temple, gave the priests 2,600 Passover offerings and 300 cattle. Also, Conaniah, along with Shemaiah and Nathaniel, his brothers, and Hashabiah, Jael, and Johazad, the leaders of the Levites, provided 5,000 Passover offerings and 500 head of cattle for the Levites. The service was arranged, and the priests stood in their places with the Levites in their divisions, as the king had ordered. The Passover lambs were slaughtered, and the priests sprinkled the blood handed to them, while the Levites skinned the animals. They set aside the burnt offerings to give them to the subdivisions of the families of the people to offer to the Lord, as it is written in the book of Moses. They did the same with the cattle. They roasted the Passover animals over the fire as prescribed, and boiled the holy offerings in pots, cauldrons, and pans, and served them quickly to all the people. After this, they made preparations for themselves and for the priests, because the priests, the descendants of Aaron, were sacrificing the burnt offerings and the fat portions until nightfall. So the Levites made preparations for themselves and for the Aaronic priests. The musicians, the descendants of Asaph, were in the places prescribed by David: Asaph, Heman, and Jedullum, the king's seer. The gatekeepers at each gate did not heed to leave their posts, because their fellow Levites made the preparations for them. So at that time, the entire service of the Lord was carried out for the celebration of the Passover and the offerings of burnt offerings on the altar of the Lord, as King Josiah had ordered. The Israelites who were present celebrated the Passover at that time and observed the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days. The Passover had not been observed like this in Israel since the days of the prophet Samuel, and none of the kings of Israel had ever celebrated such a Passover as did Josiah, with the priests, the Levites, and all Judah and Israel who were there with the people of Jerusalem. This Passover was celebrated in the 18th year of Josiah's reign. After all this, when Josiah had set the temple in order, Necho, king of Egypt, went up to fight at Carchemish on the Euphrates, and Josiah marched out to meet him in battle. But Necho sent messengers to him, saying, "What quarrel is there between you and me, O king of Judah? It is not you I am attacking at this time, but the house with which I am at war. God has told me to hurry, so stop opposing God, who is with me, or he will destroy you." Josiah, however, will not turn away from him, but disguised himself to engage him in battle. He will not listen to what Necho had said at God's command, but went to fight him on the plain of Megiddo. Archers shot King Josiah, and he told his officers, "Take me away, I am badly wounded." So they took him out of his chariot, put him in the other chariot he had, and brought him to Jerusalem, where he died. He was buried in the tombs of his fathers, and all Judah and Jerusalem mourned for him. Jeremiah composed laments for Josiah, and to this day all the men and women singers commemorate Josiah in the laments. This became a tradition in Israel and are written in the laments. The other events of Josiah's reign and his acts of devotion, according to what is written in the law of the Lord, all the events from beginning to end, are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. Chapter 36. And the people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, and made him king in Jerusalem in the place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king, and reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. The king of Egypt dethroned him in Jerusalem and imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. The king of Egypt made Eliakim, a brother of Jehoahaz, king over Judah and Jerusalem, and changed Eliakim's name to Joachim. But Necho took Eliakim's brother Jehoahaz and carried him off to Egypt. Joachim was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, attacked him and bound him with bronze shackles to take him to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar also took to Babylon articles from the temple of the Lord and put them in his temple there. The other events of Joachim's reign, the detestable things he did, and all that was found against him are written in the book of the kings of Israel and Judah. And Joachim, his son, succeeded him as king. Joachim was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months and 10 days. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord. In the spring, King Nebuchadnezzar sent for him and brought him to Babylon, together with articles of value from the temple of the Lord, and he made Joachim's uncle, Zedekiah, king over Judah and Jerusalem. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. He did evil in the eyes of the Lord his God, and did not humble himself before Jeremiah the prophet, who spoke the word of the Lord. He also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him take an oath in God's name. He became stiff-necked and hardened his heart and will not turn to the Lord, the God of Israel. Furthermore, all the leaders of the priests and the people became more and more unfaithful, following all the detestable practices of the nations and defiling the temple of the Lord, which he had consecrated in Jerusalem. The Lord, the God of their fathers, sent a word to them through his messengers again and again, because he had pity on his people and on his dwelling place. But they mocked God's messengers, despised his words, and scoffed at his prophets, until the wrath of the Lord was aroused against his people, and there was no remedy. He brought up against them the king of the Babylons, who killed their young men with a sword in the sanctuary, and spared neither young man nor young woman, old man or aged. God handed all of them over to Nebuchadnezzar. He carried to Babylon all the articles from the temple of God, both large and small, and the treasures of the Lord's temple, and the treasures of the king and his officials. They set fire to God's temple and broke down the walls of Jerusalem. They burnt all the palaces and destroyed everything of value there. He carried into exile to Babylon the remnant who escaped from the sword, and they became servants to him and his sons until the kingdom of Persia came to power. The land enjoyed Sabbath rest all the time of its desolation. It rested until the 70 years were completed in fulfillment of the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah. In the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah, the Lord moved the heart of Cyrus, king of Persia, to make a proclamation throughout his realm and to put it in writing. This is what Cyrus, king of Persia, says. The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any one of his people among you, may the Lord his God be with you, and let him go up.
The book of Ezra. Ezra chapter 1. In the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, in order to fulfill the word of the Lord spoken by Jeremiah, the Lord moved the heart of Cyrus king of Persia to make a proclamation throughout the realm and to put it in writing. This is what Cyrus king of Persia says. The Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has appointed me to build a temple for him at Jerusalem in Judah. Any one of his people among you, may his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem in Judah and build the temple of the Lord, the God of Israel, the God who is in Jerusalem. And the people of any place where survivors may now be living are to provide him with silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with free will offerings for the temple of God in Jerusalem. Then the family heads of Judah and Benjamin, and the priests and the Levites, everyone whose heart had been moved, prepared to go up and build the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. All their neighbors assisted them with articles of silver and gold, with goods and livestock, and with valuable gifts in addition to all the freewill offerings. Moreover, King Cyrus brought out the articles belonging to the temple of the Lord, which Nebuchadnezzar had carried away from Jerusalem and had placed in the temple of his God. Cyrus, king of Persia, had them brought by Mithredath the treasurer, who counted them out to Sheshbaz, the prince of Judah. This was the inventory: gold dishes, 30; silver dishes, 1,000; silver pans, 29; gold bowls, 30; matching silver bowls, 410; other articles, 1,000. In all, there were 5,400 articles of gold and of silver. Sheshbazzar brought all this along when the exiles came up from Babylon to Jerusalem. The list of the exiles who returned. Chapter 2. Now these are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken captive to Babylon. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town, in company with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Seraiah, Reliah, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mizpah, Bigvai, Rehaum, and Baanah. The list of the men of the people of Israel. The descendants of Parosh, 2,172. Of Shephthai, 372. Of Ara, 775. Of Pahath-Moab, through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2,812. Of Elam, 1,254. Of Zatu, 945. Of Zakai, 760. Of Bani, 642. Of Bebai, 623. Of Asgad, 1,222. Of Adon-Kikam, 666. Of Bigvai, 2,056. Of Adin, 454. Of Atta through Hezekiah, 98. Of Bezai, 323. Of Jorah, 112. Of Hashum, 223. Of Gibar, 95. Of the men of Bethlehem, 123. Of Netophah, 56. Of Anatot, 128. Of Azmaveth, 42. Of Kiriath Jearim, Kephirah, and Beeroth, 743. Of Ramah and Gibah, 621. Of Michmash, 122. Of Bethel and Ai, 223. Of Nebo, 52. Of Magbish, 156. Of the other Elam, 1,254. Of Harim, 320. Of Lord, Hadid, and Ono, 725. Of Jericho, 345. Of Senah, 3,630. The priests, the descendants of Jediah through the family of Yeshua, 973. Of Immer, 1,052. Of Pashhur, 1,247. Of Harim, 1017. The Levites, the descendants of Yeshua and Kadmiel through the line of Hodaviah, 74. The singers, the descendants of Asaph, 128. The gatekeepers of the temples, the descendants of Shallum, Atta, Talmon, Akub, Hatita, and Shobai, 139. The temple servants, the descendants of Ziha, Hashupah, Tabaoth, Keros, Siai, Pardon, Lebana, Hagaba, Akub, Hagab, Shalmai, Hanan, Gidel, Gahar, Rehai, Rezin, Nekadog, Gazam, Uza, Pasai, Besai, Asna, Meunim, Nepushim, Bakbuk, Hakupa, Harur, Bazluth, Mehida, Harasha, Barkos, Sirera, Tema, Neziah, and Hapitha, the descendants of the servants of Solomon, the descendants of Sotai, Hasopereth, Peruda, Jaala, Dakon, Gidel, Shephthatiah, Hatil, Bokereth, Hazebiam, and Ami. The temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon, 392. The following came up from the towns of Tel Malah, Tel Harasha, Kerub, Adon, and Immer, but they could not show their family. They could not show that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Delilah, Tobai, and Nekoda, 652. And from among the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hakoz, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of the Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name. They searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food until there was a priest ministering with the Urim and the Thummim. The whole company numbered 42,360, besides the 7,337 men servants and maid servants. And they also had 200 men and women singers. They had 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. When they arrived at the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, some of the heads of the families gave freewill offerings towards the rebuilding of the house of God on its site. According to their ability, they gave to the treasury of his work 61,000 drachmas of gold, 5,000 minas of silver, 100 priestly garments. The priests, the Levites, and the singers, the gatekeepers and the temple servants settled in their own towns along with some of the other people, and the rest of the Israelites settled in their own towns. Chapter 3, rebuilding the altar. When the 7th month came and the Israelites had settled in their towns, the people assembled as one man in Jerusalem. Then Yeshua, son of Jozadak, and his fellow priests, and Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and his associates began to build the altar of God of Israel to sacrifice burnt offerings in it, in accordance with what is written in the law of Moses, the man of God. Despite the fear of the people around them, they built the altar on its foundation and sacrificed burnt offerings on it to the Lord, both the morning and the evening sacrifices. Then, in accordance with what was written, they celebrated the Feast of Tabernacles, which required number of burnt offerings prescribed for each day. After that, they presented the regular burnt offerings, the new moon sacrifices, the sacrifices for all the appointed sacrificed feasts of the Lord, as well as those brought as freewill offerings to the Lord. On the first day of the 7th month, they began to offer burnt offerings to the Lord, though the foundation of the Lord's temple had not yet been laid. Verse 7. Then they gave money to the masons and carpenters, and gave food and drink and oil to the people of Sidon and Tyre, so that they would bring cedar logs by sea from Lebanon to Joppa, as authorized by Cyrus, king of Persia. In the 2nd month of the 2nd year after their arrival to the house of God in Jerusalem, Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, Yeshua, son of Jozadak, the rest of their brothers, the priests and the Levites, and all who had returned from the captivity of Jerusalem, began the work, appointing Levites 20 years of age and older to supervise the building of the house of the Lord. Yeshua and his sons and brothers, and Kadmiel and his sons, descendants of Hodaviah, and the sons of Henadad and their sons and brothers, all Levites, joined together in supervising the work on the house of God. When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments with trumpets and the Levites, the son of Asaph, with cymbals, took their places to praise the Lord, as prescribed by David, king of Israel. With praise and thanksgiving, they sang to the Lord. He is good. His love to Israel endures forever. And all the people gave a great shout of praise to the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the older priests and Levites and the family heads who had seen the former temple wept aloud when they saw the foundation of this temple being laid, while many others shouted for joy. No one could distinguish the sounds of the shouts of joy from the sounds of weeping, because the people made so much noise, and the sound was heard from far away.
Ezra chapter 4. When the enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard that the exiles were building a temple for the Lord, the God of Israel, they came to Zerubbabel and to the heads of the families and said, "Let us help you build, because like you, we seek your God and have been sacrificing to him since the time of Esarhaddon, king of Assyria, who brought us here." But Zerubbabel, Jeshua, and the rest of the heads of the families of Israel answered, "You have no part with us in building a temple to our God. We alone will build it for the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, commanded us." Then the peoples around them set out to discourage the people of Judah and make them afraid to go on building. They hired counselors to work against them and frustrate their plans during the entire reign of Cyrus, king of Persia, and down to the reign of Darius, king of Persia. At the beginning of the reign of Xerxes, they lodged an accusation against the people of Judah and Jerusalem. And in the days of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Bishlam, Mithridates, Tabel, and the rest of his associates wrote a letter to Artaxerxes. The letter was written in Aramaic script and in the Aramaic language. Rehum, the commanding officer, and Shimshai, the secretary, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king, as follows. Rehum, the commanding officer, and Shimshai, the secretary, together with the rest of their associates, the judges and officials over the men from Tripolis, Persia, Erech, and Babylon, the Elamites of Susa, and the other people whom the great and honorable Ashurbanipal deported and settled in the city of Samaria and elsewhere in Trans-Euphrates. This is a copy of the letter they sent him to King Artaxerxes from your servants, the men of Trans-Euphrates. The king should know that the Jews who came up to us, you have gone to Jerusalem. The king should know that the Jews who came up to us from you have gone to Jerusalem and are rebuilding the rebellious and wicked city. They are restoring the walls and repairing the foundations. Furthermore, the king should know that if the city is built and its walls are restored, no more taxes, tribute, or duty will be paid, and the royal revenues will suffer. Now, since we are under obligation to the palace, and it is not proper for us to see the king dishonored, we are sending this message to inform the king, so that a search may be made in the archives of your predecessors. In these records, you will find that this city is a rebellious city, troublesome to kings and provinces, a place of rebellion from ancient times. That is why this city will be destroyed. We inform the king that if this city is built and its walls are restored, you will be left with nothing in Trans-Euphrates. The king sent his reply. To Rehum, the commanding officer, Shimshai, the secretary, and the rest of the associates living in Samaria and elsewhere in Trans-Euphrates. Greetings. The letter you sent us has been read and translated in my presence. I issue an order and a search was made, and it was found that this city has a long history of revolt against kings and has been a place of rebellion and sedition. Jerusalem has had powerful kings ruling over the whole of Trans-Euphrates, and taxes, tribute, and duty were paid to them. Now issue an order to these men to stop work, so that this city will not be rebuilt until I so order. Be careful not to neglect this matter. Why let this threat grow to the detriment of the royal interests? As soon as the copy of the letter of King Artaxerxes was read to Rehum and Shimshai, the secretary, and their associates, they went immediately to the Jews in Jerusalem and compelled them by force to stop. Thus, the work on the house of God in Jerusalem came to a standstill until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. Now Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the prophet, a descendant of Iddo, prophesied to the Jews in Judah and Jerusalem in the name of the God of Israel, who was over them. Then Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and Jeshua, son of Jozadak, set to work to rebuild the house of God in Jerusalem. And the prophets of God were with them, helping them. At that time, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai and their associates went to them and asked, "Who authorized you to build this temple and restore the structure?" They also asked, "What are the names of the men constructing this building?" But the eye of their God was watching over the elders of the Jews, and they were not stopped until a report could go to Darius and his written reply be received. This is a copy of the letter that Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai and their associates, the officials of Trans-Euphrates, sent to King Darius. The report they sent him read as follows: To King Darius, cordial greetings. The king should know that we went to the district of Judah, to the temple of the great God. The people are building it with large stones and placing the timbers in the walls. The work is being carried on with diligence and is making rapid progress under their direction. We questioned the elders and asked them, "Who authorized you to rebuild this temple and restore this structure?" We also asked them their names so that we could write down the names of their leaders for your information. This is the answer they gave us. We are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and we are rebuilding the temple that was built many years ago, one that a great king of Israel built and finished. But because of our fathers angered the God of heaven, he handed them over to Nebuchadnezzar the Chaldean, king of Babylon, who destroyed this temple and deported the people to Babylon. However, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Babylon, King Cyrus issued a decree to rebuild this house of God. He even removed from the temple of Babylon the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple in Jerusalem and brought to the temple in Babylon. Then King Cyrus gave them to a man named Sheshbazzar, whom he had appointed governor, and he told him, "Take these articles and go and deposit them in the temple in Jerusalem and rebuild the house of God on its site." So this Sheshbazzar came and laid the foundations of the house of God in Jerusalem. From that day to the present, it has been under construction, but it is not yet finished. Now, if it pleases the king, let a search be made in the royal archives of Babylon to see if King Cyrus did in fact issue a decree to rebuild this house of God in Jerusalem. Then let the king send us his decision in this matter. Chapter 6. King Darius then issued an order, and they searched in the archives stored in the treasury at Babylon. A scroll was found in the citadel of Ecbatana in the province of Media, and this was written in it: Memorandum. In the first year of King Cyrus, the king issued a decree concerning the temple of God in Jerusalem. Let the temple be rebuilt as a place to present sacrifices, and let its foundation be laid. It is to be 90 feet high and 90 feet wide, with 3 courses of large stones and 1 of timber. The costs are to be paid by the royal treasury. Also, the gold and silver articles of the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took from the temple in Jerusalem and brought to Babylon, are to be returned to their places in the temple in Jerusalem. They are to be deposited in the house of God. Now then, Tattenai, the governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai, and you, their fellow officials of that province, stay away from there. Do not interfere with the work on this temple of God. Let the governor of the Jews and the Jewish elders rebuild this house of God on its site. Moreover, I hereby decree what you are to do for the elders of the Jews in the construction of this house of God. The expenses of these men are to be fully paid out of the royal treasury from the revenues of Trans-Euphrates, so that the work will not stop. Whatever is needed, young bulls, rams, male lambs for burnt offerings to the God of heaven, and wheat, salt, wine, and oil, as requested by the priests in Jerusalem, must be given them daily without fail, so that they may offer sacrifices pleasing to the God of heaven and pray for the well-being of the king and his sons. Furthermore, I decree that if anyone changes this edict, a beam is to be pulled from his house, and he is to be lifted up and impaled on it. And for this crime, his house is to be made a pile of rubble. May God, who has caused his name to dwell there, overthrow any king or people who lifts a hand to change this decree or to destroy this temple in Jerusalem. I, Darius, have decreed it. Let it be carried out with diligence. Then because of the decree King Darius had sent, Tattenai, governor of Trans-Euphrates, and Shethar-Bozenai and their associates carried it out with diligence. So the elders of the Jews continued to build and prosper under the preaching of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah, a descendant of Iddo. They finished building the temple according to the command of God, of the God of Israel, and the decree of Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. The temple was completed on the 3rd day of the month Adar, in the 6th year of the reign of King Darius. Then the people of Israel, the priests, the Levites, and the rest of the exiles celebrated the dedication of the house of God with joy. For the dedication of this house of God, they offered 100 bulls, 200 rams, 400 male lambs, and a sin offering for all Israel, 12 male goats, 1 for each of the tribes of Israel. And they installed the priests in their divisions and the Levites in their groups for the service of God at Jerusalem, according to what is written in the book of Moses. On the 14th day of the first month, the exiles celebrated the Passover. The priests and Levites had purified themselves and were all ceremonially clean. The Levites slaughtered the Passover lamb for all the exiles, for their brothers, the priests, and for themselves. So the Israelites who had returned from the exile ate it, together with all who had separated themselves from the unclean practices of their Gentile neighbors, in order to seek the Lord, the God of Israel. For 7 days they celebrated with joy the feast of unleavened bread, because the Lord had filled them with joy by changing the attitude of the king of Assyria, so that he assisted them in the work on the house of God, the God of Israel.
Ezra chapter 7. After these things, during the reign of Artaxerxes, king of Persia, Ezra son of Seraiah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shallum, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Meraioth, the son of Zarahiah, the son of Uzi, the son of Buki, the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, the chief priest. This Ezra came up from Babylon. He was a teacher well versed in the law of Moses, which the Lord, the God of Israel, had given. The king had granted him everything he had asked, for the hand of the Lord his God was in him. Some of the Israelites, including priests, Levites, singers, gatekeepers, and temple servants, also came to Jerusalem in the 7th year of King Artaxerxes. Ezra arrived in Jerusalem in the 5th month of the 7th year of the king. He had begun his journey from Babylon on the 1st day of the 1st month, and he arrived in Jerusalem on the 1st day of the 5th month, for the gracious hand of his God was on him. For Ezra had devoted himself to the study and the observance of the law of the Lord, and to the teaching of its decrees and the laws in Israel. This is the copy of the letter King Artaxerxes had given to Ezra, the priest and teacher, a man learned in matters concerning the commands and decrees of the Lord for Israel. To Ezra the priest, a teacher of the law of the God of heaven, greetings. Now I decree that any of the Israelites in my kingdom, including priests and Levites, who wish to go to Jerusalem with you may go. You are sent by the king and his 7 advisors to inquire about Judah and Jerusalem with the regard of the law of your God, which is in your hand. Moreover, you are to take with you the silver and gold that the king and his advisors freely given to the Lord of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem. Together with the silver and gold you may obtain from the province of Babylon, as well as freewill offerings of the people and priests for the temple of their God in Jerusalem. With this money, be sure to buy bulls, rams, male lambs, together with their grain offerings and drink offerings, and sacrifice them on the altar of the temple of your God in Jerusalem. You and your brother Jews may then do whatever seems best with the rest of the silver and gold, in accordance to the will of your God. Deliver to the God of Jerusalem all articles entrusted to you for worship in the temple of your God, and anything else needed for the temple of your God, and you may have occasion to supply, you may provide for the royal treasury. Now I, King Artaxerxes, order all the treasurers of Trans-Euphrates to provide with diligence whatever Ezra the priest, a teacher of the law, the God of heaven, may ask you, up to 100 talents of silver, 100 cors of wheat, 100 baths of wine, 100 baths of olive oil, and salt without limit. Whatever the God of heaven has prescribed, let it be done with diligence for the temple of the God of heaven. Why should there be wrath against the realm of the king of his sons? You are also to know that you have no authority to impose taxes, tribute, or duty on any of the priests, Levites, singers, gatekeepers, temple servants, or other workers at this house of God. And you, Ezra, in accordance with the wisdom of your God, which you possess, appoint magistrates and judges to administer justice to all people of Trans-Euphrates, all who know the law of your God. And you are to teach any who do not know them. Whoever does not obey the law of your God, the law of the king must surely be punished by death, banishment, confiscation of their property, or imprisonment. Praise be to the Lord, the God of our fathers, who has put it into the king's heart to bring honor to the house of the Lord in Jerusalem in this way, and who has extended his good favor to me before the king and his advisers and all the king's powerful officials. Because the hand of the Lord my God was on me, I took courage and gathered leading men from Israel to go up with me. Ezra chapter 8. These are the family heads and those registered with them who came up with me from Babylon during the reign of Artaxerxes, of descendants of Phinehas, Gershom, of the descendants of Ithamar, Daniel, of descendants of David, Hattush, of descendants of Shechaniah, of descendants of Parosh, Zechariah, and with him were registered 150 men, of descendants of Pahath-Moab, Eliohonai, son of Zehaniah, and with him 200 men, of descendants of Zatu, Shechaniah, son of Jahaziel, and with him 300 men, of descendants of Adin, Ebed, son of Jonathan, and with him 50 men, of descendants of Elam, Jeshahiah, son of Athaliah, and with him 70 men, of descendants of Shephatiah, Zebadiah, son of Mikael, and with him 80 men, of descendants of Joab, Obadiah, son of Jehiel, and with him 218 men, of descendants of Bani, Shelomith, son of Josiphiah, and with him 160 men, of descendants of Bebai, Zachariah, son of Bebai, and with him 28 men, of descendants of Asgad, Johanan, son of Hakatan, and him 110 men, of descendants of Adonikam, the last ones whose names were Eliphetel, Jeuel, and Shemaiah, and with him 60 men, of descendants of Bigavai, Uthai, Zakur, and with him 70 men. I assembled them at the canal that flows towards Ahava, and we have camped there 3 days. When I checked among the people and the priests, I found no Levites there. So I summoned Eleazar, Ariel, Shemaiah, Elnathan, Jarib, Elnathan, Nathan, Zechariah, and Meshulam, who were leaders, and Joirib and Elnathan, who were men of learning. And I sent them to Iddo, the leader of Casphia. I told them what to say in Iddo and his kinsmen, the temple servants of Casphia, so that they might bring attendance to us and the house of our God. Because the gracious hand of our God was on us, they brought us Sherebiah, a capable man from the descendants of Mahli, son of Levi, the son of Israel, Sherebiah's son, and brothers, 18 men, and Hashbiah, together with Jeshiah, and the descendants of Merari, and his brothers and nephews, 20 men. They also brought us 220 of the temple servants, a body that David and the officials had established to assist the Levites. All were registered by name. There, by the Ahava canal, I proclaimed a fast, so that we might humble ourselves before our God and ask him for a safe journey for us and our children with all our possessions. I was ashamed to ask the king for soldiers and horsemen to protect us from the enemies on the road, because we had told the king, the gracious hand of our God is on everyone who looks to him, but his great anger is against who forsake him. So we fasted and petitioned our God about this, and he answered our prayer. Then I set apart 12 of the leading priests, together with Sherebiah, Hashbiah, and 10 of their brothers. And I weighed out to them the offering of silver and gold, the articles that the king, his advisers, his officials, and all Israel present there had donated from the house of the God. I weighed out to them 650 talents of silver, articles weighing 100 talents of gold, 20 bowls of gold valued at 1,000 darics, and 2 fine articles of polished bronze, as precious as gold. I say to them, you as well as these articles are consecrated to the Lord. The silver and gold are free will offering to the Lord, the God of your fathers. Guard them carefully until you weigh them out in the chambers of the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, before the leading priests and the Levites and the family heads of Israel. Then the priests and the Levites received the silver and gold and sacred articles that had been weighed out to be taken to the house of our God in Jerusalem. On the 12th day of the first month, we set out the Ahava to go to Jerusalem. The hand of our God was on us, and he protected us from enemies and bandits along the way. So we arrived in Jerusalem, where we rested 3 days. On the 4th day, in the house of our God, we weighed out the silver and gold and the sacred articles into the hands of Mamoth, son of Uriah, the priest. Eleazar, son of Phinehas, was with him, and so were the Levites, Jozabad, son of Jeshua, and Noadiah, son of Binui. Everything was accounted for by number and weight, and the entire weight was recorded at that time. Then the exile who had returned from captivity sacrificed burnt offerings to God of Israel, 12 bulls for all Israel, 96 rams, 77 male lambs, and a sin offering, 12 male goats. All this was a burnt offering to the Lord. They also delivered the king's orders to royal satraps and to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, who then gave assistance to the people and to the house of God.
Ezra chapter 9. After these things had been done, the leaders came to me and said, the people of Israel, including the priests and the Levites, have not kept themselves separate from the neighboring peoples with their detestable practices, like those of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites, Moabites, Egyptians, and Amorites. They have taken some of their daughters as wives for themselves and their sons, and have mingled the holy race with the peoples around them, and the leaders and officials have led the way in this unfaithfulness. When I heard this, I tore my tunic and cloak, pulled hair from my head and beard, and sat down appalled. Then everyone who trembled at the words of the God of Israel gathered around me because of this unfaithfulness of the exiles. And I sat there appalled until the evening sacrifice. Then at the evening sacrifice, I rose from my self-abasement with my tunic and cloak torn, and fell on my knees with my hands spread out to the Lord my God, and prayed. Oh my God, I am too ashamed and disgraced to lift up my face to you, my God, because our sins are higher than our heads, and our guilt has reached to the heavens. From the days of our forefathers until now, our guilt has been great. Because of our sins, we and our kings and our priests have been subjected to the sword and captivity, to pillage and humiliation at the hand of foreign kings, as it is today. But now, for a brief moment, the Lord our God has been gracious in leaving us a remnant and giving us a firm place in his sanctuary, and so our God gives light to our eyes and a little relief in our bondage. Though we are slaves, our God has not deserted us in our bondage. He has shown us kindness in the sight of the kings of Persia. He has granted us new life to rebuild the house of our God and repair its ruins, and he has given us a wall of protection in Judah and Jerusalem. But now, O our God, what can we say after this? For we have disregarded the commands you gave through your servants, the prophets, when you said, the land you are entering to possess is a land polluted by the corruption of its peoples. By their detestable practices, they have filled it with their impurity from one end to the other. Therefore, do not give your daughters in marriage to their sons, or take their daughters for your sons. Do not seek a treaty of friendship with them at any time, that you may be strong and eat the good things of the land, and leave it to your children as an everlasting inheritance. What has happened to us is a result of our evil deeds and our great guilt, And yet, our God, you have punished us less than our sins have deserved, and have given us a remnant like this. Shall we again break your commands and intermarry with the peoples who commit such detestable practices? Would you not be angry enough with us to destroy us, leaving us no remnant or survivor? O Lord God of Israel, you are right, you are righteous. We are left this day as a remnant. Here we are before you in our guilt, though because of it, not one of us can stand in your presence. Chapter 10. While Ezra was praying and confessing, weeping and throwing himself down before the house of God, a large crowd of Israelites, men, women, and children, gathered around him. They too wept bitterly. Then Shechaniah, son of Jehiel, one of the descendants of Elam, said to Ezra, "We have been unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women from the peoples around us. But in spite of this, there is still hope for Israel. Now let us make a covenant before our God to send away all these women and their children in accordance with the counsel of my Lord and of those who fear the commands of our God. Let it be done according to the law. Rise up, this matter is in your hands. We will support you, so take courage and do it." So Ezra rose up and put the leading priests and Levites and all Israel under oath to do what had been suggested. And they took the oath. Then Ezra withdrew from before the house of God and went to the room of Jehohanan, son of Eliashib. While he was there, he ate no food and drank no water, because he continued to mourn over the unfaithfulness of the exiles. A proclamation was then issued throughout Judah and Jerusalem for all the exiles to assemble in Jerusalem. Everyone who failed to appear within 3 days would forfeit all his property in accordance with the decision of the officials and elders, and would himself be expelled from the assembly of the exiles. Within the 3 days, all the men of Judah and Benjamin had gathered in Jerusalem. And on the 20th day of the 9th month, all the people were sitting in the square before the house of God, greatly distressed by the occasion and because of the rain. Then Ezra the priest stood up and said to them, "You have been unfaithful. You have married foreign women, adding to Israel's guilt. Now make confession to the Lord, the God of our fathers, and do his will. Separate yourselves from the peoples around you and from your foreign wives." The whole assembly responded with a loud voice, "You are right. We must do as you say. But there are many people here, and it is the rainy season, so we cannot stand outside. Besides, this matter cannot be taken care of in a day or two, because we have sinned greatly in this thing. Let our officials act for the whole assembly. Then let everyone in our towns who has married a foreign woman come at a set time, along with the elders and judges of each town, until the fierce anger of our God in this matter is turned away from us." Only Jonathan, son of Asahel, and Jazaiah, son of Tikva, supported by Meshullam and Shabbethai the Levite, opposed this. So the exiles did as was proposed. Ezra the priest selected men who were family heads, one from each family division, and all of them designated by name. On the first day of the 10th month, they sat down to investigate the cases. And by the first day of the first month, they finished dealing with all the men who had married foreign women. Those guilty of intermarriage. Among the descendants of the priests, the following had married foreign women. From the descendants of Jeshua, son of Josadak, and his brothers, Maaseiah, Eleazar, Jarib, and Gedaliah, they all gave their hands in pledge to put away their wives, and for their guilt, they each presented a ram from the flock as a guilt offering. From the descendants of Immer, Hanani and Zebadiah. From the descendants of Harim, Maaseiah, Elijah, Shemaiah, Jehiel, and Uzziah. From the descendants of Parshu, Elionai, Maaseiah, Ishmael, Nethanel, Jozabad, and Elasa. Among the Levites, Jozabad, Shimei, Kelaiah, that is Kelita, Pethahiah, Judah, and Eliezer. From the singers, Eliashib. From the gatekeepers, Shallum, Telem, and Uri. And among the other Israelites, from the descendants of Parosh, Ramiah, Izziah, Malkijah, Mijamin, Eliezer, Malkijah, and Benaiah. From the descendants of Elam, Mattaniah, Zechariah, Jehiel, Abdi, Jeremoth, and Elijah. From the descendants of Zatu, Elionai, Eliashib, Mattaniah, Jeremoth, Zabad, and Aziza.
From the descendants of Bebai, Jehohanan, Hananiah, Zabai, and Athlai. From the descendants of Bani, Meshulam, Maluk, Adaiah, Jashub, Sheel, and Jeremoth. From the descendants of Pahath Moab, Adna, Kelal, Benaiah, Maseah, Mataniah, Bezalel, Binui, and Manasseh. From the descendants of Harim, Eliezer, Ishijah, Malkijah, Shemaiah, Shimeon, Benjamin, Maluk, and Shemariah. From the descendants of Hashum, Matenai, Matata, Zabad, Eliphelet, Jeremiah, Manasseh, and Shimei. From the descendants of Bani, Madai, Amram, Uel, Benaiah, Bedeiah, Keluhi, Vania, Meremoth, Eliashib, Mataniah, Matenai, and Jasu. From the descendants of Binui, Shimei, Shelemiah, Nathan, Ediah, Maknadebai, Shashai, Sharai, Azarel, Shelemiah, Shemariah, Shalom, Amariah, and Joseph. From the descendants of Nebo, Jael, Matithia, Zabad, Zebina, Jadai, Joel, and Benaiah. All these had married foreign women, and some of them had children by these wives.
Nehemiah chapter number 1. The words of Nehemiah, son of Hakaliah, in the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, while I was in the citadel of Susa, Hanani, one of my brothers, came from Judah with some other men, and I questioned them about the Jewish remnant that survived the exile, and also about Jerusalem. They said to me, "Those who survived the exile and are back in the province are in great trouble and disgrace. The wall of Jerusalem is broken down and its gates have been burnt with fire." When I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some days I mourned and fasted and prayed before God of heaven. Then I said, "O Lord, God of heaven, the great and awesome God, who keeps his covenant of love with those who love him and obey his commands, let your ear be attentive and your eyes open to hear the prayer your servant is praying before you day and night for your servants, the people of Israel. I confess the sins we Israelites, including myself and my father's house, have committed against you. We have acted very wickedly toward you. We have not obeyed the commands, decrees, and laws you gave your servant Moses. Remember the instructions you gave your servant Moses, saying, 'If you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the nations. But if you return to me and obey my commands, then even if your exiled people are at the farthest horizon, I will gather them from there and bring them to the place I have chosen as a dwelling for my name. They are your servants and your people, whom you redeemed by your great strength and your mighty hand. O Lord, let your ear be attentive to the prayer of this your servant and to the prayer of your servants who delight in revering your name. Give your servant success today by granting him favor in the presence of this man." I was cupbearer to the king. Chapter 2. In the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King Artaxerxes, when wine was brought for him, I took the wine and gave it to the king. I had not been sad in his presence before. So the king asked me, "Why does your face look so sad when you are not ill?" This can be nothing but sadness of heart. I was very much afraid, but I said to the king, "May the king live forever. Why should my face not look sad when the city where my fathers are buried lies in ruins, and its gates have been destroyed by fire?" The king said to me, "What is it you want?" Then I prayed to the God of heaven, and I answered the king, "If it pleases the king, if your servant has found favor in his sight, let him send me to the city in Judah where my fathers are buried, so that I can rebuild it." Then the king with the queen sitting beside him asked me, "How long will your journey take, and when will you get back?" It pleased the king to send me, so I set a time. I also said to him, "If it pleases the king, may I have letters to the governors of Trans-Euphrates, so that they will provide me safe conduct until I arrive in Judah. And may I have a letter to Asaph, keeper of the kings for it, so he will give me timber to make beams for the gates of the citadel by the temple, and for the city wall, and for the residence I will occupy? And because the gracious hand of my God was upon me, the king granted my requests. So I went to the governors of Trans-Euphrates and gave them the king's letters. The king had also sent army officers and cavalry with me. When Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite official heard about this, they were very much disturbed that someone had come to promote the welfare of the Israelites. I went to Jerusalem, and after staying there 3 days, I set out during the night with a few men. I had not told anyone what my God had put in my heart to do for Jerusalem. There were no mounts with me except the one I was riding on. By night I went out through the valley gate toward the Jackal well and the dung gate, examining the walls of Jerusalem, which had been broken down, and its gates, which had been destroyed by fire. Then I moved on toward the fountain gate and the king's pool, but there was not enough room for my mount to get through. So I went up the valley by night, examining the wall. Finally, I turned back and re-entered through the valley gate. The officials did not know where I had gone or what I was doing, because as yet I had said nothing to the Jews or the priests or nobles or officials or any other who would be doing the work. Then I said to them, "You see the trouble we are in? Jerusalem lies in ruins, and its gates have been burnt with fire. Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace." I also told them about the gracious hand of my God upon me and what the king had said to me. They replied, "Let us start rebuilding." So they began this good work. But when Sanballat the Horonite, Tobiah the Ammonite official, and Geshem the Arab heard about it, they mocked and ridiculed us. "What is this you're doing?" they asked. "Are you rebelling against the king?" I answered them by saying, "The God of heaven will give us success. We, his servants, will start rebuilding. But as for you, you have no share in Jerusalem or any claim or historic right to it."
Chapter 3. Eliashib the high priest and his fellow priest went to work and rebuilt the sheep gate. They dedicated it and set its door in a place, building as far as the Tower of the 100, which they dedicated as far as the Tower of Hananel. The men of Jericho built the adjoining section, and Zakur son of Imri built next to him. The fish gate was rebuilt by the son of Hasna. They laid its beam and put its door and bolts and bars in place. Mahmud son of Uriah, the son of Hakoz, repaired the next section. Then next to him, Mehulim son of Beraka, son of Meshazabel, made repairs, and next to him, Zadok son of Bana also made repairs. The next section was repaired by the men of Tekoa, but their nobles would not put their shoulders to the work under their supervision. The Jeshana gate was repaired by Joiada son of Pasi and Mushalim son of Besodia. They laid its beam and put its door to the bolts and bars in place. Next to them, repairs were made by the men from Gibeon and Mizpah, Malata of Gibeon and Jadon of Meronoth, places under authority of the governor of Trans-Euphrates. Uziel, son of Hariah, one of the goldsmiths, repaired the next section, and Hananiah, one of the perfume makers, made next to that. They restored Jerusalem as far as the broad wall. Rephaiah, son of Hur, ruler of the half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section. Adjoining this, Jedaiah, son of Harumaph, made repairs opposite to his house, and Hattush, son of Heshbiah, made repairs next to him. Malkijah, son of Harim, and Hashub, son of Path Moab, repaired another section in the Tower of Ovens. Shalom, son of Halosheth, ruler of half district of Jerusalem, repaired the next section with the help of his daughters. The valley gate was repaired by Hanun and the residents of Zahonoah. They rebuilt it and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. They also repaired 500 yards of the wall as far as the dung gate. The dung gate was repaired by Malchijah, son of Rehab, ruler of the district of Beth Hakerem. He rebuilt it and put its doors and bolts and bars in place. The fountain gate was repaired by Shalom, son of Hosea, ruler of district of Mizpah. He rebuilt it, roofing it over and putting its doors and bolts and bars in place. He also repaired the wall of the pool of Siloam by the king's garden as far as the step going from the city of David. Beyond him, Nehemiah, son of Azbuk, ruler of half district of Beth Zur, made repairs up to a point opposite the tombs of David as far as artificial pool and the house of heroes. 17. Next to him, the repairs were made by the Levites under Rehum, son of Bani. Besides him, Hashbara, ruler of half the district of Keliah, carried out repairs for his district. Next to him, the repairs were made by their countrymen under Binoi, son of Henadad, ruler of other half district of Keliah. Next to him, Ezer, son of Joshua, ruler of Mizpah, repaired another section from a point facing the accent to the Ammonites as far as the angle. Next to him, Baruch, son of Zabai, zealously repaired another section from the angle to the entrance of the house of Eliashib the high priest. Next to him, Mahmoud, son of Uriah, the son of Akkoz, repaired another section from the entrance of Eliashib's house to the end of it. The repairs next to him were made by the priest from surrounding region. Beyond them, Benjamin and Hashub made repairs in front of their house, and next to them, Azariah, son of Masir, the son of Ananiah, made repairs besides his house. Next to him, Binui, son of Henadad, repaired another section from Azariah's house, the angle and the corner. And Palal, son of Uzai, worked opposite the angle and tower projecting from the upper palace near the court of the guard. Next to him, Pedaiah, son of Parosh, and the temple servants living on the hill of El made repairs up to a point opposite the water gate towards the east and projecting tower. Next to them, the men of Tekoa repaired another section from great projecting tower to the wall of Opel. Above the horse gate, the priest made repairs each in front of his own house. Next to them, Zadok, son of Imar, made repairs opposite his house. Next to him, Shemaiah, son of Shechaniah, the guard at the east gate, made repairs. Next to him, Hananiah, son of Shelmiah, and Hanun, the sixth son of Zophar, repaired another section. Next to them, Melsham, son of Berechiah, made repairs opposite his living quarters. Next to them, Malchijah, one of the goldsmiths, made repairs as far as the house of the temple servant and the merchants opposite inspection gate, and as far as the room above the corner, and between the room above and the corner, and the sheep gate, and goldsmith and the merchant made repairs. Chapter 4. When Sanballat heard that we were rebuilding the wall, he became angry and was greatly incensed. He ridiculed the Jews, and in the presence of his associate and the army of Samaria, he said, "What are those feeble Jews doing? Will they restore their wall? Will they offer sacrifices? Will they finish in a day? Can they bring back to life those heaps of rubble burned as they are?" Tobiah, the Ammonite who was at his side, said, "What are they building? If even a fox climbed up on it, he will break down their walls of stone. Hear us, O our God, for we are despised. Turn their insults back on their own heads. Give them over as plunder in the land of captivity. Do not cover up their guilt or blot out their sins from your sight, for they have thrown insults in the face of the builders." So we rebuilt the wall till all of it reached half its height, for the people worked with all their hearts. But when Sanballat, Tobiah, the Arabs, the Ammonites, and the men of Ashdod heard that the repairs to Jerusalem walls had gone ahead and that the gaps were being closed, they were very angry. They all plotted to come and fight against Jerusalem and stir up trouble against it. But we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat. Meanwhile, the people in Judah said, "The strength of the laborers is giving out, and there is so much rubble that we cannot build the wall." Also, our enemies said, before they know it or see us, we will be right there among them, and we will kill them and put an end to the work. Then the Jews who lived near them came and told us 10 minutes over, "Wherever you turn, they will attack us." 13. Therefore, I stationed some of the people behind the lowest points of the wall at the exposed places, posting them by families with their swords, spears, and bows. After I looked things over, I stood up and said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "Don't be afraid of them. Remember the Lord who is great and awesome, and fight for your brothers, your son and your daughters, your wife and your homes." When our enemies heard that we were aware of their plot and that God had frustrated it, we all returned to the wall, each to his work. From that day, half of men did the work, while others were equipped with spears, shields, bows, and armor. The officers posted themselves behind the walls of Judah, who were rebuilding the wall. Those who carried materials did their work with one hand and held a weapon in the other. And each of the builders wore his sword at his side as he worked. But the man who sounded the trumpet stayed with me. Then I said to the nobles, the officials, and the rest of the people, "The work is extensive and spread out, and we are widely separated from each other along the wall. Wherever you hear the sound of the trumpet, join us here. Our God will fight for us." So we continued the work with half the men holding spears from the first light of dawn till the stars came out. At that time, I also said to the people, "Have every man and his helper stay inside Jerusalem at night, so that they can serve us as guards by night and workmen by day." Neither I nor my brothers, nor my men, nor the guards with me took off our clothes. Each had his weapon, even when he went for water.
Nehemiah chapter 5. Now the men and their wives raised a great outcry against the Jewish brothers. Some were saying, "We and our sons and daughters are numerous. In order for us to eat and stay alive, we must grain." Others were saying, "We are mortgaging our fields, our vineyards, and our homes, and yet grain during the famine." Still others were saying, "We have had to borrow money to pay the king's tax on our fields and vineyards. Although we are of the same flesh and blood as our countrymen, and though our sons are as good as theirs, yet we have to subject our sons and daughters to slavery. Some of our daughters have already been enslaved, but we are powerless because our fields and vineyards belong to others." When I heard the outcry and these charges, I was very angry. I pondered them in my mind and then accused the nobles and officials, and I told them, you are exacting usury from your own countrymen." So I called together a large meeting to deal with them and said, "As far as possible, we have bought back our Jewish brothers who were sold to the Gentiles. Now you are selling your brothers only for them to be sold back to us." They kept quiet because they could find nothing to say. So I continued, "What you are doing is not right. Shouldn't you walk in the fear of God to avoid the reproach of the Gentile enemies? I and my brothers and my men are also lending the people money and grain, but let the exacting of usury stop. Give back to them immediately their fields, vineyards, olive groves, and houses, and also usury you are charging them, the 100th part of the money, grain, new wine, and oil." "We'll give it back," they said, "and we will not demand anything more from them. We will do as you say." Then I summoned the priests and made the nobles and officials take an oath to do what they had promised. I also shook out the folds of my robe and said, "In this way may God shake out of his house and possession every man who does not keep this promise. So may such a man be shaken out and emptied." At this whole assembly said, "Amen," and praised the Lord, and the people did as they had promised. Moreover, from the 20th year of the king Artaxerxes, when I was appointed to their governor in the land of Judah, until his 32nd year, 12 years, neither I nor my brothers ate the food allotted to the governor, but the earlier governors, those preceding me, placed a heavy burden on the people and took 40 shekels of silver from them in addition to food and wine. The assistants also loaded it over the people, but out of reverence for God, I did not act like that. Instead, I devoted myself to the work of this wall. All my men were assembled there for the work. We did not acquire any land. Furthermore, 150 Jews and officials ate my table, as well as those who came to us from the surrounding nations. Each day on ox 6 choice sheep and some poultry were prepared for me, and every 10 days abundant supply of wine of all kinds. In spite of all this, I never demanded the food allotted to me, Governor, because the demands were heavy on these people. Remember me with favor, O my God, for all I have done for these people. 6. When the word came to Sanballat, Tobiah, Geshem, the Arab, and the rest of our enemies, that I had rebuilt the wall and not a gap was left in it, though up to that time I had not set the doors in the gates, Sanballat and Geshem sent me this message: Come, let us meet together in one of the villages on the plain of Ono. But they were scheming to harm me. So I sent a messenger to them with this reply: I'm carrying on a great project and cannot go down. Why should the work stop while I leave it and go down to you? 4 times they sent me the same message, and each time I gave them the same answer. Then the 5th time, Sanballat sent his aide to me with the same message, and in his hand was an unsealed letter in which was written, I quote, "It is reported among the nation and Geshem, saying it is true that you and the Jews are plotting to revolt, and therefore you are building the wall. Moreover, according to these reports, you are about to become the king, and have even appointed prophets to make this proclamation about you in Jerusalem. There is a king in Judah. Now this report will get back to the king, so come, let us confer together." I sent him this reply, I quote, "Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up out of your head," end of quote. They were all trying to frighten us, thinking their hands will get too weak for the work and it will not be completed. But I prayed, "Now strengthen my hands." One day I went to the house of Shemaiah, son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabel, who was shut in his home. He said, "Let us meet in the house of God inside the temple, and let us close the temple doors, because men are coming to kill you by night. They are coming to kill you." But I said, "Should a man like me run away, or should one like me go into the temple to save his life? I will not go." I realized that God had not sent him, but that he had prophesied against me to cause Tobiah, and Sanballat had hired him. He had been hired to intimidate me so that I could commit a sin by doing this, and then they will give me a bad name to discredit me. Remember Tobiah and Sanballat, oh my God, because of what they have done. Remember also the prophetess Nodia and the rest of prophets who have been trying to intimidate me. So the wall was completed on the 25th of Elul in 52 days. When all enemies heard about this, all the surrounding nations were afraid and lost their self-confidence, because they realized that this work had been done with the help of our God. Also in those days, the nobles of Judah were sending many letters to Tobiah, and replies from Tobiah kept coming to them. For many in Judah were under oath to him, since he was son-in-law to Shechaniah, son of Ara, and his son Jehonan, and had married the daughter of Meshulam, son of Berechiah. Moreover, they kept reporting to me his good deeds, and then telling him what I said, and Tobiah sent letters to intimidate me.
Nehemiah chapter 7. After the walls had been rebuilt and I had set the doors in place, the gatekeepers and the singers and the Levites were appointed. I put in charge of Jerusalem my brother Hanani, along with Hananiah, the commander of citadel, because he was a man of integrity and feared God more than most men do. I said to them, the gates of Jerusalem are not to be opened until the sun is hot. While the gatekeepers are still on duty, have them shut the doors and bar them. Also appoint residents of Jerusalem as guards, some at their posts and some near their own houses. Now the city was large and spacious, but there were few people in it, and the houses had not yet been rebuilt. So my God put it into my heart to assemble the nobles, the officials, and the common people for registration by families. I found the genealogical record of those who had been the first to return. This is what I found written there. These are the people of the province who came up from the captivity of the exiles whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had taken captive. They returned to Jerusalem and Judah, each to his own town, in company with Zerubbabel, Jeshua, Nehemiah, Azariah, Ramiah, Nahamani, Mordecai, Bilshan, Mispereth, Bigvai, Nehum, and Baana. The list of the men of Israel, the descendants of Parosh of Shephatiah, of Parosh, 2,172, of Shephatiah, 372, of Ara, 652, of Pahath Moab through the line of Jeshua and Joab, 2,818, of Elam, 1,254, of Zatu, 845, of Zakai, 760, of Binui, 648, of Bebai, 628, of Asgad, 2,322, of Adonikam, 667, of Bigvai, 2,067, of Adin, 655, of Atta through Hezekiah, 98, of Hashum, 328, of Bezai, 324, of Harif, 112, of Gibeon, 95, the men of Bethlehem and Netopa, 188, of Anathoth, 128, of Beth Azmahaveth, 42, of Kiriath Jearim, Kephira and Beeroth, 743, of Ramah and Geba, 621, of Mikmash, 122, of Bethel and Ai, 123, of the other Nebo, 52, of the other Elam, 1,254, of Harim, 320, of Jericho, 345, of Lod, Hadid, and Ono, 721, of Senah, 3,930. The priests, the descendants of Jediah through the family of Jeshua, 973, of Immer, 1,052, of Pashur, 1,247, of Harim, 1,017, the Levites, the descendants of Jeshua, through Kadmiel, through the line of Hodavia, 74, the singers, the descendants of Asaph, 148, the gatekeepers, the descendants of Shalom, Ate, Talmon, Akub, Atita, and Shobai, 138, the temple servants, the descendants of Ziha, Hasufa, Tabaoth, Keros, Sia, Padon, Lebana, Hagaba, Shalmai, Hanan, Jidel, Gahar, Rehia, Rezin, Nekoda, Gazam, Uza, Pasea, Besai, Meunim, Nefusim, Bakbuk, Hakufa, Hahur, Bazlut, Mehida, Hasha, Bakos, Sisera, Tema, Neziah, and Atifa, the descendants of the servants of Solomon, the descendants of Sotai, Sofereth, Perida, Jahala, Dakon, Jidel, Shephatiah, Hatil, Pokereth, Hazebaim, and Ammon, the temple servants and the descendants of the servants of Solomon, 392. The following came up from the towns of Tel Mela, Tel Hasha, Kerub, Adon, and Ime, but they could not show that their families were descended from Israel. The descendants of Deliah, Tobiah, and Nekoda, 742, and from the priests, the descendants of Hobiah, Hakoz, and Barzillai, a man who had married a daughter of Barzillai the Gileadite and was called by that name. These searched for their family records, but they could not find them, and so were excluded from the priesthood as unclean. The governor therefore ordered them not to eat any of the most sacred food, until there should be a priest ministering with the Urim and Thummim. The whole company numbered 42,360, besides their 7,337 men servants and maid servants. And they also had 245 men and women singers. There were 736 horses, 245 mules, 435 camels, and 6,720 donkeys. Some of the heads of the families contributed to the work. The governor gave to the treasury 1,000 drachmas of gold, 50 bowls, and 530 garments for priests. Some of the heads of the families gave to the treasury for the work 20,000 drachmas of gold and 2,200 minas of silver. The total given by the rest of the people was 20,000 drachmas of gold, 2,000 minas of silver, and 67 garments for priests. The priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, and the temple servants, along with certain of the people and the rest of the Israelites, settled in their own towns. Nehemiah chapter 8. When the 7th month came and the Israelites had settled in their towns, all the people assembled as one in the square before the water gate. They told Ezra the scribe to bring out the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had commanded for Israel. So on the first day of the 7th month, Ezra the priest brought the law before the assembly, which was made up of men and women and all who were able to understand. He read it aloud from daybreak till noon as he faced the square before the water gate, in the presence of the men, women, and others who could understand. And all the people listened attentively to the book of the law. Ezra the scribe stood on a high wooden platform built for the occasion. Beside him on his right stood Mattithiah, Shema, Ananiah, Uriah, Hilkiah, and Maaseiah, and on his left were Pedaiah, Mishael, Malkijah, Hashum, Hashbana, Zechariah, and Meshullam. Ezra opened the book. All the people could see him because he was standing above them. And as he opened it, the people all stood up. Ezra praised the Lord, the great God, and all the people lifted their hands and responded, Amen, Amen. Then they bowed down and worshipped the Lord with their faces to the ground. The Levites, Jeshua, Bani, Sherebiah, Jamin, Akub, Shabbethai, Hodiah, Maaseiah, Kelita, Azariah, Josabad, Hanan, and Peliah, instructed the people in the law while the people were standing there. They read from the book of the law of God, making it clear and giving the meaning so that the people could understand what was being read. Then Nehemiah the governor, Ezra the priest and scribe, and Levites who were instructing the people said to them all, This day is sacred to the Lord your God. Do not mourn or weep. For all the people had been weeping as they listened to the words of the law. Nehemiah said, Go and enjoy choice food and sweet drinks, and send some to those who have nothing prepared. This day is sacred to our God. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. The Levites calmed all the people, saying, Be still, for this is a sacred day. Do not grieve. Then all the people went away to eat and drink, to send portions of food and to celebrate with great joy, because they now understood the words that had been made known to them. On the second day of the month, the heads of all the families, along with the priests and the Levites, gathered around Ezra the scribe to give attention to the words of the law. They found written in the law, which the Lord had commanded through Moses, that the Israelites were to live in booths during the first of the 7th month, and that they should proclaim this word and spread it throughout their towns and in Jerusalem. Go out into the hill country and bring back branches from olive and wild olive trees, and from myrtles, palms, and shade trees to make booths, as it is written. So the people went out and brought back branches and built themselves booths on their own roofs. in their courtyards, in the courts of the house of God, and in the square by the water gate, and the one by the gate of Ephraim. The whole company that had returned from exile built booths and lived in them. From the days of Joshua son of Nun until that day, the Israelites had not celebrated it like this, and their joy was very great. Day after day, from the first day to the last, Ezra read from the book of the law of God. They celebrated the feast for 7 days, and on the 8th day, in accordance with the regulation, there was an assembly.
Nehemiah chapter 9. On the 24th day of the same month, the Israelites gathered together, fasting and wearing sackcloth and having dust on their heads. Those of the Israelites descend and separated themselves from all foreigners. They stood in their places and confessed their sins and their wickedness of their fathers. They stood where they were and read from the book of the law of the Lord their God for a quarter of the day, and spent other quarter in confession and in worshiping of the Lord their God, standing on the stairs where the Levites, the Jeshua, the Bani, the Kadmiel, the Shebaniah, the Buni, the Sherebiah, the Bani, the Kenani, who called with loud voices to the Lord their God, and the Levites, the Jeshua, the Kadmiel, the Bani, the Ashabaniah, the Sherebiah, the Hodiah, the Shebaniah, the Pethaniah, stand up and praise the Lord your God, who is from everlasting to everlasting. Blessed be your gracious name, and may it be exalted above all blessings and praise. You alone are the Lord. You made the heavens and even the highest heavens and all their starry host, the earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to everything, and the multitudes of heaven worship you. You are the Lord God who chose Abraham and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and named him Abraham. You found his heart faithful to you, and you made a covenant with him to give to his descendants the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Jebusites, the Gershasite. You have kept your promise because you are righteous. You saw the sufferings of our forefathers in Egypt. You heard their cry at the Red Sea. You sent miraculous signs and wonders against Pharaoh, against all his officials and all the people of his land. For you knew how arrogant the Egyptians treated them. You made a name for yourselves, which remains to this day. You divided the sea before them, so that they passed through it on a dry ground. But you hurled their pursuers into the depths like a stone into a mighty water. By day you led them with a pillar of cloud, and by night with a pillar of fire, to give them light on the way they were to take. You came down on Mount Sinai. You spoke to them from heaven. You gave them regulations and laws that are just and right, and the decrees and commands that are good. You made known to them your holy Sabbath, and gave them commands, decrees, and laws through your servant Moses. In their hunger you gave them bread from heaven, and in their thirst you brought them water from the rock. You told them to go in and take possessions of the land you had sworn with uplifted hand to give them. But they, our forefathers, became arrogant and stiff-necked, and did not obey your command. They refused to listen and failed to remember the miracles you performed among them. They became stiff-necked, and in their rebellion appointed a leader in order to return to their slavery. But you are a forgiving God, gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abundant in love. Therefore did not desert them, even when they cast for themselves an image of a calf and said, "This is your God who brought you up out of Egypt," or when they committed awful blasphemies. Because of your great compassion, you did not abandon them in the desert. By day, the pillar of cloud did not cease to guide them on their path, nor the pillar of fire by night shines on the way they were to take. You gave your good spirit to instruct them. You did not withhold your manna from their mouths, and you gave them water for their thirst. For 40 years, you sustained them in the desert. They lacked nothing. Their clothes did not wear out, nor did their feet become swollen. You gave them kingdoms and nations, allotting to them even the remotest frontiers. They took over the country of Shihon, a king of Heshbon, and the country of Og, king of Bashan. You made their sons as numerous as the stars in the sky, and you brought them into the land that you told their fathers to enter and possess. Their sons went in and took possessions of the land. You subdued before them the Canaanites who lived in the land. You handed the Canaanites over to them, along with their kings and the people of the land, to deal with them as they pleased. They captured fortified cities and fertile land. They took possessions of houses filled with all kinds of good things, wells already dug, vineyard, olive groves, and fruit trees in abundance. They ate to the full and were well nourished. They reveled in your great goodness, but they were disobedient and rebelled against you. They put your law behind their backs. They killed your prophets who had admonished them in order to return them back to you. They committed awful blasphemy. So you handed them over to their enemies who oppressed them. But when they were oppressed, they cried out to you. From heaven you heard them, and in your great compassion, you gave them deliverers who rescued them from the hand of their enemies. But as soon as they were at rest, they again did what was evil in your sight. Then you abandoned them to the hand of their enemies, so that they ruled over them. So that they ruled over them. And when they cried out to you again, you heard from heaven, and in your compassion you delivered time after time. You warned them to return to your law, but they became arrogant and disobey your command. They sinned against your ordinance, by which a man will live if he obeys them. Stubbornly, they turned their backs on you, became stiff-necked, and refused to listen. For many years, you were patient with them. By your spirit, you admonished them through your prophets. Yet they paid no attention. So you handed them over to the neighboring peoples. But in your great mercy, you did not put an end to them or abandon them. For you are a gracious and merciful God. Now therefore, O our God, the great, mighty, and awesome God, who keeps his covenant of love, do not let all this hardship seem trifling in your eyes, the hardship that has come upon us, upon our king, upon and leaders, upon our priests and prophets, upon our fathers and all your people, from the days of the kings of Assyria until today. In all that has happened to us, you have been just, you have acted faithfully, while we did wrong. Our kings, our leaders, our priests and our fathers did not follow your law. They did not pay attention to your commands or the warnings you gave them, even while they were in their kingdom, enjoying your great goodness to them in the spacious and fertile land you gave them. They did not serve you or turn from their evil ways. But see, we are slaves today, slaves in the land you gave our forefathers, so they could eat its fruit and other good things it produces. Because of our sins, its abundant harvest goes to the kings you have placed over us. They rule over our bodies and our cattle as they please. We are in great distress. In the view of all this, we are making a binding agreement, putting it in writing. Our leaders, our Levites, and our priests are affixing their seals to it. Chapter 10. Those who sealed it were Nehemiah the governor, the son of Hakaliah, Zedekiah, Seraiah, Azakiah, Jeremiah, Pashur, Amariah, Malkijah, Hatush, Shebaniah, Maluch, Harim, Meramoth, Obadiah, Daniel, Genethon, Baruch, Meshulam, Abijah, Mijamin, Maziah, Bilgai, Shemai. Those were the priests. The Levites, the Yeshua son of Azamiah, Binui, son of the Enadan, Kadimiel, and their associate Shebaniah, Hodiah, Kelita, Pelahiah, Hanan, Micah, Rehob, Ashabiah, Zaka, Sherebiah, Shebaniah, Hodiah, Bani, and Beninu. The leaders of the people, Porosh, Pahath Moab, Elam, Zatu, Bani, Buni, Adzad, Bebai, Adonijah, Bigvai, Adin, Atta, Hezekiah, Azu, Hodiah, Hashum, Bezai, Harif, Anathoth, Nebai, Magpiash, Meshulam, Hezir, Mejabel, Zadok, Jadua, Palesha, Ananiah, Osea, Ananiah, Hashub, Halohesh, Pilha, Shobek, Herum, Ashaban, Meshaiah, Ahiah, Hanan, Anan, Maluk, Herim, and Baanam. The rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the gatekeepers, the singers, temple servants, and all who separated themselves from the neighbors, the neighboring people, for the sake of the law of God, together with their wives and all their children and daughters, are able to understand. All those now are joining their brothers, the nobles, and bind themselves with a curse and an oath to follow the law of God given through Moses, the servant of God, and to obey carefully all the commands, regulations, and decrees of the Lord our God, our Lord. We promise not to give our daughters in marriage to the people around us or take their daughters for our sons. when the neighboring people bring merchandise or grains to sell on the Sabbath, we will not buy from them on the Sabbath or on any holiday. Every seventh year, we will forego working the land and will cancel all debts. We assume the responsibility for carrying out the commands to give a third of a shekel each year for the service of the house of our God, for the bread set out on the table, for the regular grains offerings and burnt offerings, for the offerings on the Sabbath, new moon festivals, and appointed feasts, for the holy offerings, for sin offerings, to make the atonement for Israel, and for all the duties of the house of our God. We, the priests, the Levites, and the people have cast lots to determine when each of our families is to bring to the house of our God at set times each year a contribution of wood to burn on the altar of the Lord our God, as it is written in the law. We also assume responsibility for bringing to the house of the Lord each year the first fruit of our crops and every fruit tree. As it is also written in the law, we will bring the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle and of our herds and of our flocks to the house of our God, to the priest ministering there. Moreover, we will bring to the storerooms of the house of our God, to the priests, the first of our ground meals, of our grain offerings, of the fruits of all our trees, and of all our new wines and oil. And we will bring a tithe of our crops to the Levites, for it is the Levites who collect the tithes in all the towns where we work. A priest descends from Aaron is to accompany the Levites when they receive the tithes, and the Levites to bring a tenth of their tithes to the house of our God, to the storerooms of the treasury. The people of Israel, including the Levites, are to bring their contributions of grain, new wine, and oil to the storerooms, where the articles for the sanctuary are kept, and where the ministering priests, the gatekeepers, and the singers stay. We will not neglect the house of our God.
Nehemiah chapter 11. Now the leaders of the people settled in Jerusalem, and the rest of the people cast lots to bring one out of every 10 to live in Jerusalem, the holy city, while the remaining 9 were to stay in their own towns. The people commended all the men who volunteered to live in Jerusalem. These are the provincial leaders who settled in Jerusalem, now some Israelites, priests, Levites, temple servants, and descendants of Solomon's servants lived in the towns of Judah, each of his own property in the various towns, while other people from both Judah and Benjamin lived in Jerusalem. From the descendants of Judah, Adaiah, son of Uzziah, the son of Zechariah, the son of Mariah, the son of Shepaniah, the son of Maharel, a descendant of Pelez, Admazaiah, son of Baruch, the son of Kolhozed, the son of Haziah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Joilib, the son of Zechariah, a descendant of Shelah, the descendant of Pelez, who lived in Jerusalem, totaled 468 able men. From the descendants of Benjamin, Shalu, son of Meshulam, the son of Joed, the son of Pedaiah, the son of Kareer, the son of Messiah, the son of Ithiel, the son of Jeshaniah and his followers, Gabai and Salai, 926 men. Joel son of Sikri, and their chief officer, and Judah son of Hazanua was over the second district of the city. From the priests, Jedaiah the son of Joelib, Jakim, Sheliah son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshulam, the son of Zadok, the son of Meloth, the son of Ahitub, supervisor of the house of God, and their associates, who carried on the work of the temple 822 men. Adaiah son of Jeroham, the son of Peliah, the son of Amzi, the son of Zechariah, the son of Pasha, the son of Malchijah, and his associates who were heads of families, 242 men. Amashaliah son of Azel, the son of Ahizan, the son of Meshilemoth, the son of Immer, and his associate, who were able men, 128. Their chief officer was Zabdiel, the son of Hagedorim. From the Levites, Shemaiah son of Hashbah, the son of Azikam, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Buni, Shabbethai, the Jozabad, two of the heads of the Levites who had charge of the outside work of the house of God, Mattian, son of Micah, the son of Zabdi, the son of Asaph, the director who led in thanksgiving and prayer. Bakia, second among his associates, Abda, son of Shammua, the son of Garal, the son of Jeduthun. The Levites in the holy city totaled 284. The gatekeepers, Akbok, Talbul, and their associates who kept watch at the gate, 172 men. The rest of the Israelites with the priests and Levites were in all towns of Judah, each of his ancestral property. The temple servants lived on the hill of Opel, and Ziha and Gishpa were in charge of them. The chief officer of the Levites in Jerusalem was Uzi, son of Bani, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micah. Uzi was one of the Asaph's descendants who were the singers responsible for the service of the house of God. The singers were under the king's orders, which regulated their daily activity. Pedaniah, son of Meshezabel, one of the descendants of Selah, son of Judah, was the king agent of all affairs relating to the people. As for the villagers with their fields, some of the people of Judah lived in Kiriath Arba and its surrounding settlements, in Dibon and its settlements, in Jekabzeel and its villages, in Jeshua, in Molada, in Beth-Pelet, in Hazah, Shua, in Beersheba, and its settlements, in Ziklag, in Mekodah, and its settlements, in En-Limon, in Zolan, in Jamul, Zanoah, Adulam, and their villages, in Lachish and its field, and in Azekah and its settlements. So they were living all the way from Beersheba to the valley of Hinnom. The descendants of the Benjamites from Geba lived in Mikash, Aijah, Bethel and its settlement, in An-Nathoth, Nob, Ananiah, and Hazor, Lama, and Gittaim, in Hadid, Zeboim, and Nebalat, in Lod, Anon, and in the valley, the craftsmen. Some of the divisions of the Levites of Judah settled in Benjamin.
Nehemiah chapter 12. These were the priests and the Levites who returned with Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, and with Jeshua, Sheriah, Jeremiah, Ezra, Amariah, Maluch, Hatush, Shekaniah, Rehum, Meramoth, Iddo, Ginethon, Abijah, Mijamin, Meodia, Belga, Shemaiah, Jeorib, Jedaiah, Salu, Amok, Hilkiah, and Jedaiah. These were the leaders of the priests and the associates in the days of Jeshua. The Levites were Jeshua, Binui, Kadmiel, Sherebiah, Judah, and also Mataniah, who, together with the associates, was in charge of the songs of thanksgiving. Bakbukia and Uni, their associates, stood opposite them in the services. Jeshua was the father of Joachim, Joachim the father of Eliashib, Eliashib the father of Joiada, Joiada the father of Jonathan, and Jonathan the father of Jaddua. In the days of Joachim, these were the heads of the priestly families. Of Seraiah's family, Meraiah; of Jeremiah's, Hananiah; of Ezra's, Meshulam; of Amariah's, Jehohanan; of Maluch's, Jonathan; of Shechaniah's, Joseph; of Harim's, Adna; of Meromoth's, Helkiah; of Iddo's, Zechariah; of Genothon's, Meshulam; of Abijah's, Zikri; of Miniamim's, and of Meodia's, Piltai; of Bilgah's, Shammua; of Shammaiah's, Jehonathan; of Joarib's, Metanai; of Jeodiah's, Uzi; of Salu's, Kelai; of Amok's, Iba; of Hilkiah's, Hashabiah; of Jediah, Nathaniel. The family heads of the Levites in the days of Eliashib, Joiada, Johanan, and Jaddua, as well as those of the priests, were recorded in the reign of Darius the Persian. The family heads among the descendants of Levi up to the time of Johanan, son of Eliashib, were recorded in the book of the Annals. And the leaders of the Levites were Hashabiah, Sherebiah, Jeshua, son of Kadmiel, and their associates, who stood opposite them to give praises and thanksgiving, one section responding to the other, and prescribed by David, the man of God. Mattaniah, Bakbukia, Obadiah, Meshulam, Talmon, Akub were gatekeepers who guarded the storerooms at the gates. They served in the days of Joachim, son of Jeshua, son of Jehoiadak, and in the days of Nehemiah the governor, and of Ezra the priest and scribe. At the dedication of the wall of Jerusalem, the Levites were sought out from where they lived and were brought to Jerusalem to celebrate joyfully the dedication with songs of thanksgiving and with the music of cymbals, harps, and lyres. The singers also were brought together from the region around Jerusalem, from the villages of Netophahith, from Beth Gilal, and from the area of Geba and Azmaveth. For the singers had built villages for themselves around Jerusalem. When the priests and the Levites had purified themselves ceremonially, they purified the people, the gates, and the wall. I had the leaders of Judah go up on top of the wall. I also assigned 2 large choirs to give thanks. One was to proceed on top of the wall to the right towards the dung gate. Hoshea and half of the leaders of Judah followed them, along with Azariah, Ezra, Meshulam, Judah, Benjamin, Shemaiah, Jeremiah, as well as some priests with trumpets, and also Zechariah, son of Jonathan, the son of Shemaiah, the son of Mattaniah, the son of Micaiah, the son of Zakur, the son of Asaph, and the associates, Shemaiah, Azarel, Milalai, Gilalai, Mai, Nathaniel, Judah, and Hanani, with musical instruments prescribed by David, the man of God. Ezra the scribe led the procession. At the fountain gate, they continued directly up the steps of the city of David on the ascent of the wall and passed above the house of David to the water gate on the east. The second choir proceeded in the opposite direction. I followed them on top of the wall, together with half of the people, past the tower of the ovens to the broad wall, over the gate of Ephraim, the Jeshana gate, the fish gate, the tower of Hananel, and the tower of the 100, as far as the sheep gate. At the gate of the guard they stopped. The two choirs that gave thanks then took their places in the house of God, and so did I, together with half of the officials, as well as the priest Eliakim, Messiah, Amin, Micaiah, Elionai, Zechariah, Hananiah, and that with their trumpets, and also Messiah, Shemaiah, Eliezer, Uzi, Jehohanan, Malkijah, Elam, and Asa. The choirs sang under the direction of Jezrahiah, and on the day they offered great sacrifices, rejoicing because God had given them great joy. The women and children also rejoiced. The sound of rejoicing in Jerusalem could be heard far away. At that time, men were appointed to be in charge of the storerooms for the contributions, first fruits and tithes. From the fields around the towns, they were to bring into the storerooms the portion required by the law for the priests and the Levites, for Judah was pleased with the ministering priests and Levites. They performed the services of their God and the service of purification, as did also the singers and the gatekeepers, according to the commands of David and his son Solomon. For long ago, in the days of David and Asaph, there had been directors for the singers and for the songs of praise and thanksgiving to God. So in the days of Zerubbabel and of Nehemiah, all Israel contributed the daily portions for the singers and gatekeepers. They also set aside the portion for the other Levites, and the Levites set aside the portion for the descendants of Aaron. Nehemiah chapter 13. On that day, the book of Moses was read aloud in the hearing of the people, and there it was found written that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever be admitted into the assembly of God, because they had not met the Israelites with food and water, but had hired Balaam to call a curse down on them. Our God, however, turned the curse into a blessing. When the people heard this law, they excluded from Israel all who were of foreign descent. Before this, Eliashib the priest had put in charge the storerooms of the house of our God. He was closely associated with Tobiah, and he had provided him with a large room formerly used to store the grain offerings and incense and temple articles, and also the tithes of grains, new wine and oil prescribed for the Levites, singers and gatekeepers, as well as the contributions for the priest. But while all this was going on, I was not in Jerusalem, for I was 32nd year But while all this was going on, I was not in Jerusalem, for in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, I had returned to the king. Sometime later, I asked his permission, and he came back to Jerusalem. Here, I learned about the evil thing that Eliashib had done in providing Tobiah a room in the courts of the house of God. I was greatly displeased and threw all Tobiah's household goods out of the room. I gave orders to purify the rooms, and then I put back into them the equipment of the house of God, with the grain offerings and the incense. I also learned that the portions assigned to the Levites had not been given to them, and that all the Levites and singers responsible for the service had gone back to their own fields. So I rebuked the officials and asked them, "Why is the house of God neglected?" Then I called them together and stationed them at their post. All Judah brought the tithes of grain, new wine, and oil into the storerooms. I put Shelemiah the priest, Zadok the scribe, and a Levite named Pedaiah in charge of the storerooms, and made Hanan son of Zakur, the son of Mattaniah, their assistant, because these men were considered trustworthy. They were made responsible for distributing the supplies to their brothers. Remember me for this, O my God, and do not blot out what I have so faithfully done for the house of my God and its services. In those days, I saw men in Judah trading wine presses on the Sabbath and bringing in grain and loading it on donkeys, together with wines, grapes, figs, and all other kinds of loads. And they were bringing all this into Jerusalem on the Sabbath. Therefore, I warned them against selling food on that day. Men from Tyre who lived in Jerusalem were bringing in fish and all kinds of merchandise and selling them in Jerusalem on the Sabbath to the people of Judah. I rebuked the nobles of Judah and said to them, "What is this wicked thing you are doing, discreting the Sabbath day? Did your forefathers do the same things, so that our God brought all this calamity upon us and upon this city? Now you are stirring up more wrath against Israel by discreting the Sabbath." When evening shadows fell on the gates of Jerusalem before the Sabbath, I ordered the doors to be shut and not open until the Sabbath was over. I stationed some of my own men at the gates so that no load could be brought in on the Sabbath day. Once or twice the merchants and sellers of all kinds of goods spent the night outside Jerusalem. But I warned them and said, "Why do you spend the night by the wall? If you do this again, I will lay hands on you." From that time on, they no longer came to the Sabbath. Then I commanded the Levites to purify themselves and go and guard the gates in order to keep the Sabbath day holy. Remember me for this also, O my God, and show mercy to me according to your great love. Moreover, in those days I saw men of Judah who had married women from Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab. Half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod or the language of one of the other peoples, and did not know how to speak the language of Judah. I rebuked them and called curses down on them. I beat some of the men and pulled out their hair. I made them take an oath in God's name and said, You are not to give your daughters in marriage to their sons, nor are you to take their daughters in marriage for your sons or for yourselves. Was it not because of marriages like this that Solomon the king of Israel sinned? Among the many nations there was no king like him. He was loved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. But even he was led into sin by foreign women. Must we hear now that you too are doing all this terrible wickedness and are being unfaithful to our God by marrying foreign women? One of the sons of Joiada, son of Eliashib, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sanballat the Horonite, and I drove him away from me. Remember them, O my God, because they defiled the priestly office and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. So I purified the priests and the Levites and everything foreign, and assigned them duties, each to his own task. I also made provision for contribution of wood at designated times, and for the first fruit. Remember me with favor, O my God.
The book of Esther, chapter 1. This is what happened during the time of Xerxes. Xerxes, who ruled over 127 provinces, stretching from India to Kush. At that time, King Xerxes reigned from his royal throne in the citadel of Susa. And in the third year of his reign, he gave a banquet for all his nobles and officials. The military leaders of Persia and Media, the princes, and the nobles of the provinces were present. For a full 180 days, he displayed the vast wealth of his kingdom and the splendor and glory of his majesty. When these days were over, the king gave a banquet lasting 7 days, in the enclosed garden of the king's palace, for all the people from the least to the greatest, who were in the citadel of Susa. The garden had hangings of white and blue linen, fastened with cords of white linen and purple material to silver rings on marble pillars. There were couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of porphyry, marble, mother of pearl, and costly stones. Wine was served in goblets of gold, each one different from the other, and the royal wine was abundant, in keeping with the king's liberality. By the king's command, each guest was allowed to drink in his own way, for the king instructed all the wine stewards to serve each man that he wished. Queen Vashti also gave a banquet for the women in the royal palace of King Xerxes. On the 7th day, when King Xerxes was in high spirits from wine, he commanded the 7 eunuchs who served him, Mehuman, Biztha, Habona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zadha, and Sarsas, to bring before him Queen Vashti wearing her royal crown in order to display her beauty to the people and nobles, for she was lovely to look at. But when the attendants delivered the king's command, Queen Vashti refused to come. Then the king became furious and burned with anger. So it was customary for the king to consult experts in matters of law and justice. He spoke with the wise men who understood the times and were closest to the king: Sashana, Shatha, Admatha, Tarshish, Meres, Marsena, and Memucan, the 7 nobles of Persia and Media, who had special access to the king and were highest in the kingdom. According to law, what must be done to Queen Vashti? He asked. She has not obeyed the command of King Xerxes that the eunuchs have taken to her. Then Memucan replied in the presence of the king and the nobles, Queen Vashti has done wrong, not only against the king, but also against all the nobles and the people of all the provinces of King Xerxes. For the queen's conduct will become known to all the women, and so they will despise their husbands and say, King Xerxes commanded Queen Vashti to be brought before him, but she will not come. This very day, the Persian, Median women of the nobility who have heard the king's conduct will respond to all the king's nobles in the same way. There will be no end to disrespect and discord. Therefore, if it pleases the king, let him issue a royal decree, and let it be written in the laws of Persia and Media, which cannot be repealed, the Vashti is never again to enter the presence of King Xerxes. Also let the king give her royal position to someone else who is better than she. Then when the king's edict is proclaimed throughout all the vast realm, all thus women will respect husbands from the least to the greatest. The king and his nobles were pleased with this advice. So the king did as Memucan proposed. He sent dispatches to all parts of the kingdom, to each province in its own script, and to each people in its own language, proclaiming in each people's tongue that every man should be ruler of his own household. Chapter 2. Later, when the anger of King Xerxes had subsided, he remembered Vashti and what she had done, what he had decreed about her. Then the king's personal attendant proposed, let a search be made for a beautiful young virgin for the king. Let the king appoint commissioners in every province of his realm to bring all these beautiful girls into the harem of the citadel of Susa. Let them be placed under the care of Hegai, the king's eunuch, who is in charge of the women, and let beauty treatments be given to them. Let the girl who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti. This advice appealed to the king, and he followed it. Now there was in the citadel of Susa a Jew on the tribe of Benjamin named Mordecai, son of Jair, son of Shimei, the son of Kish, who had been carried into exile from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, among those taken captive by Jehoiakim, king of Judah. Mordecai had a cousin named Hadassah, whom he had brought up because she had neither father nor mother. This girl, who was also known as Esther, was lovely in form and features. Then Mordecai had taken her as his own daughter, and when her father and mother died, when the king's order and edict had proclaimed, many girls were brought to the citadel of Susa and put under the care of Hegai. Esther was also taken to the king's palace and entrusted to Hegai, who had charge of the harem. The girl pleased him and won his favor immediately. He provided with her beauty treatments and special food. He assigned to her 7 maids selected from the king's palace and moved her and her maids into the best place in the harem. Esther had not revealed her nationality and family background because Mordecai had forbidden her to say so. Every day he walked back and forth near the courtyard of the harem to find out how Esther was and what was happening to her. Before a girl's turn came to go into King Caesar's, she had to complete 12 months of beauty treatments prescribed for the women, 6 months with oil of myrrh and 6 with perfumes and cosmetics. And this is how she will go to the king. Anything she wanted was given her to take the king from the harem to the king's palace. In the evening she would go there, and in the morning return to another part of the harem to the care of Shashgaz. The king's eunuch was in charge of the concubines. She would not return to the king unless he was pleased with her and summoned her by name. When the turn came for Esther, the girl Mordecai had adopted, the daughter of his uncle Abihail, to go to the king. She asked for nothing other than what Hegai, the king's eunuch who was in charge of harem, suggested, and Esther won the favor of everyone who saw her. She was taken to King Xerxes in the royal residence in the 10th month, the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. Now the king was attracted to Esther more than to any of the other women, and she had won his favor and approval more than any of the other virgins. So he set a royal crown on her head and made her queen of Vashti. And the king gave a great banquet, Esther's banquet, for all his nobles and officials. He proclaimed a holiday throughout the provinces and distributed gifts with royal liberality. When the virgins were assembled a second time, Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate. But Esther had kept secret her family background and nationality, as Mordecai had told her to do. For she continued to follow Mordecai's instructions as she had done when she was bringing her up. During the time Mordecai was sitting at the king's gate, Bigthana and Teresh, 2 of the king's officers, who guarded the doorway, became angry and conspired to assassinate King Xerxes. But Mordecai found out in the plot and told Queen Esther, who in turn reported it to the king, giving credit to Mordecai. And when the report was investigated and found to be true, the 2 officials were hanged on gallows. All this was recorded in the book of Annals in the presence of the king.
Chapter 3. After these events, King Xerxes honored Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, elevating him and giving him a seat of honor, higher than that of all other nobles. All the royal officials at the king's gate knelt down and paid honor to Haman, for the king had commanded this concerning him. But Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor. Then the royal officials at the king's gate asked Mordecai, "Why do you disobey the king's command?" Day after day they spoke to him, but he refused to comply. Therefore, they told Haman about it, to see whether Mordecai's behavior would be tolerated, for he had told them he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai would not kneel down or pay him honor, he was enraged. He, having learned who Mordecai's people were, he scorned the idea of killing only Mordecai. Instead, Haman looked for a way to destroy all Mordecai's people, the Jews throughout the whole kingdom of Xerxes. In the 10th year of King Xerxes, in the first month, the month of Nisan, they cast the power, that is the lot, in presence of Haman to select a day and month, and the lot fell on the 12th month, the month of Adar. Then Haman said to the king Xerxes, "There is a certain people dispersed and scattered among the people in all the provinces of your kingdom, whose customs are different from those of all other people, and who do not obey the king's laws. It is not in the king's best interest to tolerate them. If it pleases the king to let a decree to be issued to destroy them, then I will put 10,000 talents of silver into royal treasure for the men who carry out this business." So the king took his signet ring from his finger and gave it to Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. "Keep the money," the king said to Haman, "and do with the people as you please." Then the 13th day of the first month of royal secretaries was summoned. They wrote out in the scripture of each province and in the language of each people all Haman's order to the king's satraps, the governors of the various provinces, and the nobles of the various people. These were written in the name of King Xerxes himself and sealed with his own ring. Dispatches were sent to the carriers to all the king's provinces with the order to destroy, kill, and annihilate all the Jews, young and old, women and little children, on a single day, the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, and to plunder their goods. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued and law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality, so they will be ready for that day. Spurred on the king's command, the carriers went out, and the edict was issued in the citadel of Susa. The king and Haman sat down to drink, but the city of Susa was bewildered. Chapter 4. When Mordecai learned of all that he had done, he tore his clothes, put on sackcloth and ashes, and went into the city, wailing loudly and bitterly. But he went only as far as the king's gate, because no one clothed in sackcloth was allowed to enter it. In every province to which the edict and order of the king came, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing. Many lay in sackcloth and ashes. When Esther's maid and eunuchs came and told her about Mordecai, she was in great distress. She sent clothes to him to put on instead of the sackcloth, but he will not accept them. Then Esther summoned Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs assigned to attend to her, and ordered him to find out what was troubling Mordecai and why. So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the open square of the city, in front of the king's gate. Mordecai told him everything that had happened to him, including the exact amount of money Haman had promised to pay into the royal treasury for the destruction of the Jews. He also gave him a copy of the text of the edict for the annihilation, which had been published in Susa, to show to Esther and explain it to her. And he told him to urge her to go into the king's presence to beg for mercy and plead with him for the people. Hath went back and reported to Esther and Mordecai and said, then she instructed them to say to Mordecai, all the king's officials and the people of the royal provinces know that for any man and woman who approaches the king in the inner court without being summoned, the king has put one law, and that he be put to death. Only exception to this is for the king to extend the gold scepter to him and spare his life. But 30 days had passed since I was called to go to the king. When Esther's words were reported to Mordecai, he sent back his answer. Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance for the Jews will arise from another place. But you and your father's family will perish. And who knows but that you have come to royal position to such time as this? Then Esther sent his reply to Mordecai, go, gather together all the Jews who are in Susa and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, nights or day. I and my maids will fast as you do. When this is done, I will go to the king, even though it is against the law. And if I perish, I perish. So Mordecai went away and carried out all Esther's instructions.
Esther mlango wa 5. Ikawa siku ya 3, Esther alijivika mavazi yake ya kifalme, akasimama katika ua wa ndani wa nyumba ya mfalme kuelekea nyumba ya mfalme. Na mfalme akaketi juu ya kiti chake cha enzi katika nyumba ya mfalme kuelekea mlango wa nyumba. Ikawa mfalme alipomwona Malkia Esther amesimama uani, yeye akapata kibali machoni pake, naye mfalme akamnyoshea Esta fimbo ya dhahabu aliyokuwa nayo mkononi. Basi Esta akakaribia, akaigusa ncha ya fimbo. Mfalme akamwambia, Malkia Esta, wataka nini? Nayo ni haja gani ulio nayo? Utapewa hata nusu ya ufalme. Esta akasema, mfalme akiona vema na aje leo, mfalme na Hamani kwenye karamu niliyomwandalia. Basi mfalme akasema, mhimize Hamani ili ifanyike kama Esta alivyosema. Hivyo mfalme na Hanani wakafika katika karamu ile aliyoiandaa Esta. Basi mfalme akamwambia Esta pale penye karamu ya divai, dua yako ni nini? Nao utapewa. Na haja yako ni nini? Hata nusu ya ufalme utafanyiziwa. Esta akajibu na kusema, dua yangu ni hii na haja yangu ni hii, ikiwa nimepata kibali machoni pa mfalme, na mfalme akiona vema kunipa niombalo na kunifanyizia haja yangu, na aje tena mfalme na Hamani kwenye karamu niliyowaandalia, nami kesho nitafanya kama vile mfalme alivyosema. Basi Hamani alitoka siku ile kwa furaha na ukunjufu wa moyo. Lakini Hamani alipomwona Mordekai mlangoni pa mfalme, ya kwamba hasimami wala kutetemeka mbele yake, alijaa ghadhabu juu ya Mordekai. Walakini Hamani akajizuia, akaenda zake nyumbani kwake, akatuma kuwaita rafiki zake na Zereshi mkewe. Naye Hamani akawasimulia habari za fahari ya mali zake na wingi wa watoto wake, nayo mambo yote pia ambayo mfalme amemfanikisha katika hayo, na jinsi alivyompandisha juu ya maakida na watumishi wa mfalme. Zaidi ya hayo, Hamani akasema, naye Malkia Esta hakumkaribisha mtu yeyote pamoja na mfalme katika karamu aliyoiandaa, ila mimi peke yangu. Hata na kesho pia nimealikwa naye pamoja na mfalme. Bali haya yote yanifaa nini pindi nimwonapo yule Mordekai Myahudi ameketi mlangoni pa mfalme? Basi Zereshi mkewe akamwambia na rafiki zake wote, na ufanyizwe mti wa mikono 50 urefu wake, na kesho asubuhi useme na mfalme, ili Mordekai atundikwe juu yake, ndipo utakapoingia kwa kicheko pamoja na mfalme karamuni. Basi neno likampendeza Hamani, akaufanyizia ule mti. Esta mlango wa 6. Usiku ule mfalme hakupata usingizi, akaamuru aletewe kitabu cha maandiko ya taarifa, nayo yakasomwa mbele ya mfalme. Ikaonekana kuwa imeandikwa ya kwamba Mordekai aliwachongea Bigthani na Tereshi, wasimamizi wawili wa mfalme, katika hao waliolinda mlango, waliotaka kumtia mikono mfalme Ahasuero. Mfalme akasema, je, ni heshima gani au jaha gani Mordekai aliyofanyiziwa kwa ajili ya hayo? Watumwa wa mfalme waliomhudumu wakamwambia, hakuna alilofanyiziwa. Mfalme akasema, yuko na nani behewani? Ikiwa Hamani alikuwa ameingia katika ua wa nje wa nyumba ya mfalme, aseme na mfalme ili kumtindika Mordekai juu ya mti ule aliomwekea tayari. Basi watumwa wa mfalme wakamwambia, tazama, Hamani yupo amesimama behewani. Mfalme akasema, naingie. Basi Hamani akaingia. Mfalme akamwambia, afanyiziwe nini yule ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu? Hamani akasema moyoni mwake, ni nani ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu kuliko mimi? Basi Hamani akamwambia mfalme, yule ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu na aletewe mavazi ya kifalme ambayo mfalme amezoea kuyavaa, na farasi ambaye mfalme humpanda mwenyewe, ambaye ametiwa taji ya kifalme kichwani, na yale mavazi ya yule farasi akabidhiwe. mkononi mojawapo wa maakida wa mfalme aliyemshtaki, ili makusudi amvike yule ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu na kumkaribisha juu ya farasi kuipita njia kuu ya mjini na kupiga mbiu mbele yake kusema, hivi ndivyo atakavyofanyiziwa mtu yule ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu. Basi mfalme akamwambia Hamani, hima, toa mavazi na farasi, kama ulivyosema umfanyizie vivyo hivyo Mordekai Myahudi aketie mlangoni pa mfalme, lisipungue neno lolote katika yote uliyoyasema. Ndipo Hamani alipoyatoa mavazi na farasi, akamvika Mordekai yale mavazi, akamkaribisha juu ya farasi kuipitia njia kuu ya mjini, akipiga mbiu mbele yake, hivi ndivyo atakavyofanyiziwa mtu yule ambaye mfalme apenda kumheshimu. Kisha Mordekai akarudi kwenye mlango wa mfalme, bali Hamani akaenda mbio nyumbani kwake mwenye msiba na kichwa chake kimefunikwa. Basi Hamani akawasimulia Zereshi mkewe na rafiki zake wote kila neno lililompata. Kisha watu wake wenye hekima na Zereshi mkewe wakamwambia, ikiwa huyu Mordekai ambaye umeanza kuanguka mbele yake ni wa uzao wa Yahudi, wewe hautamweza, bali kuanguka utaanguka mbele yake. Hata walipokuwa katika kusema naye, wasimamizi wa nyumba wa mfalme walifika, wakamhimiza kumleta Hamani katika karamu ile aliyoiandaa Esther.
Esther chapter 7. So the king and Haman went to dive with Queen Esther, and as they were drinking wine on the second day, the king again asked, Queen Esther, what is your petition? It will be given you. What is your request? Even up to half the kingdom, it will be granted. The Queen Esther answered, if I have found favor with you, O king, and if it is pleased your majesty, grant me my life, this is my petition, and spare my people, this is my request. For I and my people have been sold for destruction and slaughtered and annihilation. If we had merely been sold as male and female slaves, I would have kept quiet, because no much distress would justify disturbing the king. The king Xerxes asked Queen Esther, who is he? Where is the man who has dared to do such a thing? Esther said, the adversary and enemy in this vile Haman. Then Haman was terrified before the king and queen. The king got up in the rage, left him wine, and went out into the palace garden. But Haman realized that the king had already decided his fate, stayed behind to beg Queen Esther for his life. Just as the king returned from the palace garden to the banquet hall, Haman was failing on the couch where Esther was reclining. The king exclaimed, Will he even molest the queen while she is with me in the house? As soon as the word left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. The Habona, one of the eunuchs attending the king, said, a gallows 75 feet high stand by Haman's house. He had it made for Mordecai, who spoke up to help the king. The king said, hang him on it. So they hung Haman on the gallows he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the king, fully subsided. Chapter 8. That same day, King Xerxes gave Queen Esther the estate of Haman, the enemy of the Jews, and Mordecai came into the presence of the king, for Esther had told how he was related to her. The king took off his signet ring, which he had reclaimed from Haman, and presented it to Mordecai. And Esther appointed him over Haman's estate. Esther again pleaded with the king, falling at his feet and weeping. She begged him to put an end to the evil plan of Haman the Agagite, which he had devised against the Jews. Then the king extended the gold scepter to Esther, and he arose and stood before him. If it is pleases the king, she said, and if he regards me with my favor, and think it is the right thing to do, and if he is pleased with me, let an order be written overruling the dispatched the Haman son of Hammedatha, the Agagite devices, and wrote to destroy the Jews in all the king's provinces. For how can I bear to see disaster fall on my people? How can I bear to see the destruction of my family? King Xerxes replied to Queen Esther and to Mordecai the Jew, because Haman attacked the Jews. I have given his estate to Esther, and they have hanged him on the gallows. Now write another decree in the king's name in behalf of the Jews, as seems best to you, and seal it with the king's signet ring. For no document written in the king's name and sealed with his ring can be revoked. At once the royal secretaries were summoned on the 23rd day of the third month, the month of Sivan. They wrote out all Mordecai's orders to the Jews and to the satraps, governors, and nobles of the 127 provinces stretching from India to Gash. These orders were written in script of each province and the language of each people, and to the Jews in their own script and language. Mordecai wrote in the name of King Xerxes, sealed the dispatch with the king's signet ring, and sent them by mounted carriers, who rode fast horses, especially bred for the king. The king edict granted the Jews in every city the right to assemble and protect themselves, to destroy king and annihilate any armed force of any nationality or province, and might attack them and they were women and children, and to plunder the property of their enemies. The day appointed for the Jews to do this in all the provinces of King Xerxes was the 13th day of the 12th month, and month of Adar. A copy of the text of the edict was to be issued as law in every province and made known to the people of every nationality, so that the Jews would be ready to that day to avenge themselves on their enemies. The carriers riding the royal horses raced out, spurred on by the king's command, And the edict was also issued in the citadel of Susa. Mordecai left the king's presence wearing royal garment of blue and white, a large crown of gold and a purple robe of fine linen. And the city of Susa had a joyous celebration. For the Jews, it was a time of happiness and joy, gladness and honor, in every province and in every city. Wherever the edict of the king went, there was joy and gladness among the Jews, with feasting and celebrating. And many people of other nationalities became Jews because fear of the Jews was sealed them.
Esther chapter 9. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the month of Adar, the edict commanded by the king was to be carried out. On this day, the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them, but now the tables were turned, and those Jews got the upper hand over those who hated them. The Jews assembled in their cities in all the provinces of King Xerxes to attack those seeking their destruction. No one could stand against them, because the people of all the other nationalities were afraid of them. All the nobles of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, the king's administrators, helped the Jews because fear of Mordecai had seized them. Mordecai was prominent in the palace. His reputation spread throughout the provinces, and he became more and more powerful. The Jews struck down all their enemies with the sword, killing and destroying them, and they did what they pleased to those who hated them. In the citadel of Susa, the Jews killed and destroyed 500 men. They also killed Pashandatha, Dalphon, Aspatha, Poratha, Adalia, Aridatha, Parmashta, Arisai, Aridai, and Vaizatha. The 10 sons of Haman, sons of Hammedatha, the enemy of the Jews, but they did not lay their hands on the plunder. The number of those slain in the citadel of Susa was reported to the king the same day. The king said to Queen Esther, "The Jews have killed and destroyed 500 men and the 10 sons of Haman in the citadel of Susa. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is your petition? It will be given to you. What is your request? It will also be granted." If it pleases the king, Esther answered, "Give the Jews in Susa permission to carry out this day's edict tomorrow also, and let Haman's 10 sons be hanged on gallows." So the king commanded that this be done. An edict was issued in Susa, and they hanged the 10 sons of Haman. The Jews in Susa came together on the 14th day of the month of Adar, and they put to death in Susa 300 men, but they did not lay their hands on the plunder. Meanwhile, the remainder of the Jews who were in the king's provinces also assembled to protect themselves and get relief from their enemies. They killed 75,000 of them, but did not lay their hands on the plunder. This happened on the 13th day of the month of Adar, and on the 14th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. The Jews in Susa, however, had assembled on the 13th and 14th, and then on the 15th they rested and made it a day of feasting and joy. That is why rural Jews, those living in villages, observe the 14th day of the month of Adar as a day of joy and feasting, a day for giving presents to each other. Mordecai recorded these events, and he sent letters to the Jews throughout the provinces of King Xerxes, near and far, to have them celebrate annually the 14th and 15th days of the month of Adar, as the same time when the Jews got relief from their enemies, and as the month when their sorrow was turned into joy, and their mourning into a day of celebration. He wrote to them to observe these days. He wrote to them to observe the days as days of feasting and joy, and giving presents of food to one another and gifts to the poor. So the Jews agreed to continue the celebration they had begun, doing what Mordecai had written to them. For Haman, son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had plotted against the Jews to destroy them, and had cast the par, that is the lot, for their ruin and destruction. But when the plot came to the king's attention, he issued written orders that the evil scheme Haman had devised against the Jews should come back onto his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows. Therefore, these days are called Purim, from the word par, because of everything written in this letter, and because of what they had seen and what had happened. The Jews took it upon themselves to establish the custom that they and their descendants and all who join them should, without fail, observe these 2 days every year, in the way prescribed and at the time appointed. These days should be remembered and observed in every generation, by every family, and in every province and in every city. And these days of Purim should never cease to be celebrated by the Jews, nor should the memory of them die out among their descendants. So Queen Esther, daughter of Abihail, along with Mordecai the Jew, wrote with full authority to confirm this second letter concerning Purim. And Mordecai sent the letters to all the Jews in the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Xerxes, words of goodwill and assurance, to establish these days of Purim at their designated times, as Mordecai the Jew and Queen Esther had decreed for them, as they had established for themselves and their descendants in regard to the times of fasting and lamentation. Esther's decree confirmed these regulations about Purim, and it was written down in the records. Chapter 10. King Xerxes imposed tribute throughout the empire to its distant shores, and all his acts of power and might, together with a full account of the greatness of Mordecai, to which the king had raised him. Are they not written in the books of the annals of the kings of Media and Persia? Mordecai, the Jew, was second in rank to King Xerxes, preeminent among the Jews, and held in a high esteem by his many fellow Jews, because he worked for the good of his people and spoke up for the welfare of all the Jews. Job chapter 1. In the land of Uz, there lived a man whose name was Job. This man was blameless and upright. He feared God and shunned evil. He had 7 sons and 3 daughters, and he owned 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys, and had a large number of servants. He was the greatest man among all the people of the East. His sons used to take turns holding feasts in their homes, and they would invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. When a period of feasting had run its course, Job would send and have them purified. Early in the morning, he would sacrifice a burnt offering for each of them, thinking, "Perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts." This was Job's regular custom. On the day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them, the Lord said to Satan, "Satan, where have you come from?" Satan answered the Lord, "From roaming through the earth and going back and forth in it." Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. Does Job fear God for nothing?" Satan replied, "Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, so that his flocks and herds are spread throughout the land. But stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." The Lord said to Satan, "Very well then, everything he has is in your hands, but on the man himself do not lay a finger." Then Satan went out from the presence of the Lord. On one day when Job's sons and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said, "The oxen were plowing and the donkeys were grazing nearby, and the Sabeans attacked and carried them off. They put the servants to the sword. I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The fire of God fell from the sky and burned up the sheep and the servants. I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, another messenger came and said, "The Chaldeans formed 3 raiding parties and swept down on your camels and carried them off. They put the servants to the sword, and I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." While he was still speaking, yet another messenger came and said, "Your sons and daughters were feasting and drinking wine at the oldest brother's house, when suddenly a mighty wind swept in from the desert and struck the 4 corners of the house. It collapsed on them, and they are dead. And I am the only one who has escaped to tell you." At this, Job got up and tore his robe and shaved his head. Then he fell to the ground in worship and said, "Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked I will depart. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." In all this, Job did not sin by charging God with wrongdoing.
Ayubu mlango wa pili. Tena kulikuwa na siku hao wana wa Mungu walipokwenda kujihudhurisha mbele za Bwana. Shetani naye akaenda kati yao ili kujihudhurisha mbele za Bwana. Bwana akamuuliza Shetani, umetoka wapi? Shetani akamjibu Bwana na kusema, natoka kuzunguka duniani na katika kutembea huku na huku humo. Bwana akamuuliza Shetani, je, umemwangalia huyu mtumishi wangu Ayubu? Kwa kuwa hapana mmoja aliye kama yeye duniani, mtu mkamilifu, mwelekevu, mwenye kumcha Mungu na kuepukana na uovu. Naye hata sasa ameshikana na utimilifu wake, ujapokuwa ulinichochea juu yake ili nimwangamize pasipokuwa na sababu. Shetani akamjibu Bwana na kusema, ngozi kwa ngozi, naam, yote yaliyo nayo mtu atayatoa kwa ajili ya uhai wake. Lakini sasa nyosha mkono wako uguse mfupa wake na nyama yake, naye atakufukuru mbele za uso wako. Bwana akamwambia Shetani, tazama, yeye yumo mkononi mwako, lakini tunza tu uhai wake. Basi Shetani akatoka mbele za uso wa Bwana, akampiga Ayubu na majipu mabaya, tangu wayo wa mguu hata utosi wa kichwa. Naye akashika kigae na kujikunia, akaketi majivuni. Ndipo mkewe akamwambia, je, wewe hata sasa washikana na utimilifu wako? Umshukuru Mungu ukafe. Lakini yeye akamwambia, wewe wanena kama mmoja wa hao wanawake wapumbavu anenavyo. Je, tupate mema mkononi mwa Mungu, nasi tusipate na mabaya? Katika mambo haya yote Ayubu hakufanya dhambi kwa midomo yake. Basi ikawa hao rafikize Ayubu watatu walipopata habari ya mabaya hayo yote yaliyomfikilia, wakaja kila mtu katika mahali pake, nao ni Eflazi Mtemani, Bildadi Mshuhi, Sofari Mnaamathi. Wakapatana pamoja ili waende kumlilia Ayubu na kumtuliza moyo. Basi walipovua macho yao, nao wakali mbali wasimtambue, wakainua sauti zao na kulia. Kila mmoja akararua joho yake, wakarusha mavumbi juu ya vichwa vyao kuelekea mbinguni. Kisha wakaketi nchi pamoja naye muda wa siku 7 mchana na usiku, wala hapana mmoja aliyenena naye neno lolote, kwa maana waliona ya kuwa mashaka yake aliyo nayo ni makuu mno. Ayubu mlango wa 3. Baada ya hayo Ayubu akafunua kinywa chake na kuilani siku yake. Ayubu akajibu na kusema, na ipotelee mbali ile siku niliyozaliwa mimi, na ule usiku uliosema mtoto mume ametuungishwa mimba. Siku hiyo na iwe giza, Mungu asiangalie toka juu, wala mwanga usiangazie. Ishikwe na giza tupu kuwa yake, wingu na likae juu yake. Chote kiifanyacho siku kuwa giza na kitiishe. Tena usiku huo na ushikwe na giza kuu, usihesabiwe katika siku ya mwaka, wala kutiwa katika hesabu ya miezi. Tazama usiku huo na uwe tasa, wala isiwe ndani yake sauti ya shangwe. Na waulaani hao waulaanio mchana, au walio tayari kumwamsha huyu Lewiathani. Nyota ya mapambazuko yake na ziwe giza, na utafute mwanga lakini usiupate, wala usiyaone makope ya asubuhi, kwa sababu haukuifunga milango ya tumbo la mama yangu, wala kunificha taabu machoni. Mbona si kufa mimi tokea mimbani? Mbona nisitoe roho hapo nilipotoka tumboni? Mbona hayo magoti kunipokea, na hayo maziwa hata nikayanyonya? maana hapo ningelala na kutulia, ningelala usingizi na kupata kupumzika, pamoja na wafalme na washauri wa dunia, hao waliojijengea maganjoni, au pamoja na wakuu wenye dhahabu waliozijaza fedha nyumba zao, au kama kuzikwa mimba iliyoharibika nisingekuwako, kama wachanga wasiouona mwanga kabisa. Huko waovu huacha kusumbua, huko nako hao waliochoka wapumzike. Huko wafungwa waona raha pamoja, hawaisikii sauti yake msimamizi. Wakuu na wadogo wako huko, mtumishi yu huru kwa bwana wake. Mbona yeye aliye mashakani kupewa mwanga, na hao wenye uchungu rohoni kupewa uhai, ambao wangojea mauti lakini hawayapati, na kuyachimbulia zaidi ya kutafuta hazina iliyositirika, ambao wafurahi mno na kushangilia watakapoliona kaburi. Kwa nini mtu aliyezibiwa njia kupewa mwanga, ambaye Mungu amemzingira kwa ukingo? Kwani kuugua kwangu kwaja kana kwamba ni chakula, na kunguruma kwake kumemiminika kama maji. Maana jambo hili ni chalo hunipata, nalo linitialo hofu hunijilia. Mimi sioni raha wala situlii wala kupumzika, lakini huja taabu.
Job chapter 4. Then Elizaphan and Temanite replied, "If someone ventures a word with you, will you be impatient? But who can keep from speaking? Think how you have instructed many, how you have strengthened feeble hands. Your words have supported those who stumble. You have strengthened faltering knees. But now trouble comes to you, and you're discouraged. It strikes you, and you're dismayed. Should not your pity be your confidence, and your blameless ways your hope? Consider now, who being innocent has ever perished? Where were the upright ever destroyed? As I have observed, those who plow evil and those who sow trouble reap it. At the breath of God, they are destroyed. At the blast of his anger, they perish. The lions may roar and growl, yet the teeth of the great lions are broken. The lion perishes for lack of prey, and the cubs of the lioness are scattered. A word was secretly brought to me. My ears caught a whisper of it. Amid disquieting dreams in the night, when deep sleep falls on men, fear the trembling seized me, and made all my bones shake. A spirit glided past my face, and the hair on my body stood on end. It stopped, but I could not tell what it was. A form stood before my eyes, and I heard a hushed voice. Can a mortal be more righteous than God? Can a man be more pure than his maker? If God places no trust in his servants, if he charges his angels with error, how much more those who live in houses of clay, whose foundations are in the dust, who are crushed more readily than a moth. Between dawn and dusk, they are broken to pieces. Unnoticed, they perish forever. Are not the cords of their tent pulled up, so that they die without wisdom?
Job chapter 5. Call, if you will, but who will answer you? To which of the holy ones will you turn? Resentment kills a fool, and envy slays the simple. I myself have seen a fool taking root, But suddenly his house was cursed. His children are far from safety, crushed in court without a defender. The hungry consume his harvest, taking it even from among thorns, and the thirsty pant after his wealth. For hardship does not spring from the soil, nor does trouble sprout from the ground. Yet man is born to trouble, as surely as sparks fly upward. But if it were, I would appeal to God. I would lay my cause before him. He performs wonders that cannot be fathomed, miracles that cannot be counted. He bestows rain on earth. He sends water upon the countryside. The lowly he sets on high, and those who mourn are lifted to safety. He thwarts the plans of the crafty, so that their hands achieve no success. He catches the wise in their craftiness, and the schemes of the wily are swept away. Darkness comes upon them in the daytime, and noon they grope as in the night. He saves the needy from the sword in their mouth. He saves them from the clutches of the powerful. So the poor have hope, and injustice shuts its mouth. Blessed is the man whom God corrects, so do not despise the discipline of the Almighty. For he wounds, but he also binds up. He injures, but his hands are also heals. From 6 calamities he will rescue you. In 7 no harm will befall you. In famine he will ransom you from death, and in the battle from the stroke of the sword. You will be protected from the lash of the tongue, and need not fear when destruction comes. You will laugh at a destruction and famine, and need not fear the beasts of the earth. For you will have a covenant with the stones of the field, and the wild animals will be at peace with you. You will know that your tent is secure. You will take stock of your property and find nothing missing. You will know that your children will be many, and your descendants like the grass of the earth. You will come from the grave in full of vigor, like sheaves gathered in season. We have examined this, and it is true. So hear it and apply it to yourself.
Job chapter 6. If only my anguish could be weighed, and all my misery be placed on a scale, it surely outweigh the sand of the sea, the sand of the seas. No wonder my wounds have been impetuous. The arrows of the Almighty are in me. My spirit drinks in their poison. God's terror are marshaled against me. Does a wild donkey bray when it has grass, food eaten without salt? Or is there flavor in the white of an egg? I refuse to touch it. Such food makes me ill. Oh, what that I might have my request, that God would grant what I hope for, that God would be willing to crush me, to let loose his hand and cut me off. Then I would still have this consolation. My joy is unrelenting pain, that I had not denied the words of the Holy One. What strength do I have that I should still hope? What prospects that I should be patient? Do I have the strength of a stone? Is my flesh bronze? Do I have any power to help myself? Now that success has been driven from me, a despairing man should have the devotion of his friends, even though he forsakes the fear of the Almighty. But my brothers are as undependable as intimate streams, as the streams overflow. When darkened by thawing ice and swollen within melting snow, but but that cease to flow in the dry season, and in the heat vanish from their channels. Caravans turn aside from their routes, they go up into the wastelands and perish. The caravans of Timah look for water. The traveling merchants of Sheba look in hope. They are distressed because they have been confident they arrive there only to be disappointed. Now you too have proven to be of no help. You see something dreadful and are afraid. Have I ever said, give something on my behalf, pay a ransom for me from your wealth, deliver me from the hand of the enemy, ransom me from the clutches of the ruthless. Teach me, and I will be quiet. Show me where I have been wrong. How painful are honest words. But what do your arguments prove? Do you mean to correct what I say and treat the words of a despairing man as wind? You'd even cast lots for the fatherless and batter away your friend. But now, be so kind as to look at me. Would I lie to your face? Relent, do not be unjust. Reconsider, for my integrity is at stake. Is there any wickedness on my lips? Can my mouth not discern malice? 7. Does not man have hard service on earth? Are not these days like those of a hired man, like a slave longing for the evening shadows, or a hired man waiting eagerly for his wages? So I have been allotted months of futility, and nights of misery have been assigned to me. When I lay down, I think how long before I get up. The night drags on, and I toss till dawn. My body is clothed with worms and scabs. My skin is broken and festering. My days are swifter than a weaver's shuttle, and they come to an end without hope. Remember, O God, that my life is but a breath. My eyes will ever see happiness again. The eye that now sees me will see no longer. You will look for me, but I will be no more. As a cloud vanishes and is gone, so he who goes down to the grave does not return. He will never come to his house again. His place will know him no more. Therefore, I will keep silent. I will speak out in the anguish of my spirit. I will complain in the bitterness of my soul. Am I the sea or the monster of the deep that you put me under guard? When I think my bed will comfort me and my couch will ease my complaint, even then you frighten me with dreams and terrify me with visions, so that I prefer struggling and death. Rather than this body of mine, I despise my life. I would not live forever. Let me alone, my days have no meaning. What is man that you make so much of him, that you give him so much attention, but you examine him every morning and test him every moment? Will you never look away from me, or let me alone even for an instant? If I have sinned, what have I done to you, O watchman of men? Why have you made me your target? Have I become a burden to you? Why do you not pardon my offenses and forgive my sins? for I will soon lay down in the dust. You will search for me, and I will be no more.
Job chapter 8. Then Bildad the Shuhite replied, How long will you say such things? Your words are a blustering wind. Does God pervert justice? Does the Almighty pervert what is right? When your children sin against him, he gave them over to the penalty of their skin. But if you will look to God and plead with the Almighty, if you are pure and upright, even now he will rouse himself on your behalf and restore you to your rightful place. Your beginnings will seem humble, so prosperous will your future be. Ask the former generation and find out what their fathers learned. For we were born only yesterday and know nothing, and our days on earth are but a shadow. Will they not instruct you and tell you? Will they not bring forth words from their understanding? Can cypress grow tall where there is no marsh? Can reeds thrive without water? While still growing and uncut, they wither more quickly than grass. Such is the destiny of all who forget God. So perish the hope of the godless. What he trusts in is fragile. What he relies on is a spider's web. He leans on his web, but it gives way. He clings on it, but it does not hold. He is like a well-watered plant in the sunshine, spreading its shoots over the garden. It entwines its roots around piles of rocks and looks for as a place among the stones. But when it is torn from its sprout, that place disowns it and says, I never saw you. Surely, its life withers away, and from the soil other plants grow. Surely, God does not reject a blameless man or strengthen the hand of evildoers. He will yet find your mouth with laughter. He will fill your mouth with laughter, and your lips with shouts of joy. Your enemies will be clothed in shame, and the tents of the wicked will be no more. Chapter 9. Then Job replied, Indeed, I know that this is true, but how can a mortal be righteous before God? Therefore, though one wished to dispute with him, he could not answer him one time out of 1,000. His wisdom is profound. His power is vast. Who has resisted him and come out and scattered? He moves mountains without their knowing it, and overturns them in his anger. He shakes the earth from its place and make its pillars tremble. He speak to the sun, and it does not shine. He seals off the lights of the stars. He alone stretches out the heavens and treads on the waves of the sea. He is the maker of the Bear and Orion, the Pleiades and the constellations of the south. He performs wonders that cannot be fathomed, miracles that cannot be counted. When he passes me, I cannot see him. When he goes by, I cannot perceive him. If he snatches away, who can stop him? If he snatches away, who can stop him? Who can say to him, what are you doing? God does not restrain his anger. Even the cohorts of Rahab, the cowl at his feet. How then can I dispute with him? How then can I dispute with him? How can I find words to argue with him? Though I were innocent, I would not answer him. I could only plead with my judge for mercy. Even if I summoned him and he responded, I do not believe he would give me a hearing. He would crush me with a storm and multiply my wounds for no reason. He would not let me regain my breath, but would overwhelm me with misery. If it is a matter of strength, he is mighty. And if it is a matter of justice, who will summon him? Even if I were innocent, my mouth would condemn me. If I were blameless, it would pronounce me guilty, although I am blameless. I have no concern for myself. I despise my own life. It is all the same. That is why I say it destroys both the blameless and the wicked. When as courage brings sudden death, he mocks the despair of the innocent. When a land falls into the hands of the wicked, he blindfolds its judges. If it is not he, then who is it? My days are swifter than a runner. They fly away without a glimpse of joy. They skim past like boats of papyrus, like eagles swooping down on their prey. If I say, I will forget my complaints, I will change my expressions and smile. I'll dread all my sufferings, for I know you will not hold me innocent. Since I am already found guilty, why should I struggle in vain? Even if I wash myself with soap and my hands with washing soda, you would plunge me into a slim pit, so that even my clothes will detest me. He is not a man like me that I might answer him, that we might confront each other in court. If only there was someone to arbitrate between us, to lay his hand upon us both, someone to remove God's rod from me, so that his terror will frighten me no more. Then I will speak up without fear of him. But as it is now stands with me, I cannot.
Job chapter 10. I loathe my very life, therefore I will give free rein to my complaint and speak out in the bitterness of my soul. I will say to God, do not condemn me, but tell me what charges you have against me. Does it please you to oppress me, to spurn the work of your hands, while you smile on the schemes of the wicked? Do you have eyes of flesh? Do you see as a mortal sees? Are your days like those of a mortal, or your years like those of a man, that you must search out my faults and probe after my sin? Though you know that I am not guilty and that no one can rescue me from your hand. Your hands shaped me and made me. Will you now turn and destroy me? Remember that you molded me like clay. Will you now turn me to dust again? Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? Clothe me with skin and flesh and knit me together with bones and sinews. You gave me life and showed me kindness, and in your providence watched over my spirit. But this is what you concealed in your heart, and I know that this was in your mind. If I sinned, you will be watching me and will not let my offense go unpunished. If I am guilty, woe to me. Even if I am innocent, I cannot lift my head, for I am full of shame and drowned in my affliction. If I hold my head high, you stalk me like a lion and again display your awesome power against me. You bring new witnesses against me and increase your anger toward me. Your forces come against me wave upon wave. Why then did you bring me out of the womb? I wish I had died before any eyes saw me. If only I had never come into being or had been carried straight from the womb to the grave. Are not my few days almost over? Turn away from me so I can have a moment's joy before I go to the place of no return, to the land of gloom and deep shadow, to the land of deepest night, of deep shadow and disorder, where even the light is like darkness. Job chapter 11. Then Zophar the Naamathite replied, Are all these words to go unanswered? Is this talker to be vindicated? Will your idle talk reduce men to silence? Will no one rebuke you when you mock? You say to God, My beliefs are flawless and I am pure in your sight. Oh, how I wish that God will speak, that he will open his lips against you and disclose to you the secrets of wisdom. For true wisdom has two sides. Know this, God has even forgotten some of your sin. Can you fathom the mysteries of God? Can you probe the limits of the Almighty? They are higher than the heavens. What can you do? They are deeper than the depths of the grave. What can you know? Their measure is longer than the earth and wider than the sea. If he comes along and confines you in prison and convenes a court, who can oppose him? Surely he recognizes deceitful men, and when he sees evil, does he not take note? But a witless man can no more become wise than a wild donkey's colt can be born a man. Yet if you devote your heart to him and stretch out your hands to him, if you put away the sin that is in your hand and allow no evil to dwell in your tent, then you will lift up your face without shame. You will stand firm and without fear. You will surely forget your trouble, recalling it only as waters gone by. Life will be brighter than noonday, and darkness will become like morning. You will be secure because there is hope. You will look about and take your rest in safety. You will lie down with no one to make you afraid, and many will court your favor. But the eyes of the wicked will fail, and escape will elude them. Their hope will become a dying gasp.
Job chapter 12. Then Job replied, Doubtless you are the people, and wisdom will die with you, but I have a mind as well as you. I am not inferior to you. Who does not know all these things? I have become a laughingstock to my friends, though I have called upon God and he answered. A mere laughingstock, though righteous and blameless. Men at ease have contempt and misfortune as the fate of those whose feet are sleeping. The tents are meridious and undisturbed, and those who provoke God are secure, those who carry their God in their hands. But ask the animals, and they will teach you, or the birds of the air, and they will tell you, or speak to the earth, and it will teach you, or let the fish of the sea inform you. Which of all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? In his hand is the life of every creature and the breath of all mankind. Does not the ear taste words as the tongue tastes food? Is not wisdom found among the aged? Does not long life bring understanding? To God belong wisdom and power, counsel and understanding are his. What he tears down, what he tears down cannot be rebuilt. The man he imprisons cannot be released. If he holds back the water, there is drought. If he lets them loose, they devastate the land. To him belongs strength and victory. Both deceived and the deceiver are his. He leads counselors away, striped, and makes fool of judges. He takes off the shackles put on by kings and ties loin around their waists. He leads priests away stripped and overthrown, men are long established. He silences the lips of trusted advisers and takes away the discernment of elders. He pours contempt on nobles and disarms the mighty. He reveals the deep things of darkness and brings deep shadows into light. He makes nations great and destroys them. He enlarges nations and disperses them. He deprives the leaders of the earth of their reason, and he sends them wandering through the Tartar's waste. They grope in darkness with no light. He makes them stagger like drunkards. Job 13. My eyes have seen all this, my ears have heard and understood it. What you know, I also know. I am not inferior to you, but I desire to speak to the Almighty and argue my case with God. You, however, smear with me with lies. You are worthless physicians, all of you. If only you will be together silent, for you that will be wisdom. Hear now my argument, listen to the plea of my lips. Will you speak wickedly on God's behalf? Will you speak deceitfully for him? Will you show him partiality? Will you argue the case for God? Would it turn out well if he examined you? Could you deceive him as you might deceive men? He surely rebuke you if you secretly showed partiality. Would not his splendor terrify you? Would not the dread of him fall on you? Your maxims are proverbs of ashes. Your defenses are defenses of clay. Keep silent and let me speak. Then let come to me what may. Why do I put myself in jeopardy and take my life in my hands? Though he slay me, yet I will hope in him. I will surely defend my ways to his face. Indeed, this will turn out for my deliverance, for no godless man will dare come before him. Listen carefully to my words. Let your ears take in what I have to say. Now that I have prepared my case, I know I will be vindicated. 19. Can anyone bring charges against me? If so, I will be silent and die. Only grant me these two things, O God, and then I will not hide from you. Withdraw your hand far from me and stop frightening me with your terrors. Then summon me and I will answer, or let me speak and you reply. How many wrongs and sins have I committed? Show me my offense and my sin. Why do you hide your face and consider me your enemy? Will you torment me, a wind-blown leaf? Will you chase me after dry chaff? For you write down bitter things against me and make me inherit sins of my youth. You fasten my feet in shackles. You keep close watch on all my paths by putting mark on the soles of my feet. So man wastes away like something rotten, like a garment eaten by moths.
Chapter 14. Man born of woman is of few days and full of trouble. He springs up like a flower and withers away. Like a fleeting shadow, he does not endure. Do you fix your eye on such a one? Will you bring him before you for judgment? Who can bring what is pure from the impure? No one. Man's days are determined. You have decreed the number of his months and have set limits he cannot exceed. So look away from him and let him alone, till he has put in his time like a hired man. At least there is hope for a tree. If it is cut down, it shall sprout again, and its new shoots will not fail. Its roots may grow old in the ground, and its stump die in the soil, yet at the scent of water it shall bud, and put forth shoots like a plant. But man dies and is laid low. He breathes his last and is no more. As water disappears from the sea, or a riverbed becomes parched and dry, so man lies down and does not rise. Till the heavens are no more, men will not awake or be roused from their sleep. If only you would hide me in the grave and conceal me till your anger has passed. If only you would set me a time and then remember me. If a man dies, Will he live again? All the days of my hard service, I will wait for my renewal to come. You will call and I will answer you. You will long for the creature your hands have made. Verse 16. Surely then you will count my steps but not keep track of my sin. My offenses will be sealed up in a bag. You will cover over my sin. But as a mountain erodes and crumbles, and as a rock is moved from its place, as waters wear away stones and torrents wash away the soil, so you destroy man's hope. You overpower him once for all, and he is gone. You change his countenance and send him away. If his sons are honored, he does not know it. If they are brought low, he does not see it. He feels but the pain of his own body and mourns only for himself. Chapter 15. Then Eliphaz the Temanite replied, would a wise man answer with empty notions or fill his belly with the hot east wind? Would he argue with the useless words, with the speeches that have no value? But you even undermine piety and hinder devotion to God. Your sin prompts your mouth, and you adopt the tongue of the crafty. Your own mouth condemns you, not mine. Your own lips testify against you. Are you the first man ever born? Were you brought forth before the hills? Do you listen in on God's counsel? Do you limit wisdom to yourself? Verse 9. What do you know that we do not know? What insights do you have that we do not have? The gray-haired and the aged are on our side, men even older than your father. Are God's consolations not enough for you? Words spoken gently to you? Why has your heart carried you away, and why do your eyes flash so that you vent your rage against God and pour out such words from your mouth? What is man that he could be pure, or one born of woman that he could be righteous? If God places no trust in his holy ones, if even the heavens are not pure in his eyes, how much less man, who is vile and corrupt, who drinks up evil like water? Listen to me, and I will explain to you. Let me tell you what I have seen, what wise men have declared, hiding nothing received from their fathers. Verse 19, to whom alone the land was given, when no alien passed among them. All his days were wicked. All his days the wicked man suffers torment. The ruthless through all the years stored up for him. Terrifying sounds fill his ears when all seems well. Murderers attack him. He despairs of escaping the darkness. He is marked for the sword. He wanders about, food for vultures. He knows the days of darkness is at hand. Distress and anguish fill him with terror. They overwhelm him like a king poised to attack, because he shakes his fist at God and vaunts himself against the Almighty, defiantly charging against him with a thick, strong shield. Though his face is covered with fat and his waist bulges with flesh, he will inhabit ruined towns and houses where no one lives, houses crumbling to rubble. He will no longer be rich, and his wealth will not endure, nor will his possessions spread over the land. He will not escape the darkness. A flame will wither his shoots, and the breath of God's mouth will carry him away. Let him not deceive himself by trusting what is worthless, for he will get nothing in return. Before his time, he will be paid in full, and his branches will not flourish. He will be like a vine stripped of its unripe grapes, like an olive tree shedding its blossoms. For the company of the godless will be barren. The fire will consume the tents of those who love bribes. They conceive trouble and give birth to evil. Their womb fashions deceit.
Job 16. Then Job replied, I have heard many things like these. Miserable comforters are you all. Will your long-winded speeches never end? What ails you that you keep on arguing? I also could speak like you. If you were in my place, I could make fine speeches against you and shake my head at you. But my mouth will encourage you. Comfort from my lips will bring you relief. Yet if I speak, my pain is not relieved. And if I refrain, it does not go away. Surely, O God, you have worn me out. You have devastated my entire household. You have bound me, and it has become a witness. My guiltiness rises up and testifies against me. God assails me and tears me in his anger and gnashes his teeth at me. My opponent fastens on me his piercing eyes. Men open their mouths to jeer at me. They strike my cheek in scorn and unite together against me. God has turned me over to evil men and thrown me into the clutches of the wicked. All was well with me, but he shattered me. He seized me by the neck and crushed me. He has made me his target. His archers surround me without pity. He pierces my kidneys and spills my gall on the ground. Again and again he bursts upon me. He rushes at me like a warrior. I have sewed sackcloth over my skin and buried my brow in the dust. My face is red with weeping. Deep shadows ring my eyes. Yet my hands have been free of violence, and my prayer is pure. O earth, do not cover my blood. May my cry never be laid to rest. Even now my witness is in heaven, my advocate is on high. My intercessor is my friend, as my eyes pour out tears to God. On behalf of man, he pleads with God. As a man pleads for his friend, only a few years will pass before I go on to the journey of no return. 17. My spirit is broken, my days are cut short, the grave awaits me. Surely mockers surround me, my eyes must dwell on their hostility. Give me, O God, the pledge you demand. Who else will put up scrutiny for me? You have closed their minds to understanding, therefore you will not let them triumph. If a man denounces his friend for reward, the eyes of his children will fail. God has made me by word to everyone, a man in whose face people spit. My eyes have grown dim with grief, my whole frame is but a shadow. Upright men are appalled at this. The innocent are aroused against the ungodly. Nevertheless, the righteous will hold to their ways, and those with clean hands will grow stronger. But come on, all of you try again. I will not find a wise man among you. My days have passed, my plans are shattered, and so are the desires of my heart. These men turn night into day in the face of darkness. They say light is near. If the only home I hope for is the grave, if I spread out my bed in darkness, if I say to corruptions, you are my father, and to the womb my mother or my sister, where then is my hope? Who can see any hope for me? Will it go down to the gates of death? Will they descend together into the dust?
Job 18. Then Bildad the Shuhite replied, when will you end these speeches? Be sensible, and then we can talk. Why are we regarded as cattle and considered stupid in your sight? You who tear yourself to pieces in your anger, is the earth to be abandoned for your sake? Or must the rocks be moved from their place? The lamp of the wicked is snuffed out. The flame of his fire stops burning. The light in his tent becomes dark. The lamp beside him goes out. The vigor of his step is weakened. His own schemes throw him down. His feet thrust him into a net, and he wanders into its mesh. A trap seizes him by the heel, and a snare holds him fast. A noose is hidden for him on the ground. A trap lies in his path. Terrors startle him on every side and dog his every step. Calamity is hungry for him. Disaster is ready for him when he falls. It eats away parts of his skin. Death's firstborn devours his limbs. He is torn from the security of his tent and marched off to the king of terrors. Fire resides in his tent. Burning sulfur is scattered over his dwelling. His roots dry up below and his branches wither above. The memory of him perishes from the earth. He has no name in the land. He is driven from light into darkness and is banished from the world. He has no offspring or descendants among his people, no survivor where once he lived. Men of the west are appalled at his fate. Men of the east are seized with horror. Surely such is the dwelling of an evil man. Such is the place of one who knows not God. Then Job replied, chapter 19, "How long will you torment me and crush me with words? 10 times now you have reproached me. Shamelessly you attack me. If it is true that I have gone astray, my error remains my concern alone. If indeed you will exalt yourself above me and use my humiliation against me, then I know that God has wronged me and drawn his net around me. Though I cry, I have been wrong, I get no response. Though I call for help, there is no justice. He has blocked my way, so I cannot pass. He has shrouded my paths in darkness. He has stripped me of my honor and removed the crown from my head. He tears me down on every side till I am gone. He uproots my hope like a tree. His anger burns against me. He counts me among his enemies. His troops advance in force. They build a siege ramp against me and encamp around my tent. He has alienated my brothers from me. My acquaintances are completely estranged from me. My kinsmen have gone away. My friends have forgotten me. My guests and my maidservants count me as a stranger. They look upon me as an alien. I summon my servant, but he does not answer, though I beg him with my own mouth. My breath is offensive to my wife. I am loathsome to my own brothers. Even the little boys scorn me when I appear. They ridicule me. All my intimate friends detest me. Those I have loved have turned against me. I am nothing but skin and bones. I have escaped only with the skin of my teeth. Have pity on me, my friends, have pity. For the hand of God has struck me. Why do you pursue me as God does? Will you never get enough of my flesh? Oh, that my words were recorded, that they were written on a scroll, that they were inscribed with an iron tool, on lead or engraved in rock forever. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that in the end he will stand upon the earth. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh will I see God. I myself will see him with my own eyes, I and not another. How my heart yearns within me. If you say, how we will hound him, since the root of trouble lies in him. You should fear the sword yourselves, for wrath will bring punishment by the sword, and then you will know that there is judgment.
Job chapter number 20. Then Zophar the Naamathite replied, "My troubled thoughts prompt me to answer, because I am greatly disturbed. I hear a rebuke that dishonors me, and my understanding inspires me to reply. Surely you know how it has been from of old, ever since man was placed on the earth, that the mirth of the wicked is brief, the joy of the godless lasts but a moment. Though his pride reaches to the heavens, and his head touches the clouds, he will perish forever like his own dung. Those who have seen him will say, where is he? Like a dream he flies away, no more to be found, banished like a vision of the night. The eye that saw him will not see him again. His place will look on him no more. His children must make amends to the poor. His own hands must give back his wealth. The youthful vigor that fills his bones will lie with him in the dust. Though evil is sweet in his mouth, and he hides it under his tongue, though he cannot bear to let it go, and keeps it in his mouth, yet his food will turn sour in his stomach. It will become the venom of serpents within him. He will spit out the riches he swallowed. God will make his stomach vomit them up. He will suck the poison of serpents. The fangs of an adder will kill him. He will not enjoy the streams, the rivers flowing with honey and cream. What he toiled for he must give back uneaten. He will not enjoy the profit from his trading, for he has oppressed the poor and left them destitute. He has seized houses he did not build. Surely he will have no respite from his craving. He cannot save himself by his treasure. Nothing is left for him to devour. His prosperity will not endure. In the midst of his plenty, distress will overtake him. The full force of misery will come upon him. When he has filled his belly, God will vent his burning anger against him and rain down his blows upon him. Though he flees from an iron weapon, a bronze-tipped arrow pierces him. He pulls it out of his back, the gleaming point out of his liver. Terrors will come over him. Total darkness lies in wait for his treasures. A fire unfanned will consume him.